Boom goes the dynamite. All right, woo! There we go. Some bits are flying. We got some bits flying here, guys. Woo, 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 woo. 10,000 kilobizzles per second. We got an AuxxZillary in the chat going, woo! Here, I want to add a woo, too. Woo! I want to add my own woo. There we go. We got double woo action.
Like a groundhog.
What is, oh, God, it popped up a new feature. Member-only live stream. Why would it, member-only live stream? That's a thing? I didn't even know. All right, let me do select stream, refresh. Click this, see if it opens up my stats. Hey, look at that, man. Everything's working. You know what? I had so much stuff broken on this computer, dude.
They keep fussing with stuff.
Seriously, that's what it is. It really is. Like
always.
But I have some news. News from the colonies. I finally was smart enough to install an old licensed version that I purchased. I actually purchased software. It's amazing. I actually did pay money for an actual license for a program called Microcode Reflect. And it's a backup software.
Yep.
That works on everything. Works on Windows, Linux, Mac OS, but it's like this really, really powerful backup software that doesn't just do cloning of drives, doesn't just allow restoring of cloning from drives from like a bootable media. It also does incremental backups, and it does differential backups. So a differential is where you take the differences from the full clone to the differential backup. So if I do one full backup of my computer and then I change a bunch of shit, then it just records those changes on top of the original copy. Yeah. So then you have incremental backup that you can do also. Incremental is you can put incrementals right on top of either clones or differentials. And then the incremental is just the bits in the files that changed. And it's from the last incremental. So you can do full clone, then you can do a differential, and then you can do incremental. And each incremental is just tiny. It just includes the changes to the files. That's it. So you're not eating up a bunch of space doing clone of a drive. And so, but the restore, it has to go back through all those incrementals backwards to restore the full image, because it basically takes the incrementals and does incremental C, goes on top of B, goes on top of A, then goes back on top of the full original image, and then that gets put on the system, and then you should be back to the exact state from the last backup you did. So it becomes a little bit complicated. So you like decide every once in a while you want to do a new differential. That way you only need the full clone and the differential instead of like 400 incremental backups that you have to build all and combobulate back together. So anyways, really good software. It works fantastically, except for Microsoft decided to implement a feature called memory protection. And memory protection. Yeah, it says it's so if you guys want to ever see this memory protection thing, you basically just open up the Windows security panel. It's the little shield down in your task tray. And then if you look under device security panel, you're going to see some options. You're going to see core isolation, you're going to see security processor, and you're going to see data encryption. They've added so many more features over the last couple of iterations too. So if you click on core isolation details, now you have memory integrity, kernel mode hardware enforcement stack protection, you have local security authority protection, credential guard, and Microsoft vulnerable driver block list. A couple of versions of Windows ago, you had like 2 options. Now it's like up to 5. So Microsoft's like going hard on trying to defend Windows against the onslaught of AI attacks that are coming our way. Yeah. It's all for nothing though. It's not going to stop shit. Like everybody's still getting hacked. Like there's no way you're not getting hacked. Everybody's getting hacked. I'm getting hacked. You're getting hacked. Everybody's getting hacked. So anyways, I had to disable memory integrity, kernel mode hardware enforcement stack protection. I had to disable the credential, or not the credential guard, that I could leave on. And I had to disable Microsoft vulnerable block list just to get Microcode Reflect to load its drivers. Because it turns out the Microcode Reflect's drivers, for some reason or another, are on Microsoft's block list. So, which more than likely means that because the drivers are old, that they use some APIs or something that are now seen as unsafe, right? So somebody could potentially use them to gain an escalation of privilege. Because all drivers run at system level under Windows. So if you convince a driver to run your code, you're God on a computer. So you don't want a driver. Every driver needs to be built in such a way that it follows the rules on its side and the kernel, and it follows its rules in how you interact with the driver. If it breaks rules on either side, it's supposed to blow the computer up so that you don't ever get the opportunity to do anything bad. Like for instance, if I try to escalate privilege through a driver or something like that, that kernel protection should shut it down. And if it can't shut it down, it should crash the computer to save itself. And, well, anyways, I disabled all that shit because I'm not planning to download and install a bunch of viruses. Right. But that allowed me to finally install Microcode Reflect version 7, which is this old version that Microcode refused to fix the driver. They already fixed the driver in their new version called Macrian Reflect X, which you have to buy a new copy, of course. But they refused to backport that fix to V8 and V7 for their existing customers. So anyways, that forced me to disable a bunch of shit to be able to use it. But the thing I like, and to be fair, I could still use it without disabling those things. I just wouldn't be able to mount the images and dig around the file system and stuff like that, because that's what requires that special driver. Well, anyways, I got it all working perfectly now. I can just click one button at any point, create an incremental backup. So I make a couple of changes, incremental backup, make a couple of changes, incremental backup. It even emails me to tell me if a backup fails, so I don't accidentally, because before, what's happened is I had Synology backup set up, and which is like proprietary backup software specifically for Synology NASs. Like if you can only use Synology NAS. If you even try to move the backup to another NAS and try to restore it, it goes, you got to have Synology, buddy. So I didn't really like that aspect of it being tied to Synology. But the other thing I didn't like about it is it never told me that the backups were failing for like a year. So I thought it was backing up like every couple of days, and it wasn't. I went and looked at the backup, like the last backup was like almost a year old. I was like, what the hell happened? So I log into the Synology, I open up the backup tool, and it was throwing errors like a motherfucker. Did I get any of those errors? Did I get any notifications, any pop-ups, or any notification whatsoever that this is failing? No. So anyway, so you should probably, like, that's my bad too, because I probably should have been checking on the shit the whole time. So I'm going to be a little bit more sensitive to backups now that I know just how easy everything can get fucked. So if you guys are wondering where I've been for the last forever now, it's a whole laundry list of shit. But I'll try to like whittle it down a little bit. First of all, I got that steroid injection on my back, and it actually worked really good. It worked really, really good. So I can only get one injection on one side, so I picked my worst side. So I'm still fighting with my right side. Like my right side now is my weak spot. But it allows me to do so much more. I went outside, I washed my car. I haven't washed my car in like 2 years, because I start washing it, my back immediately gives out. I have to sit down, I can't do nothing. Yeah. I washed my car. I had to wash it like 7 times. So it ended up taking like an entire day into the night. I was out there with like a flashlight trying to finish the job. And then I pressure washed my driveway. I reattached the gutters on the house. That one gutter rotted and fell off one side. The other side, it fell off because of the wind. All this shit's happening at like once too. My hot tub's dead and still hasn't been fixed. We're still trying to work on getting the hot tub company to engage and fix that thing. But anyways, it's been just one thing after another. But it's like, my wife is so happy. I finally got rid of a hot water heater I've had sitting out in front of the house for like 3 or 4 years now. It's finally gone. The driveway looks nice. The yard looks nice. Adam and Jen sent out a yard guy to like rip out a bunch of blackberries and stuff like that and clean up the backyard. And then that got me all fired up to go do a bunch of other shit. So I went and pruned the trees and did a whole bunch of other stuff. But anyways, I was doing a bunch of stuff outside, and it felt good. I was hurting like hell after every day, but I got out there and I did shit. And so I'm trying to keep that going. I'm trying to keep the physicality going as much as I can, no matter how much it hurts. But then in the middle of all this, Microsoft decides to just take a knife and stick it in my fucking back. So here's what happened. If you guys know, a couple of weeks ago, you remember I posted about my system having a kernel security check fail bug check. So it was basically the equivalent of a blue screen of death, right? And it just out of nowhere, fucking nowhere. And I'm like, so I go through, I debug it, because, I used to work for Microsoft and know a thing or two about debugging. So I go through and I do the work, and I trace it back to a storage driver. And it's specifically the Intel RAID storage driver for the Intel RAID controller that's built into my ASRock motherboard. It's a Z790 Pro, I think. Okay. Or RS Pro. Anyways, it's got this Intel RAID controller. And unbeknownst to me, I didn't really realize this. I had all of my drives. I have 4 drives on my computer. 2 of them are in a RAID 0 as a scratch disk, and the other 2 are just individual NVMe drives. Well, I had them all connected to the RAID controller, even though I only had 2 of them in a RAID, but I had the other 2 connected to the RAID controller, because you can still just connect a drive to a RAID controller with no RAID on it and just use it as a drive. That's allowed. A RAID controller is still a SATA controller or an M2 controller, so NVMe controller. So anyways, I didn't realize that every time I installed Windows, I noticed on this computer, ever since we first installed the motherboard, with Hobbs was the one that gave me the motherboard. No, sorry, it was Hobbs gave me the CPU, right? No, I got the CPU and motherboard from Wendell. Okay. I got the power supply and the case from Hobbs, and then a couple of other bibs and bobs from other places. So anyways, ever since we put it together, whenever I installed Windows 11, I had to get a thumb drive and load the storage driver for it to find my drives. So anytime you'd go into Windows, it'd say, "Oh, can't find any drives," and you'd click load storage driver during install. Stick in the thumb drive, bing, bang, boom, it finds the drivers, it loads them, now you got your disks. I never really thought anything of this, but I was like, why is this not inbox supported? Like every other computer I've installed, you've been able to at least find a disk and install to it, right? I never thought for a second in my head that it's because it was connected to the goddamn RAID controller. Anyways, it installed. It worked fine forever. Like it worked perfectly fine. It was a little on the slow side. I think I was getting like 3 gigabits per second when the drive was rated for like nearly twice that. Yeah. But I never really gave it much thought. I was just running. Anyways, fast forward, after using this RAID controller driver for like a year and a half, 2 years now, ever since we built this computer with Hobbs, this is on that install. So Microsoft decides to release an optional driver update. It shows up under Windows Update, and it's like, oh, new update for your RAID driver, optional, blah, blah, blah. I'm whatever. I'm a whore for installing drivers. So I click on it. I'm like, yeah, go ahead and update my driver.
Sorry.
All the drivers. All the drivers. On the same way with BIOSes, too. And, you know, John can't stand it. I see a BIOS, I have to update to it. And he's like, no, don't do it. Don't do it, Jerry, stop.
Not the most newest one, the previous.
Yeah, please, don't do it. It actually worked out in my favor this time, though. But anyways, I reboot my computer after installing this optional update. Or actually, I shouldn't even say I rebooted the computer. It happened overnight while I was sleeping. I come up, I turn on my screen, and I'm sitting on this fucking, so you're in system recovery environment. That's happened before. I've seen it before when the computer crashes a couple times or power goes out, whatever. I reboot the computer. It boot loops. Each time keeps hitting this kernel check, fail, security fail check, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Keeps crashing. I'm like, fuck. So I go into the recovery environment. I say, I want to do a system restore point. I go back to the system restore point, sits there and cranks for like 30 minutes, comes back, says, oh, sorry, failed, that didn't work. I'm like, what the fuck? So I can't do a system restore point and I can't boot into Windows, so I try to boot into safe mode. Nope, can't boot into safe mode, it just hangs. No bug check, none, it just hangs. So I'm like, this is really peculiar. So I boot back into recovery mode, drop out to the command prompt and start doing all the SFP, verify, the DISM commands. And of course, it starts finding all this corruption and shit on the drive. So I thought my driver and my memory was fucked up. I thought that's what my first inclination was. Oh, I'm seeing corruption. It must be either memory or hard drive that caused this. So I'm like, fuck. So I go through, I fix the binaries. Then I go into system recovery again, and I do bring back restore point, and I say recover my restore point. Cranks again for another 30 minutes. This time it says it fails, but it's a different failure. I'm like, fuck. So I reboot the computer, and even though it said it failed, it booted into Windows this time. And then when I log in, it pops up on the screen and says, hey, system restore successfully recovered. And then it gives the name of the restore point or whatever. So even though it said it failed, it worked. So I'm like, yes, I'm back in. I'm good. So what do? I go find that driver. I roll back to the previous driver. I'm good to go. No more problems. Yeah. I send Microsoft an update with all my findings. I give them a dump file, which is like a memory capture of the system. I give them all my findings. I write up a really good bug report and send it to them. And they come back and go, oh, shit. Oh, we're sorry. Like, yeah, no, that does look like it's a legitimate issue with the driver. They said, we recommend that you do not install this driver again. No shit, Sherlock. like I already took steps that I literally I went in and physically removed the driver. And then under Windows Update, I made it to where it said that the driver had an error. So you couldn't even install it. If you went into optional updates and accidentally clicked it, it wouldn't even install. I literally crippled it. That's how deep I went into the system. So through the registry, I basically said, tell it that this driver's installed, even though it isn't, so that it'll just get stuck in this weird fucking middle land state. Because that's how I do. Anyways, Microsoft works fine for like 3 or 4 days. Come back up to my computer, and now it's same bug check again. I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? I've rebooted the computer several times, no problems, everything's fine. And this is the day we were supposed to do Tech Talk, that last Saturday when you had to move. Yeah. And you're like, I can't do Tech Talk. It's a good thing you couldn't do Tech Talk, because I came upstairs and I'm sitting on my computer at that same fucking screen. Oh, so no. I tried to recover the system again. I'm doing system restore point. I'm doing the SFP thing, the DISM. I'm doing everything I did before to get the system back, right? And I get the system back long enough to copy a bunch of files over to the NAS, thankfully. But here's what Microsoft did. They thought it was a great idea to take the driver that I just emailed them about and said that it breaks my system. And I gave them all the information to prove that this is a bad incompatibility between that driver and my motherboard's RST controller. Yeah. Whatever firmware version it has on it. There's a mismatch. And you can guarantee that since this is an end-of-life motherboard, anybody else that has this motherboard out there is going to have that same exact firmware, is going to hit that same fucking problem. So anyways, Microsoft thought it was a good idea to move this to required updates. So they left it in optional updates for like 3 or 4 days. I report that it fucks my computer up. And then a couple more days after that, they move it to required updates. And now it doesn't ask you if you want to install it. It just forces it on your machine. So now every time I reboot my machine, Windows Update pops up and says there's updates installed. You need to reboot your computer. Before I can even stop it, even if I go into Device Manager and I say roll back to previous driver, The second I roll back to the previous driver, Windows Update detects it and it reinstalls the new driver. So Microsoft put it in some critical high priority thing that you have to take this driver update, which more than likely means that they found some fucking high security bug, probably during an AI sweep. And they're like, we need to get this driver on people's systems to protect their file system. Well, in my case, it didn't protect my file system. It fucked my file system and stabbed it. So anyways, I'm like, how do I prevent this from happening again? Well, luckily I figured out that my install drive was on the RAID controller. Obviously, that's why it was having this kernel bug check. So I went into the BIOS and found out that I could move it. I could physically, like not physically, but through software in the BIOS, you can basically switch it from the Intel RST controller over to the AHCI controller.
Okay.
As soon as I did that, boom, now it shows up during Windows install. I don't have to install any additional driver because now it's using an inbox driver that just works. And now when I boot into Windows and it force installs this RAID driver, there's no more bug check because it's not the system drive. But I haven't tested the RAID yet. Oh, by the way, it corrupted my RAID too. If you guys were wondering, my two RAID drives that I have, 3 terabytes of data gone. Luckily, I considered it a scratch disk. I was running RAID 0. It wasn't like I was expecting this data to stay around. But anyways, the fucking thing killed my RAID. It took out a bunch of files. I got most of it back though. Thankfully, I was able to get most of it off on a NAS before the system completely shit the bed before it couldn't even do anything anymore. I just had to keep preventing it from rebooting because as soon as it rebooted, I was done and I was back to square one, corrupting shit again.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like, but Microsoft, they came back to me. You know what their final call is? Yeah. We acknowledge that this broke your system. We understand that this is lethal to that motherboard. We're really sorry, but there's really nothing we can do because Microsoft made this a required update. We don't really know why, but they must have had a reason. So that's what support doesn't even know why they moved it to required, but they're like, oh, they must have had a reason to, so we're going to leave it at that. So then they're like, can you go open a bug in the Windows 11 feedback tool? I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? I just gave you dump files, stack traces. I went through and walked this whole fucking thing with you, and now you're like, can you go open a bug in our feedback tool that gets ignored?
You gotta go put it over there first.
I'm like, you motherfuckers. So anyways, I just had enough of that shit. I was like, okay, I'm going to do a clean install of my box since there's no other way to recover. I even tried to install over the top of the existing install. That didn't work. During setup, it literally installs the driver and bug checks during setup. So like, I'm literally like, my only option would be to disconnect the internet, install it completely locally, go in, cripple that driver so that it cannot install by like physically jamming it up somehow, then connecting the network. But if I do that, then I've already fucked it up so much it's going to bite me down the road anyways. If you guys don't know either, system restore points are super fucking fragile in Windows.
Oh, yeah, dude.
You breathe on them, they break. Like they do never trust system restore points. I can't stress that enough. You change a registry key, you disable a service, you uninstall Game Bar. Any of these things fucking breaks all your system restore points. It's not worth it. Don't fuck with it. Use literal backup software. Please let me be the example, okay? I fucking lost a week. I lost a week of my life, and I'm still nowhere near where my setup needs to be. And you don't have to do this. Please back up your shit.
Was it supposed to be the 3-2-1 concept, right? For backups, you're supposed to have 3 separate backups. 2 are supposed to be like remote, like one cloud, one.
Yeah. You're supposed to have one local. One on the Eastern Hemisphere, one on the Western Hemisphere, so that if there's a natural disaster or something like that, it doesn't wipe them out.
Or it's supposed to be like one in the cloud, one like in a physical other location, and So I think that's the 3-2-1 thing for backups, right? I think that's right.
I think you are right in like the consumer sense, right?
For backups, let me say the data protection strategy to minimize the risk of 3 copies. 2 different media, 1 offsite copy. So 3 copies, the original data, your active files, the one that you're actually working with, 2 separate backup copies, 2 different media, store your backups. So those 2 separate backups should be on different, distinct types of hardware, one on an external hard drive and as an example, one on an external, one in cloud storage to avoid simultaneous failure, and 1 offsite copy. Keep at least 1 backup in a separate geographic location, such as a cloud server or a safety deposit box, to protect against physical disasters like fire, flood, or theft.
Yeah, because like at Microsoft, the source code at Microsoft has the craziest protection I've ever seen.
Which is so funny because I do not do this at all, and it's the best thing ever. I think this is because I'm super casual. I don't really fuss with stuff. I basically just play video games and browse the internet and shit. I don't really do anything that deep with my computers anymore. Actually, not since like Windows 7 days. I haven't really fussed in the same sort of way that you do. But at the same time, I also had like no problems with my computers since XP. And the last time I really had some serious issue, it was 100% my own stupid, lazy, trying to do something fast and furious without paying attention. I downloaded an ISO for Windows XP that was literally, dude, and this is the most embarrassing fucking thing. But at the same time, you can't be too mad at me or weird because I was like 17. It was literally like Windows XP.iso.exe.
Yep.
And my dumb ass double clicked on that shit.
I knew you were gonna say that. I knew you were gonna say that. So I knew it. As soon as you said that.
And I knew better. Of course I knew better. And I was like, it's a big blinking red neon sign.
No, but you're like in the moment, you just want to get it done. It's like,
I just figure, okay, it's gonna extract this out into an ISO. Like, okay, finally, great. And dude, like instantly pop-ups and shit. My network starts going all wild and stuff. I just pulled the network cable and that helped. I was able to get into safe mode and delete all, kind of not literally roll back, but I went into safe mode and I was able to find like the most recently updated stuff and blah blah blah. And I was able to literally like manually delete this virus that I had installed on my own shit. I can't believe it. That's the most embarrassing thing I've ever done. It's crazy.
Wait, if that's the most embarrassing thing you've ever done, then you're doing all right, dude.
Pretty sure, yeah. In terms of my own equipment and stuff, yeah.
So because my thing is, I personally have had to fix probably 20 or 30 ransomware attacks for various different people and businesses that I know for a fact these motherfuckers were looking at porn on a site that was not approved. And boy, when you're horny, you do dumb shit, man. You do dumb shit. Here, give me just a second. I got to authenticate something because my computer's all brand new installed, so everything has to be authenticated 20 times. You know what I am digging, though, is these passkeys. I hope every single fucking website... I say that as it's not fucking working now for some reason. What is going on here? What? How do you not see that? It's a fucking... Oh, it's because my mouse is in front of it. Never mind. I was like, why is it not seeing it? My mouse cursor was hovered in front of it. So passkeys are where you physically have like a hardware encrypted key on like your phone or on a thumb drive or on an NFC device. Yeah. And I fucking love it. I think it's great.
Like one of those UB keys.
Exactly. Oh, hold on here. I got to see. Yeah, exactly. Now your phone can be a UB key. That's the cool thing. If you have like an iPhone or an Android, you can use it as the UB key and it can authenticate using the camera and a QR code.
Yeah.
I say that as it's like not logging in. Why is it saying I can't log in? What's this? Confirm the unlock your device. Oh, never mind. I'll have to do this afterwards. So I can't post the link on Facebook. I can only do it on X and Discord today. Oh well. That's what I get, man. I forgot. I knew I forgot something. I was like, dude, I know I forgot something when I was setting up for Tech Talk, and it was that. Oh well, wow. I can tell it to everybody on Discord. If you guys wouldn't mind going and telling everybody over on the Facebooks and the Blue Sky, though, I'd super appreciate it. All right, I think that worked. I think I sent that out to most people. Passkeys are handy until your machine dies. That is true, but you can back up your passkeys. So if you back up like your password store, your encrypted password store on your device, you can either back it up to iCloud or you can back it up to another computer using iTunes. I don't know how it works for Android, and imagine it's something similar with Android where you can do a local backup or you can do a cloud backup. All of your devices hold a copy. So like if you sync it, you can either, like with iOS, you can either do it through iCloud or you can do it through a local network using iTunes. The iTunes thing doesn't work too well, though, I'm going to be honest. Like they kind of want to force you to use the iCloud shit. But all your devices that are connected, like if you have an iPad, iPhone, fucking Apple Watch, it'll store a copy of that passkey like in near real time to every device. So if one device dies, the other one can pick it up. The other one can, if you bring another device online and authenticate it, can send it back. So you have to go through a pretty hefty, explosion taking out all your shit before you can authenticate anymore. And like, for instance, you can even set up your computer as a passkey. Like, for instance, Windows 11 now has Windows Hello. And Windows Hello now enables passkey support through like Apple won't let you use a passkey unless you have Windows Hello enabled box. And what that allows you to do is now you can use a passkey from the box using a PIN number, or you can use your face with a Windows Hello camera. So, hey, old Broger, my man. Do I still got sound effects? Let's see. Can you guys hear that?
I did.
Okay, sweet. Woo, old Broger, thank you for the 6550, the DKKs, man, the Danish kroners.
Nice. Yeah, man. Those are
the kroners, that's the good stuff, man. The kroner stuff. Nice. Here, let me go under
cheese Danish. Or
let me see.
Cherry Danish.
Yep. He said, "Hello there, you awesome people, Barna and Ox. How you doing? It's been a while since I seen you on here. You both look good. Oh, well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Oh, I know, right? Dude, I don't know what it is about your camera, and I know you're probably going to say you're using that Logitech fucking camera.
It is.
You look so good. I don't know what it is. Your lighting, your saturation. I don't know if it's the background, whatever. For some reason, you're popping, dude.
It's this particular. I don't know. Maybe there's just something fancy about this particular one. This is just a C920. I've had this for years. This is the same one that I used way back when I was building PCs for Puget. This is because I know this because I put googly eyes. I could put googly eyes on it, and it was my side camera instead of the one looking down over the workbench. It was the side camera, and I put googly eyes on it so that it made it a little better to look at the camera because there's eyeballs. I can look at the eyeballs.
It does help to put the googly eyes on it.
It was I saw somebody said, like, if you have trouble like looking at your camera while you're like recording YouTube videos and stuff, put googly eyes on the outside of like the lens, and you can just look at the eyes, and it makes it like you're looking at a person, and it totally works because like this is what it looks like when I look at the little eyeballs on my C920. But this is what, like an 8 to 10 year old more, because I had this camera before I started working for Puget. So this is easily a 10+ year old C920.
Yep. Dude, probably more than 10 years, honestly, because I remember having like 3 C920s back in like 2010.
It is going through Nvidia broadcast, but I'm only doing the Steam replacement in the back. See, you see it blink there? That was my just white ass thing. I don't have the eye contact thing turned on. I don't have the virtual key light thing turned on. It's just the background replacement. That is it.
The virtual green screen shit has gotten so much better.
It's incredible. I think the best part is that it
sees the hole.
Space between, like it's a little touchy. Yeah, but it didn't used to do that. It'd be like that. Whoop, like it'd come through. See,
dude,
like,
I want to say a year, even as little as a year ago. That shit was horrible. Like you could see the fringing around the edge, and you could see, But I expect that for the hair. I really expect that for the hair. Unless they're using some kind of fucking AI, like, background replacement shit or whatever. I don't expect that to work.
Super cool thing. One of the guys from Commodore Digital has been working on they're calling it corridor key, I think is what they're calling it.
And I know exactly what you're talking about.
And they're getting help from Nvidia directly, if I recall. It might be a little wrong on that. But Nico from Commodore Digital has been working on a machine learning model to like fine detail, crazy. Like it's taking the similar approach to the old school sodium lamp filters that they used to do for like Mary Poppins and things like that. There was like a split, this like special crystal thing that would split the sodium lit thing out so you could get a perfect key from it, because it was taking like a certain color of light out of it.
Sodium vapor. That's what it was, a sodium vapor lamp. Yeah.
And so it's taking a similar approach using a custom built or custom trained machine learning models. Hey, Pod Lassie! Woo, 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 woo.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Warmest greetings from Poland. Thank you so much. Super appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the technology, if I remember right, it was used in Mary Poppins. What?
Yeah. It was just strange that old Broger's Kroners didn't pop up on the thing here. It's not being recorded.
Oh, because I had
a different color. Like his message is green, whereas Pod Lassie's message is blue.
Wait a second, you're totally right. Why is it?
I don't know if that has
blue?
anything to do with it. It could just be a difference because of. I know sometimes like the amounts might get different colors.
But that's a good point. I don't remember. Do the colors change? I don't remember that actually.
I have seen it sometimes when, and it might just be like in order or something. I don't know if it has anything to do with the actual amount, but I have seen, we get $100 and it's red or something or purple. But I don't know. I haven't paid enough attention.
With old Broger, I know what happened there. So the bot wasn't in the channel. The Stream Elements bot. Sometimes I have to punt it and bring it back in. So when I saw his tip, I noticed it didn't fire off anything. So I went in and made the bot leave and come back, and then it worked on the next tip. So the bot looks like it's working now. But here's something I think I can do. I think if I go into the Stream Elements thing, I haven't tried this before, but I think if I go in here, I can actually click emulate, and I can do a tip event, and I can just put in an amount. Let's see. Okay, that fired. See how that fired right there? So, and I think, can I put a name on it? Let's see here, because I can just select them. Oh, I can do custom. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so what I do is I'm gonna just go in there.
Random. That's my guess too, but I haven't really paid enough attention to be sure.
Then I can go back and I can do old Brogger, bro, GGER. We'll do amount $10 and his message. I should be able to go back and even backport the message and then put in there. Let's see if this works. Okay, come on. See, it fires the event and it's on the screen, but it doesn't update the top super chat because it's an emulated event. Shit. I thought there was a way that I could somehow like trick it into putting it in there.
Yeah.
But it didn't work. Damn it. But at least I got it on the screen. But Broger, we super appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, serious.
You're an absolute freaking legend for sure. And Pod Lassie, thank you also for the 10. What is PLNs? Plins again?
Polish something.
Polish. What currency starts with an N? I kind of want to look this up now. Here, let's see.
Let's do some quick Google.
Gotta ask the wizard.
Zloty. Polish zloty.
Zolty?
Zloty Zloty.
We got the zloties. We got the mini zloties. I love it. The colors are probably random, Lewis Electric said. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's probably the fact.
He also said,
like I said, I haven't paid that close attention.
He also said the C920 is remarkable. He has one attached to a Webcam AI instance. I mean, I had like 3 or 4 of those freaking cameras, and I gave them away during COVID because you guys remember during COVID, like webcams were unobtainium. Like during COVID, I think a C920, if you could even find one, was going for like
bucks.
It was going for way over $100.
Yeah, they were crazy.
Like they were insane. So I just gave them to all my friends and family that didn't have good webcams during COVID because everybody was communicating over video. So if anybody didn't have one, I just gave them one. And so I gave all 4 of them away because I didn't really need them anymore. I'm using capture cards and like actual video hardware. But God, look at the difference. Can you really tell that much of a difference between my video and Aux's video? I mean, at least at this scale, like in the boxes.
Yeah, right.
Like I think his picture looks better than mine. And I'm on a $700 camera connected to like a $200 capture card. You know, it's like I got like $900 worth of hardware between me and the fucking USB port. And and you're kicking my ass with a camera that today you could probably buy for like $30 on eBay.
All right.
Actually, I bet I'm curious. I am super curious. And I also wonder if, because I swear C920s don't look that good. I'm wondering if there is a stack on top, like the video system in Windows or something is doing some kind of fucking voodoo magic to clean the noise up or something, or I don't know. I honestly don't know, but I do not remember my Logitechs ever looking that good. C920, let's see how much these are. Logitech C920s. It's $16? What? Hold on.
No
I can't believe
not
that.
A new one. Come on.
Here, let me go to, not for new, that's for used. Let me go to completed items. I want to see what these are really selling for. Okay, that's better. That's better. So a brand new one in box sold recently for $45.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. That's the C920S Pro HD. Is that what you have?
No. It's just a standard C920.
Okay, so standard C920.
Yeah.
So the standard C920 one just sold on June 20th for $16.98.
Yeah.
And before that one sold for $15. Before that one sold for $22, $21. The ones that are brand new in box sell for about twice that though. It looks like $46 in box. But all the ones that are used out of box are between $15 and $24. So that is fucking insane. You know what? Wait a second. No, that's not the webcam I had. I'm looking at a picture of it now. No, mine that's not the one I had. What's the one that came before this? Was it the C900 maybe? Or Logitech? Hold on here. Logitech webcam. I want to see if I can find the one that I actually had because this does not look like the one I had. The one I had was more boxy. It didn't have the feathered in like edges with like the little speaker looking things on the side.
Oh, sure.
I'm trying to figure out. There's my. No, that's not it either. Logitech C920S. Oh, I think it's just an older model. It looks like they did a revamp later on. Like the earlier models had a little bit of a different shell, but they must have updated the sensor too. Because I swear mine didn't look like that. And doesn't yours have did yours have a privacy flapperdoodle on it too, by chance? No. Okay, it doesn't have the privacy flapperdoodle. Yeah, the old one's like the one I had. It looks like what I did have was a C920S. So it looks like I did have the one that's supposedly better, but I guarantee you mine didn't look as good as yours. I think you just won the fucking sensor lottery.
That's what I think too, man. I just got lucky with this one, I guess.
I mean, it never looked bad, but I'm just saying, God, I don't know. Yours just looks, every time I see it when you're on here, I'm like, dude, you got to be using like that, that fucking web, because you used to use like a camcorder.
Yeah.
And I think this looks better.
83 or whatever, 33, something like that.
I honestly think this looks better than the fucking camcorder.
Hey, I think so too.
Which blows my mind. Hey, DeWolf's Den. Woo! Woo! He said, happy late Juneteenth, you beautiful peeps. Glad to see your beautiful faces this fine Saturday. Keep up the awesome vibes. Much love. Oh, we appreciate you, DeWolf's Den. Yeah. Happy Juneteenth right back at you, brother. Don't ever let anybody take these fucking these important holidays away.
Seriously.
It's fucking God. I won't go down that path, but I'm just saying, hang on, guys. Right. Keep the shit alive. The people we have to remember. That's the one thing. Remember history, it'll repeat itself. We're fucking living that right now, guys. Like whether you want to fucking admit it or not, we are reliving some really shitty history right now. And I hope that this time around we might actually fucking learn something from it and it won't happen again. That's my wish, but that might be wishful thinking, but you know me. Try to keep it real. Wait, StreamBot gone again? There we go. No, it should be working now. Yeah. So, which is interesting because if you remember last time, remember how many fucking times I had to lean on it, leaving and coming back, and sometimes it still wouldn't work. This time I just did it once and now it works. Yeah. So either Stream Elements is getting better or there was another component with my computer doing weird shit. All I know is I have fixed like 1,000 things. Like, I don't know if I said this earlier, but you guys know I have had a dying 13900K. So if you guys know, Intel had a massive fuck up. It was partial. Well, I shouldn't say just them. It was partially them and partially the motherboard manufacturers. So Intel had a microcode fuck up on their CPU that basically allowed unlimited voltage. And motherboard manufacturers didn't carry the decimal point right or whatever, and just overpowered the shit out of a bunch of Intel 13900Ks. And I believe it also affected the 14900Ks too, right? Wasn't it like two different generations?
Yeah.
So it affected this whole line of CPUs, and it caused them to basically become unstable over time. So the internal pathways would start getting worn out, and they'd start cross-talking, and you'd start getting like thread or cores or threads running would just crash after a little bit of time running. Had nothing to do with heat either. It didn't matter how hot the CPU got. It could be, you could have the best cooling solution ever, and the fucking thing, if you ran it at 100% more than like a minute or two, it would start dropping cores. Like the cores would start reporting errors. And this is a really bad issue. A lot of people had to RMA their CPUs. Intel extended retail warranty on the CPUs by 5 years, and the OEM CPUs got a 3-year warranty bump. Well, I tried to RMA mine because it was failing a year ago, and I couldn't run anything at 100%. If I opened anything that ran every core at 100% for more than 2 minutes, the system would instantly become unstable. Either I'd have a driver crash and it would recover, or the whole system would BSOD and fall over, or if I was really lucky, it would just crash an application that was running on that core and it wouldn't affect the operating system. And it was always random. It was like a random lottery which cores fell over. So you'd think there'd be just like the same bad cores would fall over each time. No, each time you ran the test, 2 or 3 cores would fall over, and they would always be different cores every single time. So it was a complete crapshoot if it was going to take out the cores your OS was running on, or the program was running on, or a driver was running on. It could be any of those things. So anyways, I tried to get Intel to honor their warranty. They told me to fuck off after 11 days because they decided to change their policy halfway through and stop honoring the warranties. So that's fucked up.
They probably just ran out of them.
Probably, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm really thinking is they literally did not, they did the math and they're like, we do not have enough processors to replace all the ones that are dead, so we just need to start ignoring customers. Yeah. So as far as I know, they still honored the retail box processors, but they basically just stopped honoring the OEM processors, even though they had been replacing them for like a year and a half up to that point. Mm-hmm. So anyways, I have the CPU that's dying. Wendell even sent me a 12700K to replace it when it finally dies. Because Wendell even told me once these things start reporting errors, they get worse and worse over time until they eventually just fall over and they don't work at all. And I noticed that my CPU had been getting more unstable over time. When I first got it, it was rock solid. And then I started getting these weird crashes and these weird errors that were just completely unexplainable. I talked to Wendell. He told me which test to run. I ran the test and it came back. Your CPU is dead. And keep in mind, this is Intel's own test. Intel has their own diagnostic tool that you run that tells you if your CPU is fucked or not, and then sends you to the warranty website. Now, when I click on the button to go to the warranty website where it used to say, oh, you have so much warranty left, now it just acts like the page is broken. I mean, it's like Intel literally just jumped ship and ran. So, but some good news. Some good news did come of this whole situation where Microsoft crashed my computer last week. So I went and found a BIOS update because Microsoft had recommended, like, hey, go look and see if there's a BIOS or firmware update because it could update the firmware on your RAID controller. And then because they thought that because this driver's working with everybody else's Intel RST RAID built-in bullshit, that maybe my firmware is the problem. Well, that's a good guess. Like, I actually go, like, that sounds right to me. Let's give that a try. Yeah. So I go to the website for my motherboard, which, by the way, is end of life, and the last BIOS they released was because of the Intel Microcode thing, and even then they said they were only releasing it because of the Intel Microcode thing. And I believe it was to prevent, it was to slow down the degradation on CPUs that were already dying and prevent the ones that weren't dying from ever dying. Like, I think that's what the microcode update was, the Intel. Anyways, this happened like a year ago. I did those updates. Well, that was end of life for my motherboard. ASRock literally said, this motherboard is done. No more BIOS updates. Now all of a sudden the fucking BIOS update's there. I'm like, where did this BIOS update come from? It literally came out like a couple of months ago. I'm like, I never expected another BIOS update to come out for this ASRock motherboard. It's end of life. So what does the change list say? Every change list for every other BIOS upgrade or firmware upgrade says exactly what they changed. This one doesn't. This one just says fixes compatibility issues. That's it. No details at all. No breakdown. No link to go look at the list. I'm like, okay, that's the most vaguest thing I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. So I go ahead and install it. I install it with fucking, I mean, what have I got to lose? My RAID's already fucking corrupted. My install's fucked up and I got to reinstall anyway. So I'm like, what have I got to lose? So I flash the BIOS. I reinstall the computer. I move my main drive from the RAID controller to the HCI controller so I no longer have that driver dependency so that I don't just boot in and hit the network, get the driver, and fuck my system again if it didn't fix it.
Right.
Well, anyways, I get through the Windows install. I start installing, setting everything up. I'm going to install that Intel tool again. It was what I had it installed before. I'm going to install again. So I install the Intel diagnostic tool and I run it. And the fucking thing runs and it comes back and I'm waiting for it to do its 2 minutes. Fail. No, it goes through and says pass. First time it's ever passed. I run this tool like 100 times in the past. It failed every single fucking time. And even Intel was like, run the tool this way. Go into your BIOS and do this. Run the tool this way. I ran it every fucking way Intel could like try to weasel out of fixing this thing. Nope. It failed every single time. This is the first time it's ever passed. So I thought, oh, maybe it's a fluke. Run it again. Pass. Run it again. Pass. Go into the BIOS, look at the settings. XMP's enabled. That was something that used to make it hit really hard, super fast. The turbo boost mode was on, all that shit was on, Hyper-V, or not Hyper-V, what is it, the multi-threading or whatever thing was on. Everything was on. Nothing was disabled. Everything was at max. Like, this thing should be failing harder and faster than it ever did before. Pass. So what do? I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to run it through the night. I run a burn test for 8 hours, running this test continuously for 8 hours. I wake up in the morning, all passes. I think it ran like 300 times or something in that 8 hours. Okay. All pass. So my CPU now suddenly went from dying and getting worse and worse, and now it just fucking magically works.
At least it's okay, right?
Yeah, and here's the weird thing. Like, I checked I was always wondering if maybe it wasn't boosting anymore, or maybe it was staying in like the 3 gigahertz range. No, this fucker was still boosting near 6 gigahertz. Like, it was like 5.7, 5.8. It was boosting up to those like max targets. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? So I messaged a friend who has an insider at Intel, and he said that apparently Intel released a microcode update on the lowdown, a second one. And this microcode update can actually fix or at least mitigate the 13900K crash issue by changing one of the voltages. Like, I guess when the core goes into boost clock and then the core comes out of boost clock, it dropped down to like 0.07 volts or something like that. And that would cause the failure if the CPU was already degraded. But what Intel figured out is if they just pump that up to 1 volt, it can now pass and it can stabilize, but for who knows how long, it could still die. Like, the CPU is still ultimately going to die. Like, that's nothing's going to stop that. But Intel apparently released a microcode update on the lowdown, allegedly, that fucking mitigates this 13900K issue. So if you have dead or dying 13900Ks that have failed the test in the past, go look and see if you have a new BIOS update for your motherboard and install that motherfucker and try running the test again. And I want you guys to tell me if it starts passing the test now, because I want to find one other person that has had the same experience I have, because this is batshit weird crazy. Keep in mind, this CPU has been falling over for a fucking year. I have gone into the BIOS and disabled turbo mode, disabled boost clock, put it on like the, where you energy efficient mode instead of performance mode, disabled XMP on the memory just to relieve the pressure on the CPU since the CPU handles all the memory stuff now.
Sure.
I turned everything down as far as I could so that I could get about 5 or 6 minutes before it would crash instead of the 2 minutes before. because a lot of the stuff I do, you know, it needs at least that much time to run before it falls off again, right? So anyways, that got me mostly stable, where for the most part, I could do everything I wanted. If I had to do anything that required 100% CPU, I'd just bum it off on another system overnight. But this is just really fucking weird that the CPU that's been getting worse and worse and worse. I do a BIOS update, reinstall Windows, and now everything's passing.
Crazy.
Isn't that bizarre? That's just the most bizarre shit ever. So I want to find one other person. If you know somebody or you yourself have a dead or dying 13900K, like it has to still be able to boot, obviously. Right. But if you have a 13900K that was just failing cores and bug checking and making the system super unstable and was failing the Intel CPU diagnostic thing, update the firmware on a motherboard. Or if you have it doesn't have to be the original motherboard. Just stick in a motherboard that has the latest up-to-date firmware that you can get for that thing. And tell me if all of a sudden it magically starts passing the test. How about third-party tests? You can't trust Intel. There is a third-party test. I can't remember the name of it, and no, I haven't run it yet. But I know exactly. I know what it looks like. I wish I could remember the goddamn name of it. But sadly, my computer crashed before I could record the name of all the software that was on it. But yeah, there is another burn test that can show you like if the cores are doing bad factors. But just to verify, the other thing I did run was Prime 95. Because Prime 95 also caused it to die in record time. Like Prime 95 would be half the time of the other test I ran. And Prime 95, I didn't run it for 8 hours like I did the other test, but I ran it for about 20, 30 minutes and no crashes, no computational errors. So this is really fucking weird, man. Like, I don't understand how the hell this thing went from being so unstable. And I tried every BIOS setting imaginable. Like Intel, for 11 days, I was in a ticket with Intel going back and forth. And they were like, change this BIOS setting, change this, run the test again, change this, run the test again. They tried every fucking combo they possibly could to give this CPU the best chance of failing, like with the least amount of stress on it. And it still fell over like within minutes. I think the best run we got was 6 minutes with an average of like 2 or 3 minutes for it normally falling under with the regular settings. And so we prolonged it, but it always failed every single time. This is the first time that it's passing, and it's passing over and over and over and over again. So this person I talked to, this friend I talked to, I was like, why the fuck is this working now all of a sudden? This is weird. Like, how the hell do you go backwards? Like, this is hardware degradation. And apparently, or allegedly, there is another microcode update that is more than likely a part of the BIOS update I just installed, because my motherboard isn't supposed to get another BIOS update. Now it magically does. And it was really vague on what it fixes. It just, fix some compatibility issues. And I'm pretty sure that it did this voltage thing.
I have a 13700K in a Z690 Creator Pro or something like that. One of the ProArt.
Yep.
The appropriate Asus ProArt board for the CPU. And I have it because somebody I built a machine for was telling me that they were crashing and stuff. So I built them an AMD machine. So I'll have to try this out because I want to sell it or use it or something.
Here we go. So RCT Pav UK in chat. He said the microcode update fixes that by upping voltage on idle states, and that's what I heard from my party too. Is he said it was the idle state voltage coming off boost clock when the CPU settles down.
Okay.
Apparently that's where the computational error would happen and it would fall over, and then once the error happens, it just repeats over and over and over. You have to physically shut the computer down and turn it back on for the CPU to come out of that bad state.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll have to try this out. I mean, it was already crashing and stuff. They were saying like, dude, sometimes it would just randomly crash, just idle, like it wasn't even doing anything, and just.
I would love to see if I just want confirmation from a couple of other people that like a BIOS update magically makes their CPU that was super unstable stable again.
Yeah, I'll have to see. I'll make sure I'll check to see what what version it's on before, and then I'll update it and see what happens.
And by the way, the RAID issue stopped happening too when I did the BIOS update. Yeah. My system was already fucked. Like it still wouldn't boot, and it was all corrupt and shit. Even after the BIOS update, because I was hoping it would fix everything. It didn't. But I did notice that when I did the clean install and I moved the boot drive over to HCI, my RAID controller is online. I have 2 disks in the RAID 0, and it's accessible. And I was able to format it and move data to it within Windows without the system crashing, which means it's obviously using that driver. And I checked Windows Update, and all the latest drivers are installed, including this RAID driver. So this BIOS update fixed the firmware on the RAID controller thing, or at least whatever problem was causing it. It might not have even been the firmware on the RAID controller. It could be something in the BIOS too, right? And I'm pretty sure it did something with the microcode. I wish I could confirm it though. I wish that there was like some way for me to like run a test beforehand, like before I did the BIOS update. I wish I had a test that would show me what the voltage, like what the voltage arc looked like throughout the whole test.
Oh yeah.
And then do the BIOS update and do another run and monitor the voltage using something like Riva Tuner or something like that, just monitoring the CPU voltage per core, because I would love to see the trends overlaid to see that something physically changed.
Yeah.
Because something had to change. There's no fucking way you go from a CPU being this unstable to suddenly being like it's a brand new out-of-box retail CPU that's like magically fine.
Right.
That makes no fucking sense. So I'm going to continue to test it. I'm going to set it up to run the test every like couple of weeks. I'm gonna run through the test. Like maybe I'll do it every like 2 weeks. I'll run through the test multiple times until it starts failing again. Because I believe it will start failing. Like it has to. Like there's the whole point was that the CPU physically gets damaged by that over voltage before the microcode update. Yeah, and once it's so damaged, it can, now, and they said that once it starts slipping, it just keeps going downhill. But what I'm wondering is, did they find a way to not only stabilize it to where it's no longer failing the test, but they also figured out how to prevent the degradation from going any further? And I'll only know that by running the test over and over and over again until it starts failing again. So I will say on a different note, if you disable kernel memory protection or whatever in Windows 11, that feature in your graphics driver crashes, it actually bug checks and reboots your box, whereas normally it just says your graphics driver crashed or your graphics driver reset. Yeah. I noticed that yesterday when I was fucking around with the latest Nvidia driver, and I was running some benchmarks and I was running some other graphical apps at the same time, and they were all fucking with each other. And I'm like, the computer reboots. Just not even like no blue screen, no error message, just reboots in the middle of everything. I'm like, okay, that's a little weird. So I go in and I look at the event log, and sure enough, it was able to log that there was an unexpected bug check. I went and looked it up, and it said that the number one cause for the specific bug check is drivers, and specifically NVIDIA graphics drivers. And the weird thing is normally when the NVIDIA graphics driver crashes, it doesn't take the whole system down anymore. Because Windows is sitting on like a virtualized layer and they're using that new driver architecture, it usually just says, oh, your video driver crashed, and the screens go black. They come back a couple seconds later, and it's like, oh, your video driver reset, down a little notification toast. Nope. Right. If you disable all those memory protection, the core isolation and memory protection features and shit, that seems to not happen anymore. It seems like when there's a problem with the driver, it just fucking shits the bed and takes the whole system down. So I'm not too happy with that. So now I have to pick between, do I want to be able to load my driver for my software-defined radio and for my backup software? Because those are the two drivers that won't load. Because they're, as soon as you enable that core memory isolation thing, it goes, nope, and it refuses to load these old drivers. Do I want those two things to work and have my driver crashing take out the whole system? Or do I want to not be able to use those two things and have a system that can recover from graphical driver crashes? Because we know NVIDIA drivers do crash quite frequently.
Yeah, sure.
Because like I'll ask in chat, like when was the last time you guys had a graphics driver crash with NVIDIA? Like where it showed where the screens just go black for a couple seconds, come back, and you got that little notification down the bottom of the screen that says, oh, your graphics driver reset or whatever. It's the equivalent of hitting, I think it's is it Windows Control Shift B? Is that the one that resets? I can't do it while we're streaming because I'll bug check my machine if I'm right. but it's like to reset the display driver. There's a hotkey that you can use. I got it set on my Stream Deck here. Let me see what it says. It's if any of you guys ever yeah, I was right. It's Control Shift Windows B. So if you hold down those 4 keys in Windows 11, it resets the graphics driver. Yeah. I haven't tried it because with all the stuff that I disabled, it looks like when the driver crashes. But what I'm hoping is that it was just the type of crash the driver had that took out the system, and maybe you can still reboot the driver. That's what I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. I'll find out after the live stream, but I'm not going to find out now. But yeah, if you ever have problems in a game where the graphics are all fucked up and wonky, or the screen's flickering, or you have issues where it's freezing, where the screen is freezing for multiple seconds, then unfreezing and freezing again. Yeah. Or you're in Windows and you notice that some of the windows are like turning black and they're not rendering anymore. These are common things that happen with fucking graphics drivers in Windows. Unfortunately, if you ever have that happen, you don't have to reboot the computer to fix it. Anything graphics drivers related, you just hit the Windows Control Shift B and your screens will go black for a couple seconds. And then they'll come back on, and you'll see a little thing down the bottom screen that says your graphics driver's been rebooted, and then usually the problems go away. Not always, but I've had some crazy ass problems where it's fixed them. Like where my mouse cursor has been corrupted. I've had it where windows are black and they're not rendering. I've been in a game before where you can hear the sound playing in the background, but it's just a frozen frame, like it doesn't animate anymore. all of those things I was able to recover and get working again just by doing the whole graphics driver reboot. And it didn't even crash the game. That was the cool thing about it, is like reset the graphics driver and then the game just started working, and it didn't require the game even to be rebooted. So there's just certain things that can happen, certain bugs that can happen in the video driver that just fuck with how things are rendered, especially on multi-monitor setups.
Right.
And that just resolves it. Another thing it's good for too is if you have problems with HDR. So Windows 11 notoriously has HDR issues. If you have an HDR display, if you just have one, you're probably okay. If you have one monitor, you're probably okay. But every multi-monitor setup I've ever seen, not just my own, but every multi-monitor setup I've ever seen with Windows 11 with HDR enabled, it has this problem where one or two screens will always look like dim and washed out. And you have to disable HDR, enable HDR, disable HDR, enable HDR. You just have to keep fucking doing it until magically you win the lottery and all three screens look right.
Ridiculous.
And it's a stupid fucking issue. It's got to be an Nvidia problem, because I haven't seen it happen on AMD machines. Please correct me in chat if you guys have an AMD graphics driver and you've had the same issue happen. But I've seen it only with Nvidia myself. And the only way to fix it is to either cycle HDR on and off, or keep rebooting the graphics driver.
Yeah.
Those are the two ways I've seen. And I have to do it with my system all the time. My system, I'll boot in, I'll enable HDR, one of the screens is dim, the other two are bright, and I'm like, fucking kill the driver, reset, kill the driver, reset, kill the driver, reset. That's why I made it a button on my Stream Deck, for crying out loud, so I can just keep cycling HDR and reset driver. They're right next to each other. And I just cycle them until magically all three monitors are now working, and then I just leave it alone until next time I reboot the computer, I have to go through it again. It's so fucking stupid. The Metalhead Man said, there are times when my display driver craps out so hard that using the hotkey causes a black screen, forcing me to restart the device manager, having my GPU disabled. Oh shit. I'm thinking that's more of a super hardware issue. That's not a software issue, man. Lewis Electric said, I'm seriously waiting for the following Windows release. Windows 11 is literally an experimental crash course. I do have to say this, though, and I hate giving Microsoft credit because they really don't deserve it. And Microsoft's like a shitty company and they need to go to hell and burn. But I do have to give them a tiny, tiny bit of credit this time that they actually did keep their word a little bit when they said that they were going to stop pushing the fucking Copilot AI shit so hard. They did back off on that a little bit. They said that they were going to focus on making Windows 11 less bloated and more performant, and they actually did do that. The last update that released to the public did significantly increase the responsiveness of the PC and the overall performance of the operating system. The other thing is there's a couple features that are still in the insider builds, but you can actually force enable them in the mainstream build using a tool. And let me see if I can find the tool here. I'll tell you guys about it, because it actually, the features are rock stable. I've been using them now for a couple days playing around. I haven't had any problems whatsoever. Let's see, where is it? I think I have it around here somewhere. So tab tools, scripts. Where is it? Tools. Maybe somebody in here. Is it Yara? Is that the tool? Hold on here. Is that it? And then help. Give me a second. Let me see if this is the tool. So mandatory arguments, Yara, pattern matching, Swiss Army knife. No, that's not the tool I'm thinking of. Shit. What is the name of it? Somebody in chat will know what I'm talking about. It's a GitHub tool written by like an old Microsoft employee insider that allows you to enable the flags for features on Windows 11 outside of the insider builds. This is driving me nuts. I literally just ran it the other day and I cannot for the life of me figure out where the hell I installed it. Because you don't really like install it conventionally. You install it using pip, I think, because it's I think it's a Python thing. Oh, what is it called? Shit. This is gonna drive me absolutely fucking nuts. When I figure it out later, though, I will tell you guys on Discord and the general channel. Because one of the features, there's like 3 or 4 features that are in the insider build right now that also exist in the mainstream build. You just have to enable them with flags. You can't do it with registry keys. You can't do it with group policy. You have to use this internal Microsoft flag system. And one of them speeds up the context menus and the start menu. And when I say speeds it up, it's like, you know, on Windows 11, you hit like the Windows key and it takes like a second or two sometimes for the start menu to pop up.
Sure. With
this flag enabled, it's instant. It's like, no, even right when the system's booting and everything's still loading, you even stare at that Windows key and the start menu pops right up. When you right click on the desktop or folders or anything like that, the context menu doesn't delay anymore. It pops up immediately. And I got to find this flag and tell you guys about it, because you just enable it and you reboot the computer and it's automatically on. And holy shit, did I notice a massive difference. Was it the guy who does the YouTube videos, Chris Titus Tech? No, it wasn't him. This person, as far as I know, this was like the only tool that they had on GitHub.
Okay.
And somebody else had told me about it. I didn't even know it existed, because I was like, wait a second. They're like, because I was like, those aren't in the mainstream build. They were talking about these features, and I was like, no, those are still in insider builds. Those haven't gone mainstream. And they're like, no, but you can enable them in the mainstream build. And first I was like, yeah, that doesn't sound right. But then I went and looked into it, and yeah, no shit. This actually, it did work. Like, the tool did enable the flags. You reboot. You can also disable the flags if you have issues with it. But what they did is they put it into the mainstream build, but they didn't enable it because they want to test it internally at Microsoft and see that it's stable before they start enabling it in the mainstream build. But it's already pre-deployed in there.
Okay.
Someone suggested that you use the tool on stream. Yes, that was it. Yep, that was it. It was the last stream I did. Somebody had mentioned the tool. And I was like, I don't think you can do that. And sure enough, it worked. And then there was a couple of other features enabled too that were also like performance related stuff. But I do have to say, Microsoft's actually made a decent effort at like making Windows 11 a lot more responsive, decreasing some of the bloat, yanking some of the AI shit back a little bit. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but the fucking Notepad had AI in it, for crying out fucking loud, right? Like, it was getting so bad that like AI was forced into Notepad. Now at least it's not forced. Now you can like choose to use it or not. It's still there, sadly, but they did back it off to where it's not like absolutely forced, where like every single app you open, you have to have Copilot and you have to use Copilot.
Good.
So, and they said that they're going to make an effort to not like, force Copilot down people's throats. It's not going to be, I think they even said, don't quote me on this, but I think they even said that they're not going to require it installed by default. It's going to be an optional install, because right now, if you do an install of, 25H2. So if you do an install of 25H2 from media, Copilot's installed automatically unless you disable it in a custom ISO. Which I did. If you use Rufus, by the way, if you guys ever create media to install Windows, use Rufus. Don't use the Microsoft install tool, because Rufus does something really fucking cool. Here, I'm going to open it so I can take you guys on. Yeah, so all you have to do in Rufus is either select the ISO you download from Microsoft, or you can go to download, click the download button, and select Windows, and it'll automatically download the ISO for you right inside of Rufus, so you don't have to go fuck with Microsoft and get the download link and do all that stuff. But either way, if you actually select the right ISO and Rufus recognizes it as an official Windows 11 ISO, and then you click start, like you're ready to flash the drive, you got your device selected and everything, you hit flash, it will open up a secondary menu that you normally don't see that gives you options specifically for Windows 11. And some of the options are actually pretty damn cool. Like you can disable required live account so that it'll boot into a local account, no live account at all. You can remove a bunch of features. You can disable telemetry entirely. You can disable checks for hardware requirements so that you can install Windows 11 on old hardware that's no longer supported, that you normally wouldn't be able to install on. It lets you install and it works just fine. You can disable the 16 gig memory requirement or whatever, because apparently you can run it fine on 8 on old computers. But anyways, there's a bunch of shit that you can like disable, and there's even an option in there for like older UEFI things, because I guess the latest version of Windows doesn't work so hot with like older UEFI installs, like the older ones on the old motherboards. And so you can use this like secondary mode where it's compatible, like it uses the old driver from the old version of Windows and like shims it into the new version. But it does some magic where you can install the latest version of Windows on like old shit hardware that's not supported anymore.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, but you can do that all with Rufus. So that's why I recommend, like, if you're going to create media for Windows 11, use Rufus, because then you go and do the install. You no longer have to be connected to the network. You no longer have to do the live account thing. Because I don't know if you know or not, but Microsoft disabled that backdoor before. We used to be able to just hit, was it Shift F10 or whatever?
Oh, you
during
can bring
install?
down the console and reboot it without you could skip the out of box experience stuff. Yeah,
exactly. They fucking disabled that. So now you have to pretty much, like, Rufus is pretty much the only way that I know of that you can still do that works. And I know it works because I just did it last week when I did the clean install of my machine. I created the media, I disabled all that shit, everything I possibly could create the media. I did the install. It flew through install. It flew through the out-of-box experience. It asked me like 3 questions instead of 20. It didn't ask me anything about telemetry. It didn't ask me to log into my live account. It didn't try to sell me Microsoft 365, whatever. It was just a much cleaner experience. And then what you can do is once you log into your local account, you can choose to open up like your Edge browser, or the Windows Store or the Xbox, and you can link those apps to Windows Live without linking your local account to Windows Live. And that way you still have a local account that you're logged into that isn't always tied to Microsoft. However, I will tell you, my God, dude, the way that they did the Windows Live versus local account thing is bullshit. It is so fucking broken and jank and like patched together. I hate it. So what they do is, even though you're not supposed to be able to use a local account anymore, like on a stock Windows 11 install from actual media, it pretty much forces you now to create and use a Windows Live account. And there's a lot of reasons why I don't like this. But even if you go through and you create that Live account, you'd think, okay, now my local account is my Live account, right? Like, no. It creates a local account and then links it to a Live account. So now you have a local account with a weird password that you don't know. And then you have a Live account with a password that you do know. And then if you change the password of the local account, like if you drop out and I think it's like net user password star or whatever, to like reset the password and put in a new password, it fucks everything. Like I was fucking with this the other day, and yeah, it fucked everything up. I had to backtrack through a bunch of steps to like fix it and relink the account by changing the local account password that was linked at the OS level to my Live account. It just fucked everything up. Jeez. So yeah, even though you like open the start menu and it says, oh, you're under your Live account, it shows your Live account name. You open up the user settings and it says your Live account email address and everything. Even your login is your Live account. Even though all that shit's there, there's still a local user account that you can see. I think you type, like, if you drop out the command prompt, type net space users. So net space users, and it'll list all the users on your computer. And you'll see the local account name, not the Windows Live account name. So like in my case, it just says Jerry because my local account name was Jerry. But good fucking luck trying to figure out the password for that if you didn't, put in you didn't change the password yourself before you linked it to your Live account. Yeah, right. It's like they do some fucking weird thing internally. Yeah, it's like they think that you'll never need access to that account or something. It's super bullshit. And then the other thing is like the administrator account. Remember how you used to be able to set the administrator account password and log in as admin? That's gone now too. When Windows 11 installs, it still creates an administrator account. It still installs that administrator account, but you just can't log into it because it doesn't have a password assigned to it. Now, I think you can reset the administrator password and then you can log in as that account or use that account to run shit under. But it's like, what's the fucking password for the admin account by default? It never lets you set it. So in Linux, you get to set the root password. In Windows, you used to get to set the admin password. Not anymore. Has anybody else ever noticed that? Now you install Windows 11, it's like where you used to have the admin account, and you'd set the admin password, and then you'd create the user accounts after that. Now you don't. The admin account's just created for you with some random ass fucking password that only Windows knows. And I'm sure it's using it for like all kinds of services and shit like that it doesn't want to run a system but wants to run as administrator. Like, but I don't get it. And then you have an administrator group, which grants the permissions to the administrator account. And you can grant those permissions to your local account so that you're an administrator with your normal account, whether it's live or local or not. So why is there even an administrator account at all? Like, why does the administrator's account even exist anymore? It must be like a compatibility thing or something, because it shouldn't exist. Because if your local account that you create is already a member of the administrators group, which it is, then I don't get it. Why the fuck would you do that? Or actually, maybe it isn't, because you know what? Actually, I don't think it is, because you get the UAC dialogues all the time, and you wouldn't if you were running as administrator. So hold on, I think I might be wrong on that. Hold on, your net users, me. Okay, let's see what I am. It says, okay, nope, local group authority memberships, administrators. So yeah, no, my local account is an admin account. So, and it still pops up the Lua dialogues. I know why it does that, though. When I say Lua, or I mean like UAC, it's the little dialogue that pops up that says, oh, this requires administrative rights. Do you want to allow it to do allow or no? That thing's built into Windows and has been in Windows forever. I remember people hated it so much when it first came out. But it's to prevent computers from trying to use privileges in the background to do destructive things to the system without you knowing about it. It basically forces you to authorize it. It's kind of like the equivalent of when Linux asks for sudo permission, right? Like you have to do a super user, otherwise it won't proceed, or the program itself will ask you to enter the admin password because it triggers something that requires admin privileges. Okay. Let's see here. James Janus said, speaking software, I know should be held responsible for broken updates for critical apps. What real
that's a part
the
2.
Photoshop or Autodesk CAD? Oh, sorry, I thought I was reading part 1 there.
My bad. No, you did.
I know it's hard to go after code, but like some software, there's like no alternative, and like jobs, industries, entire companies, if it breaks, they're screwed.
Yep.
I agree. I was just talking about this earlier with Macrium Reflect. Could you imagine if you're a company with like 5,000 licenses, because this is a per seat application, you have to buy a license for every physical machine. Imagine if you bought all those licenses and you're backing up your whole infrastructure and everything, and then Windows releases an update that just breaks it. Yep. Just says, nope, doesn't work anymore. They're responsible for changing their code so that it works again. Not a problem. I think that's a big issue. RCT Pav UK said you can disable that, but some dumb software just stops working. Crysis 3, for example, from EA Launcher won't even start. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, you can disable UAC. Like if you actually open up the search bar and you type UAC, it'll bring up a thing that says change user account control settings. I recommend not doing it, but you can. Like right now by default it says notify me when apps try to make changes to my computer by default. And then it says recommended use for familiar apps and visit familiar websites. But if you drop down a peg, then it says notify me when apps make changes to my computer, but don't dim the desktop. What this means is, if you've ever noticed when your desktop dims and you get that dialog that pops up asking you to approve or deny, what it's actually doing is opening that dialog on a different window station. So basically a different virtual desktop somewhere else. And then it's putting a screenshot of your desktop behind it when it popped up, and what that does is that prevents automation from being able to touch it. Now, if you back it off, if you move it down a peg where it says don't dim your desktop, and I think it's stupid that they say, oh, it doesn't dim your desktop, like you're not making a huge change. No. It's not just not dimming your desktop. It's opening this window on the main window station, which means now automation can touch it. Which means if you're developing a virus, you could just add the send keys to just answer your own dialogue, and then that defeats the whole purpose. So you don't want to lower that setting. If you lower that setting, you might as well just turn it off at that point because it's not doing you any good. And then if you turn it off entirely, then apps will never ask to make changes to your computer. They'll just do it. Like as long as your account is a member of the administrators group, anything you do, no matter how destructive it is, the computer, it'll just fucking let you do it. And then the alternative is if you crank it up to 11, which is the very, very top setting, it'll say, always notify me when apps try to install software or make changes to the computer, or if I make changes to the Windows settings. So then it gets like super noisy and verbose, and no matter what you do, it pops up even when it's not a destructive setting. So I'd say just leave it where it is, the recommended area where it pops up and it dims the desktop. The only time I would say lower it from that is if you notice that it takes forever to pop up, like some really slow computers. It'll take like 5 or 10 seconds for that dialogue to pop up, and it's because it's switching to different window station, and then it's like bringing screenshotting, putting the desktop back. It does a whole bunch of extra shit it doesn't really need to do, but the reason it's doing it is to protect from automation attacks. So that's why. But they don't say that in the description. It's like, oh, do you want to make it faster by not dimming your desktop? We don't recommend you do this. Why do you not recommend to do this? Like, it's faster. Like, if it's faster and it doesn't need the dimmed desktop, doesn't that make it better? Like, why would I want it? But they're not saying that there's a lot more complexity behind it. It blocks automation from trying to answer its own dialogue. Because in the beginning, you used to be able to do that. Like, I remember when I worked at Microsoft, I wrote automation, a lot of automated test scenarios. And the automated test scenarios themselves built into them would answer their own UAC dialogues. So what we do is when we installed the computer, we'd lower the UAC level down a notch, during the automated install. And that way we could just answer the dialogue. Now, people were like, well, why don't you just disable the dialogue altogether? Well, that doesn't represent the average user experience, right? The average user experience, people need to click on that. So we needed to make that a part of the end-to-end test case, which is do the thing, wait for the pop-up, answer the pop-up, make sure it does the thing, and make sure it does it within like the time it's allotted so that it's not slowing down so much that we need to look into a bug or something like that. But yeah, we used to just answer the dialogue ourselves. And then that was early on in the project. You could do that no matter what the setting was. But then they realized very quickly, they're like, well, wait a second. If our automation could just answer the dialogue, that defeats the whole purpose of having it. So if you can do it, then anybody else can do it. So then they implemented the whole, move it to different window station, do the gray background. Now nothing can automate it, because if automation tries to look for that window it won't find it because it's not really there at the programmatic level. Let's see here. Some software automatically updates, so you have no choice about controlling updates. For some, won't even let you use it without updating. So that's bad. No, I agree. I think it's stupid. I feel like I almost feel like this is kind of in alignment a little bit with the whole stop killing games initiative. It's like stop killing software initiative.
Yeah.
Like if you're paying for a license for some software and it doesn't exclusively depend on something online, like it's not dependent on a server to function, then that company shouldn't be allowed to force shit down on you that you don't want, especially when it breaks you. Like if they make a change that breaks something, or the operating system it runs under makes a change that rejects it, the onus should be on that company to make sure that that software continues to function, at least for that operating system. But, you know, maybe if a new operating system comes out, then yeah, maybe, you know, then it's like, oh, you got to get new software because this one doesn't support that anymore, whatever. But I hate how Windows 11, they keep adding all these breaking features that fuck up all this existing software. And then they expect they expect these companies that don't even exist anymore and these programs that aren't even being maintained anymore, like somebody's going to go and fix it. It's like, no, there's nobody there to fix it. Yeah, everybody's still using it. Remember the Adobe shit is a great example. Adobe's still around today. They're still making software, but how many times has Windows fucking just straight up broken Adobe shit where it doesn't work, and then Adobe's like takes forever to fix it? You know, it's like, so everybody's just fucked during that interim time. And Adobe Creative Cloud requires you to do the update. Like if you try to use the program and it's like, oh, an update's available, and you don't use the update, then it breaks all the connectivity between you and the cloud and your projects, and you can't access your shit in the cloud, and you can't use the extra features and the AI features and stuff. That's fucking stupid. They really need to stop doing that. And especially when it's a piece of software where they're updating it like every week, it seems like there's a new update that could potentially break everything.
Right.
So yeah, I'm 100% on board with that.
It's super annoying.
And I fucking hate that Microsoft keeps adding all the, now granted, they want to try to, I mean, the reason for it is protection. That's why they keep doing all this like kernel protection shit, that little shield down. I mean, that's what they say. True. I mean, it's like, do you really trust them? But like if you look under like the firewall, they've added a bunch of new shit. The app and browser control shit, they've added a bunch of stuff. The device security stuff, they've added so much shit there under core isolation, security processor, data encryption. I hate that they enable BitLocker by default now. I think that's the dumbest shit ever, which by the way, with Rufus, you can disable BitLocker. With Rufus, you can say, no, I don't want BitLocker enabled by default. Don't even enable that shit. Because normally, if you want to disable BitLocker, you have to go in and disable it after the fact. And then it has to go through and decrypt all your files, which takes forever and is a pain in the ass. But like I was saying earlier, I have to disable, when this used to work just fine a year or two ago, now in Windows 11, to get my backup software to work, I have to disable memory integrity. I have to disable kernel mode hardware enforcement stack protection, and I have to disable the Microsoft vulnerable driver block list. And I have to disable those 3 features in the operating system that didn't even fucking exist a year or two ago, just so that I can load my driver for my software-defined radio, which is a little piece of hardware that does exactly what you think. It just picks up radio waves within certain frequencies, and you can like decrypt them and do things with it. Yep. Really, really fun, by the way. Best $20 you could ever spend on Amazon. Get one of these little software-defined radios. You can like listen to broadcasts from the International Space Station as it's flying over and shit. It's really fucking cool. So anyways, to get that to work in Windows, you have to disable all these protections, and to get my fucking backup software to work so I can mount an image and like look at files. Because like let's say I do a backup of my computer, and then I do a differential backup, and then I do a couple incremental backups. And they all stack together to create one cohesive, full restore image of my entire system. And however many partitions I want, right? Let's say I want to go dig something out of there. I don't want to have to restore the whole thing to the system. There's just one file in my backup that I need to go back and recover because I deleted it or something. Well, in order to do that, you need to be able to mount the image. Well, this image is in this proprietary fucking format that Macrium Reflect uses. So they have their own mini driver. This is like a mini driver is like, think of like a software driver that doesn't do anything with hardware. It does something with software. So you load mini drivers on top of real drivers. So my real driver tells my computer how to access the physical hard drive. A mini driver sits on top of that and would tell the computer how to like interpret a file system. So like, let's say, you know, Windows driver supports NTFS and FAT32 and FAT and exFAT and all that. Well, this would add support for Macrium Reflects, you know, file system by putting another layer on top of that in a mini driver. Well, I can't load the mini driver because Windows won't let me with its new fucking security features because it's too old and it's on the block list for whatever fucking reason. So I have to disable all this shit so I can load that, just so I can right click on one of my backup images and say mount this as a drive, and now I can open that drive and dig into it and grab the file that I need. And it's actually really handy because, like I said earlier, you do a full backup and then you do this incremental backup thing, and you might have 30 incremental backups. Those all have to stack together to create the original image because each one just has the changes. So that'd be really complicated to figure out how to like mount that. It's not just one file that you just mount and look through. It's like a whole stack of files that all have to be like stacked perfectly on top of each other and to make one cohesive image in memory. And that's what this driver does. So you can click anywhere, any one of those incremental updates over that 30 days, you click it, and it will take that incremental update and take every one above it and stack it together all the way up to the main file and then give you one view of the entire file system. So now you can go in and pull just one file out of your images from all your partitions and just yank it over and use it. And I think that's cool as shit. I think that's the greatest thing ever. But you know what Macrium says? Macrium's like, why don't you just upgrade to V8? Why don't you just pay us again for another license and get version 8? You're on version 7. That's old. Come upgrade to V8, even though version 7 was released for Windows 11 and we're still on Windows 11. They're like, upgrade to V8. I almost upgraded to V8, and I'm glad I didn't, because you know what? I was talking to one of my followers over on Discord, and they're like, oh, I have Macrium V8, and the fucking driver doesn't work in Windows 11 either. So then I confirmed that the V8 driver doesn't work. So Macrium's like, oh, we have Macrium X, which is this enterprise version that costs even more per license. And we fixed our driver for that. So I can pay a shitload of money to skip 8 and go to Macrium X, which now has this fancy fucking driver that works. But I know the company abandons all their drivers whenever they rev the version, even if they don't do anything new or fix anything. They just change the UI a little bit. So if I buy that license, they're ultimately, Windows is going to change something. That driver's going to get fucked again, and they're going to have to make me buy it again. And I'm like, I'm getting sick of doing that. I don't want to buy the same piece of software over and over and over again. It's starting to feel like GTA 5 all over again, where it's like GTA 5 is probably the single piece of software I've bought more than any other software. Like, I've seriously bought more copies of fucking GTA than I have Windows. Like, it's fucking insane. I bought it for fucking Xbox. I bought it for PlayStation 4. I bought it for PlayStation 5. I bought it for PC. I have like 5 fucking copies of that I paid. I probably paid $250 for fucking GTA licenses over the years. And it's like, and I'm getting sick of paying over and over again for the same goddamn piece of software. It's super fucking annoying. Oh, hey, what are you linking to? What are these?
Oh, somebody was looking for how to pull their key from a Windows 8.1 install, and I remember Jelly Bean. That's what I've used in the past.
Okay.
But it's been a long time since I've had to pull a product key for Windows. And then Louis Electric said Nersoft Produ key. I would probably go with the Nersoft one because Nersoft has a bunch of really cool tools that are just stupid simple.
Dude, Nersoft's awesome.
Nersoft has all kinds of cool stuff. I haven't used Jelly Bean since like Windows 7. So
there's another option too. If you guys have ever heard of a bootable thumb drive called Hiren's Boot CD.
Oh yeah.
I know they call it Boot CD, but it can be on a thumb drive too. Okay. But Hiren's actually has an entire suite of tools for extracting product keys. So like if you want to extract your product key, because here's the thing, people think the product key is stored within Windows 11. It's not. It's actually stored in your UEFI.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Have you ever noticed, like, when you reinstall Windows on a machine that previously had Windows installed on it with a license activated, it just automatically picks up the product key? Like, you don't have to enter it again during install. It just magically fucking knows. The reason it knows is because it looks in UEFI, and if it sees that file in UEFI, it just picks it up and runs with it. Nice. And somebody broke the encryption a long time ago, and Microsoft can't change the encryption without breaking a bunch of other shit, right? So now you can just extract your product key. If you ever buy a computer that has a Windows install on it, and you don't know what the product key is because they ripped it off the case or never put the sticker on there, just boot in Hiren's. I mean, there's also utilities like the Nersoft utilities where you can just pull it directly inside of Windows. But if you can't log in for whatever reason, or the account, before you wipe it, just go pull that fucking key out. And before because if you reflash the BIOS, I think it erases it. Some BIOS flashes will erase the UEFI before they install. And if that's the case, then you'll lose that in Windows. But then in that case, Windows will just automatically restore it, because Windows does store a copy of it locally too. But if you reinstall and UEFI does not have that key in it, then it'll prompt you for it, and it'll want you to put in a key. As a matter of fact, if I remember right, I think it prompts you for a key no matter what. But if you say, I don't have a key, and then you boot into Windows, it'll search it and find it. And if it finds it, it's automatically activated. Because that's what happened with my box. Sure. Okay. I reinstalled and I clicked, I don't have a key, because I don't have one sitting on my desk or whatever. I'm like, I'll enter it later. And then as soon as I logged into my account, it said my system was activated. So it automatically had my key. And by the way, you don't even really need your key anymore, because Microsoft gives 0 fucks if you pirate Windows 11.
Yeah, dude.
They fucking
you can leave it unactivated forever. It doesn't matter.
Microsoft literally owns GitHub, and there's like 500 GitHub projects that activate Windows 11. And one of the activation techniques actually uses Microsoft's own documented means for activating Windows. Like if you go look in MSDN, they give you a product key. They give you a way to connect to a server to activate like VMs. Like if you want to install VMs with Windows 11, they tell you this whole activation process that will fully activate the operating system. You just have to redo it every 6 months, and it's like basically free for developers. You can do the same thing without a VM, just to your main Windows, and it works just fine. You can also point your computer to a third-party activation server like VM9 or VM8 or whatever over under, was it Windows? What's the name of the server? There's a server out there that just does activations. That's all it does. That's out on the internet. You basically hit it and it says, yeah, your Windows is legit. And then Windows is activated forever. You're done.
Well, there you go.
Here, let me see if I can find it. I'll give it to everybody, because here's the thing. Microsoft does not want you on Windows 8. They don't want you on Windows 10. They want you on Windows 11 because they get so much telemetry.
Yep.
So much telemetry that, like, for them, they would rather you be on Windows 11 for free than not on Windows 11 at all. The only people Microsoft gives a flying fuck about are the people that are selling activations that aren't purchased. Like if they're selling activations without purchasing them from Microsoft, then Microsoft will go after them all day long. But people who are just activating their own shit, they encourage it. They want you to fucking do that stuff. Because they don't want you on Windows 10. Because the longer you're on Windows 10, the longer they have to support that shit and worry about security stuff. They do not want you on there. Let me see. Windows 11. If you just go to GitHub, you just do a search for Windows 11 activation. I shit you not. There are pages upon pages upon pages. And if I sort by best match, the very first one is Windows Activator for Windows 11 and Windows 10. And it's like, oh,
easy.
How do you do it? Oh, drop out to the command line, run this tool that's in box, run this other tool that's in box, boom, you're activated. You don't even have to fucking use a third-party utility. You don't have to run any shady script. Nothing. You're quite literally just running what is already in box in Windows. Boom. Like here, I'll show you guys. This is the very first thing that comes up on GitHub. I just put a link in chat. Easy. But if you look at this, it's literally like, look, there's no tool to download. There's no script. Like there is an activator bat, like somebody created a batch file that calls the commands for you. But you also can just, it shows you step by step how to do it yourself. It's like you literally call the slmgr.vbs script that's in box. It's the one that does the volume activation. It even tells you how to, get your additions. So you know what additions installed on your computer with DISM Online, get target additions. And then you literally just run this scconfig license manager, make sure that's started, make sure your activation service is started. They're usually always on, but they make you do it anyways. And then you just call change PK to change your product key. Change PK exe. It's built in to change your product key. They even give you the product key to put in. This is straight out of MSDN, by the way. And then as soon as you enter that product key, all you do is just fucking reboot the computer and you're done and you're automatically activated. And then the next step, there's two steps. The second method is you literally just point your activation server to kms8.msguides.com, which even though it's called MS Guide, that's not owned by Microsoft. But KMS, so Key Management Service 8, msguides.com, and then you call slmgr/ATO, and it automatically activates your Windows off their activation server. So you have two ways to do it. You can either activate it locally, or you can activate it using their volume licensing server. But either way, once it's activated for good. You don't ever have to fuck with it again. And that's like, there's like 20 other projects on here that do activation various different ways. There's a way to activate where you don't have to touch any servers. You don't have to use the MSDN code. Like you can literally activate Windows without any product key at all. But I recommend not doing the hacky methods that use third-party tools. Just pick the key management service and just be done with it.
There you go.
And then as soon as you do that, it'll pop on the screen and say, your Windows is now activated. And then if you open up, what is it, like, not WinVer. If you open up WinVer, and then at the bottom, it'll say, this product is licensed, under the Microsoft Software License Term 2. And in my case, it says username and org name, because I never put a username or org name in. So it just says, this is licensed to username and org name. So,
there you go.
But yeah, by the way, I do actually have a legit license, though, for this machine and my other machine and my other machine. You know why? Because I worked at Microsoft for 15 years and I got about 17,000 product keys before I left. So yeah, Microsoft literally gave us access to MSDN as a part of our working there. And it's the Microsoft developer network, and it allows you to get so many product keys every day for various different products for testing and all kinds of stuff. And so every day I would max it out. For like the last year I worked there, every day I'd go there, max out 5 more keys, 5 more keys, 5 more keys, put them in a spreadsheet.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, I probably got like a fucking 1,000, Windows 10 keys. And then the Windows 10 keys can be used to activate Windows 11 too, by the way. So because they don't care, because Windows 10 to Windows 11 is a free upgrade. So if you use a Windows 10 key, it just goes, oh, that's cool. That's cool. I'll use that. That's fine. That's good enough.
There we go.
I don't know if you can type in a Windows 8 key directly, but I know that you can install and basically say you want to do an upgrade and then give it the media for Windows 8 and then put in the Windows 8 key and then it'll do the install in place upgrade to Windows 11.
Oh, okay,
so,
okay.
but
Nice.
honestly, now I bet you I would bet money that if you go back now and just do a regular Windows 11 install with the latest version, you could probably put in a Windows 8 key, an 8.1, a Windows 10, Windows 11. I bet you any of those keys would work.
Probably.
I'd be shocked if they didn't. Yep. Craig Wilson said KMS activation is for 180 days and it calls back to reactivate the LMS host to remain activated. That is true. I did forget about that. No, Craig Wilson is right. After 180 days, it does do, but it does in the background against the MS Guide server. And that MS Guide server's been up for like 10 years. So the odds of you not getting that activation on the second time, but if you don't, it'll tell you. It'll pop up on the screen and literally tell you that it couldn't reach the key management server. And if that happens, you know what you do? You just go back to option 1. You just do the local activation. But honestly, it says, let's see here. So yeah, change product key, enter this product key, wait 100%, and then the error, this is normal, needs to happen. When you get the error, just click exit and reboot your PC. Now you get a message running updates, and it's installing features. Just wait until it's done. You'll see Windows 10 or 11 Pro is installed. May show, oh, that's for the upgrade to Pro. Never mind. That's for if you need to upgrade your edition to Professional. There is another way to do an activation, though, where you don't need the key management server. I just use it because it's convenient. But there are other ways to activate Windows 11 that do not require the key management server. And I'm trying to find, there's a really popular one that I used a while back on GitHub. It literally has like tens of thousands of stars too. So it's like everybody and their brother's using it. And by the way, these have all been reported to Microsoft, and Microsoft purposefully doesn't remove them because they want people actually using them. Yeah. Let's see here. Is that one use foreign server? Hold on here. Yeah, that one uses KMS too. It looks like most of them do use KMS, but there was a tool that I used a couple of years ago. I need to find it again, but it has a little menu. It's a PowerShell script, and it pops up with a menu that has like 5 different options. And it'll be like key management server. This is how often it redoes it. Then this other method that, you know, it's a full year instead of 180 days. And then there's one that requires no reactivation ever again, like for the duration of the entire install. And I want to find that one again because that was actually really handy dandy. But you got to be careful. And the reason I don't want to recommend that one to anybody is because you got to be really careful with GitHub these days. So many of these projects have viruses in them,
right?
And malware. Like seriously, unless you know what you're doing, do not fuck with GitHub projects. Like if the GitHub project is just telling you like what commands to run and you look at the script and you understand what it's doing, then you're okay if you understand what it's doing. But if it's doing shit that you do not understand what it's doing and you look it up, unless you look it up and verify what it's doing, don't fuck with it. Because especially if it's an executable, don't fucking touch it. Because by the way, GitHub does allow you to just upload executables and fucking zip files with executables and just send them to people. So don't ever trust that shit. I mean, even on projects that are highly trusted with tens of thousands of stars, all it takes is one contributor slipping something in that nobody notices, and then it gets distributed to thousands of people. And what people have been doing lately is infecting projects with worms that then go infect other projects. So like if you download something from GitHub and you have projects under your GitHub account that you're a contributor to, it will use your account now to infect all those projects. And there was a couple really bad ones that have happened over the last 3 months. I want to say it was like 2 or 3 over the last 3 months that have infected literally hundreds of projects that have taken out thousands of systems. So, and if it didn't take out the system, it backdoored the shit out of it. So there's a lot of systems out there that have backdoors that have no fucking idea that people are just running around in the background on their computer, using their computer for all kinds of fucking malicious shit. So, and it's really hard to find that stuff once it's on there, honestly. Like, you can't rely on Windows Defender to find shit because most of this malware, or I shouldn't even call it malware. In this case, it'd be a Trojan. But most of these Trojan viruses, they present as regular applications. Like, they look like a legitimate applications that's doing legitimate things over the network. Like Defender doesn't look at, not Proxmox, what am I thinking? Proton. Like Windows doesn't look at Proton, and Defender doesn't go, oh, Proton's bad because it allows external connections to the desktop to log in and control the computer. So unless the software is specifically signatured so that Defender looks at it and goes, oh, we know this to be a bad thing, isolated immediately, which it's not going to know unless it's widely publicly known that that's a virus.
Right.
it's going to be a sneaky Pete and get in on everybody. So just beware. Don't fuck around with GitHub stuff too hard unless you know what's going on. Even the trust. That's the thing, is you can't even trust the big projects. Like, you still got to go in and be like, like, go look at the issues. Like, go to the issue panel, look around, see what people are talking about. Go back through the change list, see if new contributors have come on board. But even then, you can't be sure, because a contributor's account could be hacked. A contributor, one of the people that fucking did one of these backdoor dealy boppers, they were a legitimate contributor, like, that was celebrated on the project for like 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Literally was like fixing bugs and doing real work, and then 6 months later, once they earned everybody's trust, they slipped in this fucking backdoor and nobody even noticed because they trusted him. Nobody even thought to like check him. Nobody ever looked at the update. Nothing. They were just like, oh, whatever. He's trustworthy. He's been doing good work for 6 months.
Right.
And that's the problem, is you get these fucking sleeper agents on these projects, and then they go infect a bunch of other people, then go infect a bunch of other projects. And then it's like, once you run that shit, it's too late. And a lot of this stuff won't even register under, like, another thing too is, before you run anything, run it through VirusTotal. VirusTotal.com, I cannot recommend that enough. Also, you can install VirusTotal CLI. I think it was it. Let me see if I can install it. It's winget install VirusTotal. Let me see if it's under winget. You might have to use pip. I prefer to use winget over pip if I can, just because it's easier to uninstall. Okay, let me do pip install VirusTotal. No shit, come on. Pip install VirusTotal. It might be VirusTotal CLI. I can't. No, there it goes. No, it's installing. So VirusTotal has a CLI that you can install. Wait, failed to build VirusTotal when getting the requirements build wheel? Ooh, I'll have to look into that. That might be an incompatibility with my version of Python I have on here. Hold on. What Python version am I running? Oh, 3.14. Nothing supports 3.14. Never mind. 3.12. What is it? Pip install VirusTotal. I have the wrapper installed. It's like, have you ever used, do you do anything with Python?
No.
So anybody that does anything with Python, there's a couple different ways that you can do Python environments, like to manage different versions of Python, right? You can install multiple versions of Python and then go find that Python binary, run it, and then create a virtual environment. And then when you run the virtual environment, it opens that version of Python. Always put shit under virtual environments, by the way. Never just install Python on your system globally and just run everything under one Python instance. You'll run into dependency hell. It'll eventually just be so mucked up it won't even work. So virtual environments are one way to go. The other way to go is using Conda or Anaconda to create environments. But my favorite way to do it now is to use Python created a tool. I don't know if it's only on Windows, though. They created a tool just called Py. And you install Py, and it's basically just a version manager for Python. So nice. You run py space, and then you can do like install, and then you can install any version of Python. You just type the version number. So Python space install space, version 3.14, 3.12, 3.10, 3.8. All these have different compatibility issues with different projects on GitHub. And then if you want to create a virtual environment, all you do is run py space dash 3. Whatever version you want, and then space, and then your command line like you normally would to Python, and it'll create that virtual environment for that version of Python. And then anytime you activate it, it will automatically go to the right version of Python and everything and use all of its dependencies. And that way you can have you'd have 20 versions of Python installed on your system, and they're all nicely bifurcated and they're all easily accessible. You don't have to go switch out fucking path statements and stuff. It's really cool. I just started using it. Like on all my previous installs, I've always used Conda, which is like mini Conda, the baked cut down version of Anaconda. Okay. But it's kind of heavyweight. The way it manages dependencies is really bloated. It has issues. It does some cool stuff too, but it has issues overall. I just found it just easier just to create the virtual environments under the different versions of Python, and then everything has its own little happy place that it plays in with its own dependencies and everything. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. So check it out. It's just Py. It's in the Microsoft Store. You can install it via winget. Super, super cool stuff. But anyways, the VirusTotal thing. If you install the VirusTotal CLI, maybe is a VirusTotal CLI. Let me try CLI. VirusTotal CLI. Dash CLI. Yeah, no, that's not it. I'm trying to figure out, because it says it can't install it because of a dependency thing, but I'm thinking it's probably because I'm using Python 3.14, which nothing supports, by the way. I don't know of anything out there that supports Python 3.14 yet. Let's see here. How do I install VirusTotal CLI under Windows? Let me see. I think I'm getting the name wrong, maybe. So VirusTotal, you can install directly Oh, it looks like they want you to install it directly. They don't want you to use pip at all.
Oh,
They want you to use its own installer on GitHub. GitHub virus total CLI 2026. VT commands. How do I, does it say how to install it? It wants you to use curl, actually. It looks like for Linux. Oh, that's for Linux. Never mind. For Windows, it wants you just to download it directly. But here's the link. Let me get it for everybody here. Copy URL. There you go. There's the virus total CLI. And this actually is one of virus total's actual projects. So should be safe. I say should. Here, I'll be the guinea pig for you guys.
It's like as your machine breaks again.
Right. As that fucking just goes offline. There we go. Oh, cool. It doesn't even have an installer. It's just a single executable, and you just put it wherever you want. So let me go into C tools. I'm going to dump it in my tools folder. All right. So now it should automatically be in the path. So if I type VT, yep, there it goes. Okay, now I got it. It's working now. So yeah, and then you just run VT-exe and you do the authentication. So you create an account on VirusTotal. It'll give you an API key. You put the API key in for authentication of VT, and then you never have to enter it again. Once you do that, it's authenticated. And then anywhere on your computer, anytime, you can do VT scan, you can do VT search, you can do VT, all kinds of shit. You can point at any file, you can point it at a folder, and it'll just locally go through all the files. And I think you get, it's like 3,000 like analyses a month per API key or something for free before you have to pay for it. But this way you don't have to open the website. You don't have to drag and drop the file on the website and then like dig through and look at the results. You can just locally, as a part of your file system, as part of your scripted stuff, you can just have everything inspected by VirusTotal automatically. You can even set it up. You can go into scheduled tasks. Like, I didn't notice this, but Microsoft made the task scheduler so fucking advanced compared to the last time I played with it, like years and years and years ago. Now you go into the task scheduler and like, there's so many different triggers that you can do. I believe there's even a trigger now where you can actually trigger on file creation or file deletion. So you can basically say, run this task if you see a file created. So let me see. It's like under triggers here. Let me see what kind of triggers can I do. Let me hit new. So I can do, or sorry, not triggers, actions. There we go. So what actions can I do? Start a program, send an email, display a message, and then triggers I can do on a schedule, at logon, at startup, on idle, on an event, at task creation or modification, on connection to user session, on disconnection from user station, on workstation lock and workstation unlock. So I'm going to go on an event, and then under the event, I can do anything in the event log, like application, capture analytics, data. I mean, there's literally thousands and thousands of options, but I'm sure one of those options is of on file creation. Yeah. So you can like do on file creation, and then you can actually say that anytime a file is created in such and such folder, for instance, or system wide, run VT against it. Now, I wouldn't recommend doing that personally, because that would be very, very heavy if every single file on your computer that gets created, has to go through VirusTotal. But you could just take one folder. You could take one folder and create an event that says any file that's created in this folder, just automatically scan it with VT and then give me a report. And then anytime you download something, just download it into that folder. It'll automatically get scanned and give you a report. And then you know what you're fucking with is, somewhat safe.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
VirusTotal maps back to multiple AV producer databases. It does a lot of them too. Like I want to say VirusTotal probably has 50 different virus engines that it uses for scanning. And not only does it use those different virus engines to scan, it also creates a virtual machine on their side. It creates a virtual machine with the environment that runs that binary. And then they literally run those binaries in that environment to see if it triggers anything. And then they monitor file creation, they monitor memory, they monitor everything to see if it's doing anything wonky. So they don't just look at the binary and like decompile it to figure out what the binary is doing. They physically run it in like a sandbox to see if it tries to like go out and grab other resources that it didn't see it go out and grab before. Or if it tries to do some like weird fucking decryption thing from like base 64 or something like that, it allows them to catch it. And so I'm actually shocked VirusTotal can give that service away for free as much as they do, considering how heavy it is. Because imagine the data center that's required for all the people hitting that every day and having to create all these individual little like Docker containers and shit and like run this stuff in it. And it seems like a lot of work. And considering how long it takes to do some of these scans if it's the first time. Yeah. And then once it scans the binary, unless you tell it to rescan, it will just give you back the results. So only one scan has to happen per binary. And then if you're the second guy that comes along and says, hey, is this binary safe? It just gives you back that report because of course it's bit for bit perfectly the same. So there's no way that one would be different than the other. You know what I mean? So it can come back and do that. However, you still have to consider that there's situations where it could go out to an external resource and like pick up something that could be malicious. Like scripts will sometimes not have the malicious code inside of them. Like one of the things PowerShell scripts do, and this is why PowerShell scripts are disabled by default. If you ever wonder why like PowerShell scripts don't just run automatically without you explicitly running a command saying that yes, PowerShell scripts can run on my computer. The reason for that being is, one, PowerShell scripts can touch anything and do anything. They're like fucking God mode hack, right? But the other reason why is PowerShell scripts can skip by Defender really, really easily, because PowerShell has a feature in it where you can literally download PowerShell, or you can download executable, like literally an EXE's data into memory, and then build it into an EXE in memory and execute it without it ever touching the file system. And that's like super dangerous because Windows Defender only scans files that are created in the file system. So if you have a script and Windows Defender looks at it and it goes, oh, the script just goes to some website and it downloads something and it has like some execute commands in it, which are common. They're used all the time. Then you don't know. It could go out and pick up something completely benign at first. And then later on, they swap that out on the website with the virus once enough people have it installed. And now it'll go out and grab that, and Defender will have no fucking clue, because normally it would create the file to run and then Defender would immediately interject and stop it from executing because it go, oh, this matches a virus signature. It's doing something naughty. But PowerShell does this trick where it's running it in memory. Like it'll actually fire off a thread running the code that has the virus in it, like decode it and run it right in memory without it ever touching a file. And that becomes super duper dangerous. And a lot of PowerShell scripts will do this thing now where they just go into AI and say, obfuscate this like 30 levels deep. And what it'll do is it'll create a wrapper to base 64 wrapper to another script that's a wrapper to another script that's a wrapper to another script. And it's like 30 levels of decryption and decoding of various different like base 64 and different encryption types and stuff like that, and encoding types, until it gets down to the end. And then that's the final code that actually runs in memory. Damn. And so when Defender looks at it, it just looks like a script with a bunch of fucking like, it thinks it's like an icon or something encoded in the file as data. And it has no idea, you know? Dratman said, will you ever get the ham radio license? Possibly. I don't know if my neighbor has a ham radio. That'd be funny if me and my neighbor talked to each other through like ham radios bouncing off the stratosphere. Seems a little crazy. Well, shit, here, let's hit some topics, man. I know you got one that you were just burning to fucking rant about.
Less so now, I guess. But I don't take the wind out of you. No, I've kind of calmed down after not reading comments and stuff for as long. But man, I know I've talked about this before, but it came up again because like the book community is getting all up in arms because somebody posted that I don't know, they were reading something and the word scrying had come up, and they like complained that these authors should use easier words. Like it should be easier to read these books. Like this fucking, first off, scrying is not a difficult word. It's not weird. It's maybe a little obscure.
To be fair, I didn't know the word.
But like, you know, this is not.
I am curious. Chat. How many of you know what scrying is? In chat, the word scrying. Here, spell it out. Spell it in chat so they can see it too. Because to be fair, I don't read, like I've read 2 books like in my lifetime that weren't like technical manuals for programming and shit. So I did not know what scrying was. Right.
So, and this caused a bunch of people comment about like, oh, books don't need to be made easy, blah, blah, blah. Like you should, I don't know, just people are going on about like, it's okay that some books are hard to read, right? Like it's okay. Like look the words up, you can figure it out, basically. And I not even as a comment on somebody else talking about this, just whatever. I just posted like just a straight up post of my own on Threads that says, if books don't need easier words, then video games don't need easy modes. And actually, let's look at where we're at, because I haven't like closed the thread or anything. I'm sure I've got 175 comments now on this since last night, and a lot of people are saying that like it's apples and oranges, like you can't compare, blah blah blah. Some people, whatever. Man, It's weird because a lot of people are saying, well, you can just look up the hard words. Like if you don't know what this word means, you can just Google it. You can just look it up. There's dictionaries for a reason. There's guides, book guides and stuff. And I'm like, first off, there's guides to video games as well. But and this is where I feel there's like a separation in the understanding here. Just because you know the definition of a word doesn't mean you understand its use in the text that you're reading. I give this example to Jerry before we started. Shakespeare. Okay, I'm pretty sure I know all of the words in every single Shakespeare play. Pretty sure. I'm fairly confident that I know at least 99% of the words. There might be some strange word that I've never heard before because I don't know all of the Shakespeare plays, but I'm pretty sure I know all of the words individually, right? However, the construction of those plays, the structure of them, the sentence structure, the prose, right? I think they're all in iambic pentameter. I don't know. But
those last two words you said, what the fuck does that mean?
Iambic pentameter is a structure. It's every line. I think it's like every line is 5 syllables or so, or like it's like 5 lines made up of 7 syllables or something like that. It's a way of structuring the text in a specific way of like of syllables and stuff. Here, I'll look it up. I'll get you the iambic.
I heard you say that before the stream too, and I was like, I didn't know if I heard it wrong or.
Okay, iambic pentameter is a rhythmic pattern commonly used in English poetry and verse drama, most famously by William Shakespeare. It consists of lines with exactly 10 syllables divided into 5 pairs. So it creates a steady da-dum heartbeat rhythm. So alternating between unstressed and stressed beats. So like I'm going to give you. Here's an example. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Ba 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 ba. If music be the food of love, play on. Right? Ba 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 ba. And that can make it difficult to understand what the fuck they're saying. Okay, like what is the meaning of this sentence? Okay, because like I know each of these individual words, sure, but them all put together, strung together, I might not understand what you're trying to say, right? So just looking up an unfamiliar word is not necessarily going to give you comprehension. Reading comprehension is a skill that takes time and effort to develop. Like I can't just jump into fucking the Odyssey. Or here's another good example. My dad had a copy of Dante's Divine Comedy. And it's like old. It's probably like 200 years old or more. It's way old book. It's like in Old English. Okay. Like Old English. That I know these words, most of them, but the structure, the sentence structure of like Old English is incredibly hard to translate in your brain as you're reading this. You're like, holy fuck. I got a couple pages into I couldn't finish. It's just it was hard. It was hard to just digest. Now, that might be a poor example because some of these older books like that have been rewritten in a more digestible way, right? Like I guarantee if you tried, even if you knew Greek, ancient Greek, if you could read ancient Greek, I bet it would be difficult to read the Odyssey in its original form because not just the words, it's how it's constructed, right? So it's difficult. I say that if the book people are going to say this is what the argument boils down to. The book people are saying it's okay that some books are inaccessible to some people. But when I said that it's okay for some games to be inaccessible to some people, they flipped their fucking shit. They're calling me a bigot. They're calling me ableist. They're calling me that I'm a fucking idiot, that this is a bad take. You're stupid. You're fucking. And what got me was the bigot thing. Like, are you serious right now? You're calling you like this.
That's a big word to be thrown around.
One of them said that. I said you're okay with some books being inaccessible to some people, but when I say some video games are, when I say the same thing about video games, I'm a bigot. And I said, okay, I give rolling eyeballs. I'm not going to post a link or anything. You can find me on Threads and look at it's my most recent thing. I'm not going to post, and I don't want anybody coming in here and like defending me or anything. I'm not trying to like stir some shit. I'm just saying that it's ridiculous to me that some people think that video games, like game devs, are shitty people or ableist people for not putting difficulty settings into their games. That they are somehow that it's okay for some books to be too hard for people to read, but it's not okay for some video games to be too difficult for people to play. And I cannot understand how you can hold both of those things in your brain at the same time. It does not make sense to me. Then the thing is, then if you're going to take that path with video games, then why can't I demand all books just be picture books? I don't want to have to look up those words. I don't want to fucking. God, that's just more reading I have to do. You're gonna make me look up fucking what these weird words you're using, and you're gonna make me read more. Like then I want all the pretty pictures in these books, all of them. Or movies. I said this to Jerry too before the stream. Movies. Then there are some movies that are just weird and difficult to understand. I said Tenet, but there's others.
Memento is a great example too. That's
Memento, the Island one with, or heck, some people have hard time with Inception.
Yep.
Right? Does that mean we should force the directors or the people who make these movies? They should just sit down and explain it to people. Like, should we force Christopher Nolan to sit down and explain this is what you're supposed to take away from it?
If they explained what was happening, it would ruin the whole point of the movie. The whole point of the movie is you got to watch it twice to really understand it. Like, you can't on the first watch through.
Just bunches. What about?
I still haven't seen Donnie Darko.
So
I need to.
That's another perfect example. I have seen people with physical disabilities beat the hardest games ever made. There was like one gal who literally has like one hand, like right. She got she lost her forearm or something. I don't know what the history is.
She's got a nub from the elbow down.
Beat. I think it was Elden Ring and probably the whole Souls series. I don't really know, but I know for a fact they beat one of the Souls games one-handed using the default controller. They did not use an accessibility controller. There's no fucking easy mode in that game. They beat it. I've seen these hard games beat with Guitar Hero controllers. I've seen it beat with their feet. I think that was even in a Games Done Quick thing where they beat this game with their feet. Okay, they did like speed run shit with their feet. I've seen it done. I've seen Elden Ring beat with a DDR pad. Okay.
Yep.
Like, and so it blows my mind.
I want to catch one thing here in chat. Gaming Matty Rock said, like, what about, what would Gimpy G think? Just to be fair, we're not talking about the difficulty of the game as in the control method. Necessarily, we're talking about the difficulty of the game as in like the game itself, like how hard it is to work through it, like mentally.
Even if you're gonna do that, okay, you're gonna say people who have physical disabilities should have the option to play these games in easy mode. Then people with mental or learning disabilities should have the opportunity to read these difficult books.
And to be fair, they can. Want me to tell you how? We got the technology right now. AI. Fucking put it into AI and say, read this to me like it's fucking third grader Sesame Street style. Break it down to me. I do it all the time for shit I don't understand. Legal bills. I don't understand legal bills for shit. So I throw them in and I'm like, explain this to me like I'm fucking in 5th grade. And it does. And it works. It's fantastic.
So you kind of touch on an interesting point. Zeno Crimson says that feels like survivorship bias. Some disabled beats Elden Ring so anyone can do it. Yes. Just like when the first person beat the 4-minute mile, how many people did it after that?
Yeah.
Yes, it shows that it can be done. But now you're going to say, well, I don't have the time. I don't want to have I don't want to put that effort in. Well, I don't want to put that effort into reading a fucking hard book. Right? So why shouldn't authors write these books easier for me? Right? I don't want to learn new words. Well, that's because it's different. It's books. No.
You know how many words I look up when I read, even in technical books? I have to look up fucking words. Yeah.
Paintings. Some people are colorblind and cannot see the painting the way that it was intended to be seen. Should artists then should it be somehow altered then so that everyone can consume it appropriately. There's glasses. You can get glasses to like so that like you can see. There are certain like colorblind glasses and stuff. That shit's wicked expensive, right? Like
the problem is, I think even the people that would be arguing for, and this is why I think a lot of this is just misunderstanding. And the reason I think it's misunderstanding is I think even the people that are fighting for what they think you're saying don't quite get what you actually mean. I think they're thinking like, oh, you should make the control so difficult that somebody couldn't. There's no way to build an accessible controller that would allow them to play it. But like you said, these games can be beaten with a DDR controller, right? They can be beaten. You can make any controller to map any. You can create macros to make one thing do 20 things. There's always a way to make an interface for somebody with a physical disability to play. We're talking about the difficulty of a game being on a scale based on the art. Who is it intended for? Is this game intended to be the hardest fucking thing in the world to present the hardest mental challenge to everybody? Do we have to now make that accessible to everybody by not allowing any games to present that mental challenge? And what about all the people that want that challenge? Now they're screwed out of it. Like,
I like how Xeno Crimson's coming with a bit of a different angle. It feels the wrong question. You need reflexes to play a game, but not for books. It's just a different skill set. It is. Okay, let's
an interesting way to look at it.
Scrub Elden Ring from the conversation. Fighting games, sports games, shooters, right? They all have a certain skill set that you need to develop to be good at them. Any game, platformers. There's all kinds of different platformers. There's what was that one? It's like a precision platformer. There's bunches of them. I want to be the Boshi. Let's use that, or I want to be the guy, right? These are incredibly difficult precision platformers, or like some of those bonkers fucking levels on Super Mario Creator thing. Like it is a skill thing. It is a skill thing, yes, but they are different. They are different skill sets. Just like I said, reading comprehension. By the way, I'm just arguing for my ADHD. Partly me too. I really have no skin in this game. I don't give a fuck if books are easy to read or not. I read the books I want to read. I play the video games I want to play. I just don't think if you're going to say that books don't need to be easy to read, then video games don't need to be easy to play.
And there's lots of games that I don't play because for me, they're not easy. Like, for instance, RTSs, real-time strategies, I suck fucking balls at because I just don't think like that. That's not where my strength is. I'll play them for fun every once in a while, fart around, but I can't be good at them. No matter what I do, I cannot get good at the fuckers to save my life. So they're not really a priority that I aim for. I might do it as a social thing to play with like friends and stuff, but it's like not something I aim for. But would I want them to make that game so simple that it gives me like an unfair advantage, for instance, or it makes the game something completely other than what it's supposed to be? Mm-hmm. No, I wouldn't want that because now the people that do enjoy that game can't enjoy that game. But here's the thing. It's like, look at Flappy Bird. I thought Flappy Bird was a great example of the other end of the spectrum. Oh. It's like sometimes you just want to sit down and play a game. It's one finger, right? They make the finger, the bird pop up and down.
Yep.
No matter what, you're still going to have somebody out there going, oh, that's not accessible to me because I can't track motion in real time. I have aphasia or something. My eye blinks, whatever. They can't play that game. No, well, if you had to take every game and make it just a red dot on the screen and you just say when the dot appears, and that's the most sophisticated game you can ever make where everybody can play it, nobody would want to play it because it doesn't present anything. Because you made it so accessible to everybody, it no longer has anything that any group wants.
And so I want to address this real quick. So the Sir Gorax, I might be lost in this argument. Are you upset that people write books with a certain level of reading comprehension, or are you upset that people think that games must be accessible? I think that if you are going to take the stance that some books, or hang on, let me rephrase. If you are going to take the stance that it's okay for some books to be inaccessible to some people due to the level of reading comprehension, the reading level of the book, then by extension, it should be okay that some video games are inaccessible to some people. If you think it's offensive that to ask an author to write at a lower reading level than their intended audience, then it should, I forgot what tense I used before. Then if it's offensive for an author to have to dumb down their book, then it should be offensive to ask a game developer to dumb down their game. And like some of the people who are arguing against me are saying that, well, I just want to enjoy the story and the narrative of the game. I should be able to do that.
Watch somebody else play it on YouTube.
Hey, maybe I want to enjoy the story and narrative of War and Peace. right? But I don't want to sit through a 1,600-page monstrosity of Russian literature. Should that, and that's like a classic book, right? That's
I think
one
the
of those
problem
like
is people aren't
highly
appreciating
vaunted-
games or art.
That's the thing, is they put it into what I think they, in some place in their brain, they are putting video games in a different, it's not the same kind of art. It's like a lowbrow thing. Part of the experience of a game is the gameplay. If you take that away, you are fundamentally altering the art. Like,
Actually, I think I have a way of explaining this that might make it a little bit more easier, because this is how I'm understanding it now in my head. It's like, let's compare this to something physical in real life that's an activity. Because books, you read books, that's not really an activity, right? You're saying it's something you're just doing by yourself. You're not competing against somebody else to read a book unless it's a speed reading competition. Games, on the other hand, have scoring and abilities, and you can compare one-to-one. Whether it's a single-player game or multiplayer game, you can compare how fast you do something or how good you do something in the game comparatively to somebody else. Let's apply this to something in real life, okay, that's like really tangible. Sure. What about race car driving? Okay. If race car driving was made accessible to everybody, like literally anybody could be a race car driver, anybody can just jump in the vehicle and everything. Every vehicle has auto drive. People just sit in the seat. You just control the throttle or whatever. You can't overbrake. You can't crash the wall. There's no risk. There's nothing. There's no risk, no reward, but anybody can do it. How many people would watch that? How many people would enjoy that if there was no challenge? But here's the thing. People still watch it on TV. They can't do it. Like for me, I'm never going to be a race car driver, but I love racing, right? So I play racing games. On my computer. I'm not particularly good at them, but I like playing racing games, but I like watching like Formula One on TV. Can't do it for shit on a simulator. I've tried a million times. My brain does not work fast enough to drive Formula One, even in a sim, but I love watching it on TV, watching other people do it. Right. And so I'd like to kind of take the frame of reference and put it on video games towards something that's like a physical activity like that. Because with a video game, it is a skill-based thing, right? It's like, if you're good at it, you're good at it. If you're not good at it, you're not. Sure. And games are intentionally being made harder and harder and harder in some categories to challenge the people that want the challenge. And then you have the games that are more accessible to everybody else, which in my case would be like go-karts. Sure. Like I can go get on a go-kart and drive it around the track. The consequences are super minimal. It's still a lot of fun for me because I enjoy the overall thing, and I can't drive Formula One cars. Yeah. You know, so I kind of I think that's a different way to look at it too, is instead of just looking at it like books versus this, it's like having a range of difficulty is what makes it interesting in the first place. Sure. When you take that away, like a great example is I watched the video the other night. It was fun. I laughed. I physically laughed. So I play a game called Forza Horizon 6. Really love it. It's a fantastic game. Great. Magnum opus from Microsoft. But there's literally a fucking mode in the game called auto drive that works everywhere. You just push a button and it just drives. You enter a race, it just wins the race. You do this, it goes through, does the competition. So there's a guy on YouTube. The game. Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube, Spiff and Brit. You know him, right? Spiff and Brit played the entire game from start to finish all the way through without ever driving. He never steered, he never accelerated, and he never broke. All he did was use the menu buttons to go through the menu. And he played the entire game start to finish, got the gold band, won the entire game. And I'm like, and I look at that and I'm like, okay, that's, first of all, that's a funny ass video that you can do that. Like a racing game where you don't race. Right. Like you literally got a racing game and you never raced once, and you fucking scored and podiumed and got all these rewards and even got Xbox achievements for great driving. And he never drove. And I'm like, okay, see, that's where, if you're just going to do that, why not just watch somebody else play it on YouTube and enjoy the journey? Like, what is the purpose of you just pushing the button if everybody that just pushes the button, the same exact thing happens and everybody gets the exact same thing? Like, you're not, there's no skill, there's no challenge. And in my mind, the word game is directly associated with challenge. Yeah. Anytime you think about it, chess, checkers, the thing that makes it a game, I think even game, isn't strategy or skill included in the definition of game? Like here, probably. What is the definition of a game? There's an activity where players engage in a structured challenge, following rules in the pursuit of a goal, usually for entertainment, competition, or skill building.
Which there are varying levels of challenge. For sure. Jersey Wright says, this is where the view of, quote, video games are for kids, not for adults comes into play. In a sense, and then they go on to say that nobody made that point for books. Somebody did, though. Somebody said, like, oh, if you find this book, if you find a certain, like, type of book challenging to read, go find a different book. Go find a different genre. But again, when I apply that to video games, I'm a bigot. if Souls likes are too difficult for you, if those types of games, which again, there are varying degrees of difficulty within that genre. There are some easier games that have similar mechanics to Demon Souls and Elden Ring and Bloodborne and things like that. I think Lords of the Fallen is often put up there as an easier style of this, or easier example of those styles of games. But again, I pick on Souls likes in particular, and those tend to be the ones that are used as examples of like extremely difficult games. But there's others: precision platformers, sports games, shooters. There are some outrageously difficult shooters out there. There are outrageously difficult 4X strategy games. And sometimes, oftentimes, like these different genres, just as a matter of course, will have like difficulty settings in them.
And the difficulty changes per group too. Somebody who might not be good at Souls might fucking rip ass at RTS or Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter or whatever.
Just like I might be able to consume some very hard sci-fi, like that actually uses real concepts, and I can grasp that, but I'm not going to be able to grasp some of the, I don't know, highbrow literature from fucking, I don't know, like I don't know, I don't have a good example because I don't read a lot of books that are honestly that are that difficult. However, I know my ability, my reading comprehension is at a level where I could. I choose not to. And a lot of the times I consume audiobooks to begin with. So like, again, I don't really have any skin in the game in terms of books. Books can be difficult. I think that's okay. Like there are varying levels of reading level for a reason. Like there are children's books that explain some very difficult concepts in an easily digestible way. But one person put it that if turning college books into picture books defeats the purpose. Right? Like it would defeat the idea. And that's kind of the point I'm getting at. Like it's okay that some games are made deliberately inaccessible to some people. And I'm being told that I'm an ableist, that I'm a bigot, that I'm like this horrible human being for taking the word book out of their opinion and putting video game in place of it. Somehow now, because it's a different type of art, it should be held to a different sort of standard. And I don't understand it.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I feel like they're misunderstanding you. I feel like there has to be
I've literally taken their argument and plugged in video games where they said books, and I was called a bigot. I'll freaking pull it up. I'll pull it up because again, I feel
like these people are already like dead set on hating you at this point. They can't see an alternate perspective because I feel like in the beginning they would have had to misunderstand you because nothing you're saying is illogical.
Listen to this. I'm going to quote this. Not all people can read specific types of books, and that's okay. That's okay.
So they're literally telling you they already agree that it's okay for books to be of varying inclusion, but games are not.
I write academically. I understand that not everyone will easily get my writing, so I include accessible forms of information for anyone who wants to try. However, which then that to me that contradicts their original point, right? Not all people can read specific types of books, and that's okay. This person chooses to include accessible forms of information in their writing, but not everybody does that, and they said that that's okay. I said this is them quote tweeting their response was a quote so this is what I said. I said, you're okay with some books being inaccessible to some people, but I'm a bigot for saying the same thing about video games. Okay. And so they quote tweeted me and said, or quote threaded me, whatever the fuck. They said, not all people can read specific types of books, and that's okay. I'm saying the exact same fucking thing about video games, and they called me a bigot.
Yeah, that's fucking uncalled for.
Again, like it just, and I appreciate that some people are actually stepping up and kind of defending me a little bit. That was actually a really bad argument. Actually, having different difficulties for video games correlates perfectly to getting a different book. This is why I say not everyone needs to share their opinion. I said before that, like, I don't know, I'll just bring it up. Because why even paraphrase?
Right.
So they said, okay, so this is my original post. If books don't need easier words, which I agree with, then video games don't need easy modes. They responded, Bruh, there are whole genres of books that cater to easier vocabularies and are still 200 plus pages and excellently written. The options are there. You just have to walk a couple feet to the other bookshelf in the store. Kind of like being able to pick the difficulty level of your game. No. If you could choose to make a book you bought easier to read, this is me, that would be like picking a difficulty level of your game. Buying a different book that's easier to read is equal to buying a different game that's easier to play. And I said, how is it okay to tell someone, quote, buy a different book, find a different genre if that one is too hard for you to read, but saying buy a different game, find a different genre if that one is too hard for you to play isn't? They said then, because one is a book and the other is a whole computer program with different settings. Making gaming easier for people does not take your option of making it harder for yourself away from you. You're just a bigot. And I just don't know what to say.
I mean, it's fucking out there.
I don't understand. Again, and then they quoted me and said, not all people can read specific types of books, and that's okay. So how can you be okay with that and then say that it's not okay for video games to be difficult? I don't get it. So with this previous message, maybe you want to clarify where you got, James. I guess maybe you can clarify, but you're talking inaccessible due to difficulty, not inaccessible because you just don't have access. That inaccessibility thing about what people that can, for example, be race car driver but don't have access, like some guy from Ethiopia could be the best. That's different. I kind of like Jerry's example though, because you're a little right though, James. Like not everybody can be a race car driver for other reasons than just skill. But again, that also applies to the books and video games thing.
Just to be fair, I was keeping the money element out of it, but that is true. If you think about it, some people can't afford games, right? Do all games need to be $5? I mean, do all games need to be free?
I'm just coming from a skill issue, a skill point of view. Not everyone has the skill to read and comprehend certain books. Not everyone has the skill to play certain games. That's okay. That's what it boils down to. This is what I keep boiling it down to. If it's the argument from the book people is that it's okay for some books to be inaccessible, but it's not okay for video games to be inaccessible. And I don't agree. That's what it boils down to. Book people say it's okay to exclude certain people from their books. That's okay. An author can write a book that deliberately excludes certain people. That's what one of these fucking commenters said. It's okay. That's okay. But God forbid a game developer makes a game that's inaccessible for some people.
The funny thing is by them calling you a bigot.
that drives me nuts.
No, and I know that's the one that really crossed the line for sure.
Like ableist, that's just empty nonsense. Whatever, man. Like, fuck off with the ableist thing. Like that's nonsense and meaningless. But to call me a fucking bigot is fucking like a person.
The funny thing is, what is bigotry? Prejudice, intolerance, hostility,
opinions. It drives me. I mean, I guess maybe that part. I'm not intolerantly devoted to this opinion. But if they're going to call me a bigot, then so are they, because they are all equally as intolerantly devoted to their opinion.
Right?
Like, fuck off.
100%. If you're a bigot, they're a bigot. I mean, it's a two-way street.
Drive me nuts. That I'm like, and I'm
because if they're intolerant of your belief, okay, so forming negative opinions without facts. I don't see anything that you've said that's not factual. Everything you said,
John Hess, the artist, is trying to craft a certain kind of experience.
Exactly.
Regardless of medium. Regardless. It could be film, it could be photographs, it could be fucking paintings, books, video games. Whatever your medium of art expression, that's the art form. That's what the art form is about. They are allowed to create experiences that are not easy for everybody to enjoy. That is the core of it. It is okay for an artist to create something that is inaccessible to some people, regardless of the medium. If you're going to say it's okay for books, then it's okay for movies, then it's okay for photos or whatever.
That's the part I don't get, is they're okay with books, but they're not okay with games. That doesn't make any sense.
Or Finnegan's Rainbow. That shit is fucking weird. Just a paragraph from that. Just a paragraph from that shit does make no fucking sense. Okay? Like,
I feel like people just throw around like heavy hitting words because they don't believe the person on the other side is human. anymore. I feel like we're so desensitized because of the internet. It's like we don't understand how to like act like humans anymore. We're losing our fucking humanity.
I'm going to try and read a chunk from this book called Finnegan's Wake. And this is just like a random picture I've come across from the Manhattan Rare Books someplace. Sir Tristram, Violeur de Amores, forever the short sea, had Passencourt arrived from North America on this side the scraggy isthmus of Europe Minor to wilder fight his pensilet war, nor had topsawyers rocks by the stream Oconee exaggeratum them Celsi to Lawrence County's Gorgios, while they went Dublin their mumper all the time, nor avoids their fire bellows meesh to toff thwart Pietrick.
Dude, it sounds like you're just saying random shit.
This is one sentence, by the way. This is there are commas and fucking colons in this. This is one run-on sentence. Not yet, though Venesoon after had a kid scad.
Wait, what are you reading right now? What is this?
This is an excerpt from Finnegan's Wake.
Okay, hold on.
A notoriously difficult a notoriously difficult experimental novel, known for its dreamlike cyclical narrative and unique language of multilingual puns and portmanteaus that mimics the unconscious mind. It's a weird, deliberately obtuse book. Like, it's weird. Like, nobody really understands what the guy is trying to say in any of this. It's just a weird. Like,
so Ox, to demonstrate my using AI for accessibility. Finnegan's Wake, a simplified version for a 4th grade story. There's a man named Tim Finnegan. He worked hard every day and liked to climb up high places. One day, he falls from a ladder and gets hurt very badly. Everybody thinks he might be gone forever. People come to his house to say goodbye. They talk, eat, and drink. After a while, the room gets loud and silly. People start arguing and making noise. Then something surprisingly happens. Someone spills whiskey on Tim's body and he suddenly wakes up. He sits up and says, "What's going on here?" Everyone is shocked, but then they start laughing. It's like the whole thing was a wild dream.
It literally cut out like the whole thing, and that's the trouble, right?
Is the trouble.
Having it reduced that way completely removed any.
You lose the emotion,
any of the meaning that the author intended behind the book. Right?
And that would not be a story enjoyable for anybody, like what I just read. No, I 100% agree. So like AI is not the solution for that for sure. But it wasn't meant to be. Just like the game. If I tell the AI to play the game, it's going to crash a car into the wall 75,000 times before it finally figures it out and gets it right. I mean, like, the whole neural network thing.
Oh, this is good too. Bear Williams says, but most books written for the general public aren't intentionally written to be difficult. I think it's a dumb idea to not include difficulty settings for games, but don't think it should be required. Most video games are not, like, the video games that are intended for the general public do have difficulty settings. When it is intentionally written, when the game is intentionally designed to be difficult, it's not meant for the general public. It's meant for those people who want that experience. Just like the difficult books are not written for the general public. If it was written for the general public, it'd be written at a 5th grade level for the United States market, or a 3rd grade level for some parts of the United States. Okay? Like, the vast majority of video games are designed for the general public, and they include difficulty settings.
I agree with that.
Those games that are intentionally built to be difficult are not meant to be consumed by the general public.
Like, what about Leisure Suit Larry? Like, should Leisure Suit Larry be accessible to kids? It wouldn't be Leisure Suit Larry. Like, that you'd lose the entire fun adult edge to it.
There are some books that are written for children.
Agreed.
I probably should not have been reading. And honestly, I wasn't capable of fully grasping the context of Starship
Playboy?
Troopers, of Jurassic Park when I was in 3rd to 5th grade. I read those books, and again, I understood the words in them, but did I really understand? I did not comprehend that Starship Troopers was what's the word I'm looking for? I didn't understand that it was See, I'm old now and I'm losing my vocabulary. I'm losing the words that I used to know. It's like a mockery of like hyper nationalism and how like the military manipulates people and that sort of thing.
Like
Like
parody
it's
like a parody of it,
not a
or
parody. It's because like the movie did the same thing and nobody really fucking got it. Satire.
Satire. That goddamn it.
It was a satire of like ultra nationalism and over militarization and things like that. I didn't get that in 3rd to 5th grade. Fuck, I didn't really get that until after high school. Okay.
No, that's true. When I first watched it, yeah, I didn't even really get it.
Should I have read those books? Maybe, but I definitely didn't have the comprehension at the time to understand what it was. It was just a neat story. Jurassic Park. Did I understand that it was like a commentary on capitalism and like the destructive nature of just wanton science and things like let loose? And honestly, it was capitalism manipulating and abusing science to further profit and stuff. Like John Hammond in the movie is painted way nicer than he was in the book.
To be fair, I never even looked into it that far, even to this day.
Capitalist who cut corners and didn't really care about safety, all this stuff. Like John Hammond is a horrendous capitalist, right? And it's a story about how dangerous that is, how dangerous it is to find a new technology, a new science, and take it too far too fast, right? I didn't get that as a kid. Again, I didn't get that until I was much older. But like, it wasn't written for a child.
I feel like variety needs to be respected. Like, yeah. and it's in all directions too. That's the thing, is there are games that are made specifically for a group of people that I personally wouldn't want to play. Like, I either wouldn't find them challenging or I'd find them too challenging. Therefore, they're not within the area that I want to play. But there's always something for somebody. That's the beauty of it, is there's always something for somebody.
So Bear Williams was more responding to the fact that some of the books that I mentioned weren't meant to be difficult to. That's true. I used Shakespeare and that was a poor example because at the time it was written, that was very easy to understand. These were very lowbrow plays. Like they were cheeseball, general public, like dirty like plays and stuff. They were very easily consumable by the general public at the time. You're absolutely right. Again, and I imagine same with the Odyssey, right? In its original form, when it was originally published, it was probably very easily consumed. So those were poor examples, and I kind of knew that going into it because I didn't have a more contemporary example.
How about the Bible, the Holy Bible? or the Quran, or the Torah.
You want to read that in its original Greek too?
Yeah, but that's my whole point.
It in Aramaic,
yeah.
So you're gonna have to start in the ancient Greek. But like even that, like, but again,
if I'm not a biblical scholar, I can read the words, but am I ever going to understand them?
That's a poor example again too, because at the time it was written, that would have been easy.
That's not true. That is not true though. During those times when it was written, most of the public couldn't read or write. Only the elites could.
That's true.
I think that drives the point even harder home. Like, it was the ultimate separation.
I don't know of a good contemporary example. Maybe some literature like the I don't know, the Grapes of Wrath. Maybe I don't know enough. I don't know enough of like actual literature. Like,
what about the technical manual for a nuclear reactor?
Sure. Technical manual, but that's a little different.
I enjoy reading technical manuals just because I read coding books. Does everybody know what a coding book means if they're not a software developer? I enjoy it. Those are no, but is it? Because those are designed for software developers. They're not inclusive. They're designed for somebody who already has a certain amount of knowledge in an area before they come into it.
There's no good analog for a technical manual in video games. There for books for novels and such, it's a much more one-to-one, which again, I've blown my mind that people are like, it's apples and oranges. How this is perfect, in my opinion. From my point of view, it is a perfectly good comparison.
Interactive art.
Frankly, there are some games that are very easy to play, but their narrative, their story is just like those movies we pointed out, have these weird twisty freaking narratives that I don't quite understand. Like, holy blow, man, go play Soma if you want a weird mindfuck of like what it means to be a person, to be you, and an exploration of the self and that sort of a thing. Go play Soma.
I was playing a game, can't remember the name of it, on PS5, where you're like this robotic rabbit, and it's like it's like a Japanese RPG action. I got so fucking lost, I just stopped playing it. I was like, I don't understand what's going on here.
I guess should difficulty also be like some level of entry for everyone? I don't mean like easier, but like there's a chance everyone could experience it, because if too difficult, no one experiences it. Is I think that the game designers, like any other artists, should be able to create the art that they want to create without them getting shit for it being inaccessible to some people.
Well, here, I actually have another angle on this. So if every game should be accessible to everybody, doesn't that mean it also needs to run on hardware that everybody can afford and hardware that everybody can use?
Now we're getting a little bit more closer to your race car example.
Exactly. Well, that's what I'm trying to, the angle that I'm getting at is if the goal is to make something that's inclusive for everybody, that also means that it has to run in an environment that's inclusive to everybody, and that's impossible to do with games. If all you can do is make a game that runs on a Casio watch that everybody can get for free out of a pile of garbage, nobody would enjoy it. Like, not even the people that it was accessible to would enjoy it. They would even be mad that you were only making shitty stuff like that, right? Because there'd be nothing for them, because they might only be a 2 out of 10 what they're looking for difficulty, but they still want the 2 out of 10. But by doing that, they'd be an elite because they have to have a 0 where it's accessible to everybody.
Yeah, and Vader's luxurious line, you're absolutely right. People also fail to realize that if this specific game is too hard for them, then there's usually 99% of the time an easier alternative. And that's what I tried to point out to that one commenter. If they're going to say, hey, if this book is too difficult for you, go buy a different book, go find a different genre. That's what I said. Well, then if this game is too difficult for you, find a different game, find a different genre. How is that? How am I a bigot for saying that?
Also, why can't the onus also be on the people that want to play the game to create the bridge to make it possible? If you're blind, you have to represent the game in another way. So create a plugin that does it.
Here's another weird bonkers thing. There's a rating system for video games and for movies. So you can look at the box or look at the description on Steam or whatever.
Like the ESRB rating kind of thing? Okay, yeah.
There's a rating for those that gives you a bit of an idea of what you're getting yourself into, or like the reviews or the tags on Steam and stuff. There's nothing really like that for books. If I pick up a book, I don't know if this is going to be a bunch of cocks and stuff. Like I fell into a romance book by accident. I picked up Fourth Wing. So if some of y'all might know what and this is like a mild romantasy book. Like there's some steamy sex scenes.
I only like hardcore.
It doesn't get like deep. Like it's not crazy. But I knew within the first couple chapters, I'm like, fuck. I got myself into this. Like this is a young female main character. There's these two dudes. This is gonna be some love triangle shit. I got myself into a fucking Hunger Games. This is a what was that one? That other book that turned into a movie, Divergent, right? I just fell myself into a YA novel. Boy, was I wrong. Not a YA novel. There's some steamy fucking sex scenes and stuff. Nothing too graphic. This is very mild. And I understand that some of these romance books get like, it's like fucking porn in text, right? So this was very mild. And I jumped into it thinking, oh, cool, this is going to be about dragons and shit. This is cool, man. Right on. No, it's a fucking romantasy book. But I still listened to them all. It was a good, the sprinkling of the sex scenes and stuff, not that bad. It did not ruin my experience of it whatsoever. It's a great series. I do recommend it. But like, I didn't know, even reading the blurb about the book, nothing in there told me that there was going to be sexy scenes in it. Like, it's just, it's weird.
What I would challenge the people, this honestly is what she should come back with on this other argument on this other thread, is be like, okay, I'm open to what you're saying, but you got to prove it to me. Give me an example, just one example of a perfectly accessible game that is desirable to everybody, playable by everybody, regardless of their physical or mental capacity, and accessible financially to everybody. And if they can give you one example that satisfies those three criteria, then concede the argument, because they can't come up with it. It's impossible. It doesn't matter. It applies to books and art too. There is no way. It is impossible to create anything, game, art, or otherwise, interchangeably, book, whatever, you can put them, they're all interchangeable, because a book can be considered a game, the way that you think it through, the way that you anticipate and try to figure out the story as it goes along and see, and if you're right, that's a game in itself. But my point being is, let's say I make a game that somebody who's hearing impaired could play. I want to put a level in there so they can do that. Or somebody who might have, let's say, a lower IQ or something like that, and they may not be able to comprehend the big words, so I put like smaller words in it. Let's say I go through all of that exercise and I get it down to its most basic, situate, you still need something you can play it on that has to be affordable to the person. If the person is Helen Keller and literally only has a sense of touch, no way to hear, no way to see or anything, I have to make that game equally accessible to them. And the only way you could do that is by having the game literally play itself. And if that's your argument, go listen to it, watch it, or feel it through Braille on YouTube. Like, you can already watch somebody else play through it. And I would argue that it's more interesting to watch somebody else play through it, or a variety of different people playing through it, than to just have it play through in itself in one specific way over and over, being the exact same experience every time with no input on your. And at that point, it's not a game. By the way, I want to clarify, it is not a game. When you start it and it plays through, that's a movie, right? It's not even an interactive experience. If the game can play from start to finish without any input or skill required whatsoever, that is not a game. You are watching a movie at that point.
Yeah, and that's man. I've seen that come up when people are like, "Well, I just want to experience the story of Elden Ring and like absorb the lore and stuff without having to like beat my head against the wall fighting these monsters over and over and over again and have to reset and go back and do all this extra, all the hard work."
Yep.
Then watch somebody else play it. Watch
exactly.
a fucking cutscene compilation or something, or like there's 1,000. Well, no, I want to experience it myself, but no, you don't.
You're not experiencing it yourself. You don't want to experience it lowbrow.
You don't want to experience it the way that it was intended, that it was designed to be experienced. It's like, again, there are some movies that I am going to be incapable of experiencing. Like, I can't. They're in a foreign language. They're not available to me where I am.
Like I can't watch movies that are subtitled because my mind, I have to either be reading the subtitles or watching the movie. I can't do both at the same time. I watched Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and I was so fucking lost because I was trying to watch the action. My ADHD is like, I got to watch the action. Then I'm like, oh shit, I missed something. I didn't read it. Now I'm fucking lost.
And again, I keep coming back to like Elden Ring or the Souls likes, because that does tend to be the ones that people.
They're great examples because I can't play. I don't play them. They're not fun for me because they're too hard.
Part of the story, part of the narrative, is the difficulty of the fighting, of the combat and stuff. It's part of the journey of this character that they have to go through these difficult trials. Like, then you know what? Let's just cut out Empire Strikes Back from, you know what? Luke sees Obi-Wan dies, and then he goes immediately and is able to defeat Darth Vader and the Emperor. Let's just make it easy for Luke to get through there. He doesn't need any character growth or overcome any sort of trials or go through the hero's journey.
Like how it should have ended on YouTube.
Like it doesn't have to do any of it.
Yeah.
Let's just make it easier.
Luke, I'm your father. Awesome, Dad. Let's go to lunch.
Yeah,
End
let's
of movies,
go.
roll credits.
No way. That's I'm so great. You're amazing.
Don't blow up Alderaan. Okay, cool. End of the movie. Woo, the rebels win.
Then that's like the whole part in my opinion. I've not played this. I'm not going to play it. It's just like, that's part of the narrative. That's part of the lore and the story, is that this hero is having to overcome these outrageously difficult trials. Like, why would you cut out half the book? Why would you cut out the middle of the book?
I want to make another point here. Okay, so we were talking about games being accessible to people, right? For whatever reason, physical or mental disabilities, whatever it is. How is it really inaccessible? Anybody can play it. I can play, even though I can't beat Elden Ring and I can't make very good progress in Elden Ring, I can still try.
Yeah.
I can still run around and smash the button and try to beat the shit out of things and hope I win and get excited if I do. There's nothing stopping anybody from playing any of these games. The argument is it needs to be so simple that they can progress through it. And by providing that simple, and by the way, I also want to say, as a career software developer, each one of those modes you add to the game adds a shitload more dev time, which makes the game take longer to come out and more money to produce, and you pay for it.
That's part of it too. Somebody said, oh, well, it would be so difficult for an author to rewrite their book and like choose different words to really get their meaning across. Oh, but it's going to be so simple for a game dev to just add difficulty settings. You can just make them die easier. No, like it's.
No, because you have to make sure the game is still perfectly balanced for every permutation of items that are received, how they're being used. Yeah, exactly. If there's no challenge, it's not a game.
A good example. I did this to myself. This is me making a game too easy and it's now unenjoyable. I have to go in and change the settings. I got Final Fantasy 16, I think it was. Let me look real quick. It's something about fire, like a big fire god and stuff. Final Fantasy I think it was Final Fantasy 16. Okay, I got it on sale. I'm like, cool. I haven't played a legit Final Fantasy game since Final Fantasy 10, the original Final Fantasy 10. And so and then I noticed, there's like these accessibility options. There's these things. I can click all these different things, and basically all I have to do is I can just mash one button, and it does like my special moves and like these other things that would require like R1 and X and Y and things. Like I'm supposed to like pay attention to like when something charges up, I can do this big slash. I said all this stuff, and now all I got to do is just spam X, and my guy does all of the shit that he needs to do to do all the special. And now I'm like, wait a second. I'm like, now I'm just running through these corridors. There's a fight. I mash X, and then I run through the next corridor to the next fight, and I mash X. I'm like, man, what did I do? And I only realized it after the fact. I'm like, do I even want to play Final Fantasy 16 now? Like, what the fuck is going on with this game? Like, why is it like, it's because I set all these things to too easy.
Yep.
Somebody, and again, they deliberately did this so that they could offer it to a wider audience. That was a deliberate choice, and I made a deliberate choice as the user to you might as well have auto battle. Exactly. Like, I mean, I'm literally one step away from just running around and having the fights happen for me. And that's my fault because the option was there and I turned them all on. I didn't realize how like lame I was making the game for myself. And so it's like, if they had not offered that option, I probably wouldn't be as far in the game as I am, but like, I would have enjoyed the challenge a lot more. But again, that's a personal thing. I don't want them to take it away. They already made their game this way, and that's okay. But if they had not made it that way, that's okay too. Like, are computer games healthy for the users? What does it do to a population if all the young people sit still in game? Is it good for health and society as a whole? Health, not so much.
Just
society,
look at me. I'm a shining example. I think it's great.
I think there's more nuance and
everything in moderation.
Fuzziness to the society part. But the health thing is it is detrimental to play too much video games. Any sort of sedentary lifestyle, whether it's too much office work or video games or
my son actually found a solution. My son found a solution to this problem. You know what it is? Play VR. Nothing else but VR, because you're just standing and running around, swinging your arms, kicking, fucking flying, yelling and screaming. You're sweating the whole time you're playing for hours and hours and hours. So he gets his exercise and he gets to hang out with his friends and he gets the game. He figured out how to have the whole trifecta.
What if everything is too easy? Exactly. What if all books were written at a 3rd grade level? It would be boring as fuck. In fact, actually, if we can extrapolate that idea, if all books were written at a 3rd grade level, no one would be able to think better than a 3rd grade level.
And not only that, but what about the kindergartners? They couldn't understand, therefore it's not accessible.
It's like
right? I mean, am I wrong?
So if all games are too easy, then what's the point in
I would ask these people where the bar is. Is the bar themselves? Because are they being considerate to they should not be able to play anything that Helen Keller couldn't have played? Or even like somebody that can't afford any hardware or anything, how do we make that game accessible to them? Do we just get subsidized and just give them a video game and a TV and power and a house to put it in?
What about translating, dubbing books, games, movies, etc.? Should we not do that because the creator's intent is also lost because sentence structures aren't the same in every language? I will watch foreign language content, anime, movies, things like that, with subtitles, and I understand that I'm probably losing some of the emotional context in those by it being translated into English. I think that's a little different, because if you're gonna use that as an example, then there are mods for games or cheats or whatever you want to call it to make some games easier. And I don't think that is necessarily. It's because you've taken it to a step too far in a way. The artist was able to create their thing in their intended way, and now you're adding a layer onto it to make it accessible. So now, to translate that to video games, should all games be modifiable to then be accessible? Sure, why not? I think that is a different argument, in my opinion. I think you're adding on a little extra bit to sort of twist the original.
I feel like accessibility can't be well defined.
Yeah,
because anybody that says that it has to be accessible, there's only two ways of accessible you can have, and that's either everybody or a small group. Let's say it's a large group of people. Let's say you make your game accessible to a large group of people. You're still excluding people because there's people you literally cannot create the vision,
and that's the thing,
in a way that they can enjoy and play it.
And that is the angle that the book people are coming from.
I like calling them bookers. They're bookers.
I don't know,
now on.
Whatever. Or well, because like usually there's some sort of there's portmanteau, right? Like book talk, right? Or book threads. I guess you could call it book threads. We're just a book community.
Holy shit!
Hey,
Anthony,
thanks, 30
thank
pounds.
you, man. Anthony Hamilton. Woo! Hell yeah, bro.
One thing we can all agree on: appeasing to every single person is what ends up ruining the envisioned way a developer wanted to create a game. Not just a game, any form of art, movies, books. Again, expand this out to its logical full encompassing. It is okay for some art to be inaccessible to some people. That is my thesis. That is the boil it down to its bare bones, nothing left, nothing, no other wiggle or nuance. It is okay for some art to be inaccessible to some people. And that sounds elite. I know it sounds elitist. It sounds shitty. It sounds like awful, but it goes to the South Park argument. If it all has to be okay or none of it is. If it's okay for some books to be inaccessible to some people, then some movies are going to be inaccessible to some people. Then some photographs are going to be inaccessible to some people. Some music is going to be inaccessible to some people. Like if one form of art is okay to be inaccessible to some people, all forms of art is okay to be inaccessible to some people. It has to be that way.
You know what I learned from this argument is I think the people that are being rude to you and calling you stupid shit like bigot out of turn, I think they don't realize that they themselves are also imposing limits and not realizing it.
Yep.
Because their idea of accessibility is still not truly accessible.
Nope.
It's not. And then who gets to decide where that bar is? Does that bar end where they are specifically? Or are they being selfish and say, oh, it only matters to me? It doesn't matter to the person that's a little beneath me or a little bit less capable than me. That doesn't matter, just as long as it's me. And I feel like that's where the really like selfish side of this is coming from, is they're not understanding that what they're asking for is you get two choices. Either the artist is free to create their vision, and every genre, every accessibility to everybody, that it's always going to exclude somebody no matter what. No matter what. Yep. Or the other option is you make everything so inclusive that you can't have any art, you can't have any thought, you can't have any calculation, you can't have any mystery.
No nuance.
None of that can exist
gray,
because somebody cannot access it.
Yeah. And
that's bullshit. That's even they would agree that was bullshit if they thought for two fucking
books
seconds.
Books are different. The other is a computer program with fucking settings and blah blah blah. Ridiculous. To
be fair, a lot of books have settings too. Like there's a lot of books that are written in different levels of understanding,
in different fonts, in different colors, in different
Braille. There's books that are written in Braille. I can't read a Braille book. Should every Braille book have to also include text?
I feel like you guys are overgeneralizing it. I disagree.
No, I think generalizing it is a good thing, Zeno.
Again, it comes back to like that South Park argument, where like they had a whole episode about where they're not supposed to show Muhammad in a joke, right?
Yeah.
Or was it Family Guy or South Park?
No, it was Muhammad in South Park. Yeah.
Like
they literally got death threats.
If some of it, if it's either all okay or none of it is.
Yep.
If some books are okay to be inaccessible, then other forms of art are it's okay for them to be inaccessible too. So the thesis, the one line thing is it's okay for some forms of art to be inaccessible to some people.
Exactly.
It has to be. It has to be.
You can't have it both ways.
Because it's not art otherwise. It just becomes some nothing.
Here's the thing.
It becomes a nothing. It has to.
Zeno, as far as the overgeneralization,
I'm done.
As far as the overgeneralization, let's just look at let's pick a random game. Quake, right? All right, so Quake, you got a shooter, right? You're running around. Okay, let's say I do put different accessibility levels all the way down to where there's just no enemies in the game and you just have to wander through the doors. What happens if a blind person can't see? That do I have to like put in a visual driver that does like a braille form of like explaining the environment? And then if I explain the environment, do I then have to put something in for people that can't read braille to teach them how to read braille so they can get there? I get the whole overgeneralization, but it actually applies. Like the generalization absolutely does apply here, because you do have to have a spectrum of things, because you're never going to be able to 100% appease everybody. And if you can't appease everybody, then it's not accessible by nature. If these people are asking just make it more accessible, what does more accessible mean? More accessible still leaves people not accessing it. And by making it more accessible, now you're making it not accessible to the people at the higher end of the spectrum that want the challenge. Therefore, now they're being excluded. So keep going.
Well, it's just funny. Kyle 69222 is like the dude with the keep going shirt saying he's done.
I love it.
The irony, but and it's over 2:00 anyway. I got to be done here.
I wanted you to hit that, and you're like, I'm not really that passionate about it. And then you got into it, and I was like, fuck yeah, here's my man.
Dude,
that's my man.
It's one of those things where it's like, don't get me started. But again, at the same, it's and this is what actually drove me. I had a big conflict. I took an art history class as part of my game development course, and I got into conflict with some of the actual like artsy fartsy people. I thought that I had the thesis or whatever, the point of view that if anything can be art, then nothing is. Like I can I came away from that class with a different point of view by the end of it, which was really cool. Because I felt like, well, it devalues it. You can't just say, oh, this is art. There has to be some kind of like guardrails or something, right? Like if anything is art, then nothing is. But that's not true. By the very fact of calling something art, it forces the viewer to look deeper. It forces you to search for a meaning, right? So like the banana taped to the wall thing. Some people say, oh, that's not art. But the very act of calling it art forces you to try to understand what the message is, right? If I put an old rotary phone under a clear glass cloche, and I say, that's art, this is my art. And people are going to start looking at that and be like, oh man, what are they trying to say here? Like what is it that is making this art? What is art? What is it? And everybody's going to have their own interpretation of it. And this is where I got a little weird, where I got kind of frustrated in the art scene, is when if you put out art, I think that once it's out there, you don't get to say that people are interpreting it incorrectly. Because if your message is so obscure or so like wacky, and you're going to say that, oh no, you're not getting it. You don't get it. You're too lowbrow. You don't get it. Then you're not good. Then that's not good art. If you are going to create art, then the message, and that sounds contradictory, because I pointed out to movies like Tenet, right, that are difficult to understand, or these books that are difficult to understand. I don't think like Christopher Nolan is not out there twisting his mustache and saying, ha ha ha, all these fucking plebes don't get my amazing art. He put it out there and then is just letting people consume it and interpret it and digest it on their own. He's not saying, I don't think so, at least. I don't think Christopher Nolan is going out there and saying, oh, you're wrong, YouTube person. You misinterpreted my amazing art. No, you put it out there and you let it be consumed and you let it be interpreted, and that's the point, in my opinion, of art is for it to be interpreted and to make people think and to feel and to like wonder, like regardless of what it is that you're calling your art, and by that means sometimes your art is going to be inaccessible to some people.
Yeah, Vader's Luxurious Loins actually made a good point too. He's like, there's developers that do make the control easier on console games for controllers, where like lock onto the target and everything, which does make it easier for people but still, somebody who can't use a controller, that doesn't help them.
Sure.
Somebody who can't see the screen, it doesn't help them. Somebody who can't hear, and the game is like a stealth game in the dark where you got to hear audio from different directions. That would ruin that whole game.
How many decades of video games were made with no colorblind options?
Long time.
How many games are still being made with no colorblind options that rely on color to get like the point across?
Yeah, if color's part of the game, how do you make a colorblind version? I don't
think there. You can add shapes and things like, but regardless, I don't think that the developer is sitting there. I'm gonna those fucking colorblind people. Me screw them. They either don't have the time or the skill or just whatever. There are a lot of reasons why maybe they don't add that particular type of accessibility option. Or maybe they are. They could be making their art to say, man, fuck those colorblind people.
Considering their for-profit businesses,
that's their right as an artist.
I mean, yeah, it's again, art is subjective, right? I mean, at the end of the day, everybody's free to make their own art, including people that I wouldn't understand. Like if somebody made art like Braille art, I wouldn't even know how to read it.
Do you know how cool it would be for an artist, like somebody to make a painting or like a photograph or something that would literally be something else for a colorblind person, for different, like, because there's different kinds of colorblind. So like I can see all the colors, right? I'm going to see a different thing than somebody who's red-green colorblind.
Yeah.
Right. How fucking rad would that? I'm sure somebody's done this. I'm guarantee somebody's has done this. Somebody who's red-green colorblind is going to see a different thing than me. I don't get to consume that art the way that they do, the way that colorblind person does. Like, well, now it's inaccessible to me, right? How rude, how fucking prejudiced is that?
I think you just developed a new class of game without even realizing it. You know what's that game where everybody has to work together? It's like, Among Us. Mm-hmm. Imagine an Among Us game where you have to have a blind person, a colorblind person, a deaf person, and something else, but they all have to work together towards an objective. Sure. That game would be wildly inaccessible to the vast majority of the public trying to find that group of people to play with. But man, when that group found each other, holy shit, would that be an experience, wouldn't it?
I saw it. It's funny you mentioned that. This is a little
somebody invent that, please.
But there's it's like a survival horror kind of thing. It's like a little bit of a psychological horror. I think it's like 4 people. But every person, like as you're playing through with your buddies, everybody's perception is different. Like everybody's like going a little bit crazy as you continue. And so like if you and me are walking down the trail in the forest, I might see like a ghost go by, but you don't. Whose reality is real? Like, is that ghost gonna get us? But you didn't see it. Can you believe me that I said, oh, there's a fucking ghost, man?
Exactly.
And there's 4 people. I think it's a 4-player co-op thing, and everybody's experience is a little different, and you all have to help. You all have to work together to like survive this, whatever the trial is. I don't remember.
That's actually brilliant.
But everybody has like a little bit of a different like psychosis or whatever. Like it's everybody's going crazy, but like a little differently. And so like what you see on your screen is going to be different from what your buddies are seeing on their screens and stuff. And like their sound, all of it is a different, just totally. I'm like, holy cow, that's going to be neat. But I feel like so many games wouldn't exist if accessibility was an absolute requirement. Or
what about Dance Dance Revolution? I used to love Dance. I can't play it anymore. I'm too fucking big and fat. I can't fucking play it anymore.
Because there are difficulty levels in DDR.
Not if you can't fucking stand up on the pad at the arcade. Not if you're quadriplegic. It ain't fucking no level for you, is there?
Right.
And that's again, my point, is there's like always somebody it's not accessible to. And if you make it accessible to the person who has quadriplegic, it's not Dance Dance Revolution anymore.
Yep.
It's Wink Wink Revolution. Somebody should create that, by the way. That would be an amazing game. Blink 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 Revolution. And you know what? The person who's a quadriplegic would absolutely own every other motherfucker at that game. I guarantee it. Like after using an eye tracker for like 10 years, dude, they'd fucking smoke everybody. Be like Paranoia 190 beats per minute, just ripping it. Actually, I think honestly, in this conversation, I feel like a lot of progress was made from the beginning of my understanding looking at it to how I look at it now.
Yeah.
Like when you first started, it's like I remember when we first started talking about this, like a couple of shows ago, we kind of touched on this a little bit.
Yeah,
and I remember that I was kind of on the edge of like, I don't see any harm in like maybe like lowering some difficulty in certain areas, and I was kind of like on that, like, oh, why can't you just make everybody happy? But no, after having this argument, I think that's not possible. I don't think it's possible. Now, there's edge cases. There's edge cases where could you make it a little bit easier to make it accessible to more people? Sure, maybe during development if you take that into consideration, but if you do that, does that take away from the difficulty in a way that would make people not want to play it because of the challenge, like for the extreme challenge?
And that's what some people said, that like if you added difficulty levels to, like, say, Elden Ring, it wouldn't change the story. It doesn't change the narrative. That's not entirely true either, because again, part of that story is the challenge of the main character, is the difficulty, the trials that they're going through. And not only that, but that reduces video games to just their story, just their narrative. And that is not their story. Like, then just read a book at that point.
Yeah.
Like,
or what about permadeath? We didn't talk about that. What about games with permadeath? Permadeath changes how you play the game so much because you have so much more on the line. I don't play permadeath games because I can't fucking physically handle losing in 3 months or 6 months of work in like fucking one go because of one mistake. I can't, like, emotionally, I wouldn't be able to handle that. I'd throw the game away, not be able to play it. But for some other people, that is like the ultimate challenge. Like, they pride themselves on like not taking any risks and like everything's super calculated. Whereas if that permadeath wasn't there and that consequence wasn't there, they'd just be running out, fucking swinging their swords, getting back up, doing it again, getting back, doing it again. It adds a different dynamic to the game. But by doing that, you make less accessible to people that aren't, strategic enough to keep their guy alive for that period of time.
Oh yeah, and I want to add a little sprinkle on this. I do play a lot of games on easy mode. I do, like, when it's available, I will. But a good example of a game that doesn't have them that I still play and enjoy. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I don't recall there being any difficulty settings in that. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't think there are any difficulty settings in Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Not all games have difficulty settings, especially story-driven games. A lot of story-driven games don't have, like puzzle games and story-driven games. A lot of them don't have difficulty levels because the puzzles are.
It says Kingdom Comes Deliverance and its sequel do not have a traditional easy, medium, or difficulty. Instead, the games feature a standardized normal mode designed to be realistic and challenging, and a brutal hardcore mode. So I guess there's sort of, but I do play plenty of games on easy mode. And
I mean, even Tetris would be looked down upon because even though it starts easy, it gets progressively harder, and not everybody can make it to the highest levels. Yeah. Just like if you're playing Elden Ring. And you were blind and just going by sound, bumping into shit. You might not make it very far, but you're still playing the game up to a point, and then you can't get any further than that because of your capability. And it's like that same thing applies to me.
And again, this applies not just to these Souls-like games. This is for any game that requires some level of skill. This can be racing games. This can be sports games. This is shooters. This is RTS. This is R4X.
Yeah.
Like some of these genres do traditionally have difficulty settings or some way of manipulating the game to make it easier or more difficult and things like that. But the concept, the opinion still applies regardless. We just use Elden Ring and the Souls-likes because those are traditionally the most difficult games out there. But the original Resident Evil or any sort of survival horror like that, it could apply too. Like I think in more recent showings of Resident Evil, there are difficulty settings and things like that. But
you know what I just
but again,
realized?
That's to apply to a more broad and generalized audience. When they first made the Resident Evil games, they were targeting a very specific type of gamer, and they were catering to that. What were you going to say, dude?
I was going to say I have a great way to end this. I got a great way to end this. I do believe I've changed my mind. I do believe that every single game is accessible to everybody. I changed my mind. I do believe that provided you have the hardware. I'm going to leave that out of the equation. Okay. Provided you have the hardware. I believe every single game is accessible to everybody. And all you have to do is enter into the dev console and enable cheat modes. If you enable God mode, you will even if you're blind
Jerry,
and deaf, if you just hit buttons on the thing, you will eventually, actually with the console you couldn't, right? But let's say you have a PC. Enter some fucking cheat codes, God mode that shit, and just steamroll through the maps. Listen for characters dying when you're hitting the H. Just move around until something starts aggroing on you, and just keep attacking it. Yeah. All I'm saying is there's a way for you to lower the difficulty yourself by increasing your abilities artificially.
Yep.
And to be fair, you can even do it. The console had like the Game Genie. I don't know what the equivalent of that would be for like PlayStation or whatever. But most games do have some.
They don't make any hardware like that anymore.
So everybody needs a computer.
It's hard to get the memory. You can't do memory, memory management like that.
And to be fair, have I enabled God mode before in PC games to get over something that I couldn't pass after like 20 times? Of course I have, because I want to continue on through the story, right?
Yep.
So
I've done it.
So that's my counter argument is if you want a game to be accessible, fucking make it accessible yourself by just putting in cheat codes. And if you can't put in cheat codes, then throw away the console, get a PC, because apparently we're not even factoring in the availability of hardware here, since everybody obviously has high powered fucking and $50 to buy a game, right? Oh no, sorry, $80 to buy a game because they had to refactor it and add like 6 more fucking difficulty levels.
I don't know.
I get your argument though, Ox. I'm on your side on this one now.
I'm shocked at the response that I'm getting from these books.
Even here in chat, it's not nearly as much, but in chat, there's a couple people that still disagree. Like that's always going to happen on any argument, fairly. But
I did figure most of our audience would.
They're being way nicer about it, though. That's the thing is they're being nice about it.
I wish was it Shannon, the Australian author gal that we've had in here before? I wish she was in here, because I would love, and I'm sure some of y'all are authors too. But I would love to actually discuss it with an author and get their take on it.
Yeah, those people jumping to calling you a bigot, those completely
that blew my fucking mind.
That's honestly like taking it to 11 over. They didn't like that their argument didn't hold water, and they decided to just start slinging names.
I was like, an ableist.
And in my opinion, that makes them the bad guy. The second that you start like insulting people and attacking them.
Yeah.
Over an opinion on video games? Are you serious? You're calling somebody?
I was shocked at how many people they called me ableist and bigot. Only one person called me a bigot, but a handful of people were calling me ableist.
I'd love for somebody to call me an ableist with my fucking lazy eye, broken back, diabetes. I'm an ableist, man. I can't play DDR anymore, for crying out loud.
But what's bonkers is they don't see the other side of that. Then it's ableist for them to say it's okay for there to be difficult books, because what about people who with learning disabilities or other mental issues that that literally they are incapable of comprehending beyond a certain level? That means there are thousands of books that are completely inaccessible to them because they are, and that doesn't make them lesser people. They're completely and fully functioning members of society or whatever. Like, they are who they are. But now I
have a son who's on the spectrum, and he sees the world like, even though he's super high functioning, he sees the world through a different lens than I do. And I love seeing that, because that's a perspective I can't have myself. So seeing it through his eyes gives it like a whole new meaning to me. And I love it. And my son, I feel like there's games that are inaccessible to him. Yeah, there's games that he's played that he just does not get. He has no interest in because he can't do any good in them. Like, he's just not his thing. But then there's games he gets in that he just fucking excels at, like Mario Kart, for instance, and he fucking loves it. And he dominates me at it. But is every single game accessible to him? Not necessarily, no. Would he play these like super deep stories and shit like Elden Ring? No, that's not what he enjoys. But do I think that every single game has to be something that he enjoys? No, because if he enjoyed every single game, then there's other people that won't enjoy it. So I think we just need to respect that. We should be thankful that we're in a country where we do have the freedom to create this huge spectrum of different things. And we do have the freedom to create art. We do have the freedom to create these games. And at the end of the day, if you want a specific game to be more accessible, then go fucking make it. Like, go learn to program. Go put it together. Make accessible games. Make that your market. If you think that's a market that's neglected, go make $1 million, billion, trillion fill in that market. And stop calling people bigots just because they're fucking comparing books to games, which I think is a completely and total, like, perfect comparison.
I think so too, man. I was like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Apples and oranges?
Have you ever read a book and theorized what's going to happen next because it's like a mystery? If you knew everything that was going to happen in the book, it'd have no value reading it. The whole point is for you to go along and try to guess who did it, or guess what's going to happen next, or think about how things are going to evolve, and hit those strange turns you didn't expect and shit. It's a game in your mind, just like the video game's a game on the screen. It's all fucking art. It's all games. It's all a challenge. If there isn't some people like challenges. Games are challenges. They're not just experiences. They're challenges. Straight up. I'm Team AuxxZillary on this one.
Yeah.
However, I will say that the people that are slinging names, that is completely fucking uncalled for in this place, and you basically lose all your ground on your argument instantly when you start doing that bullshit. And the other thing too is, if you're gonna say that things have to be accessible, it has to be accessible to everybody, not just you. I don't like the argument that it's like, I'm not gonna go to fucking DDR and say, oh, because I used to like your game, now you have to make a special version that I can play with a broken back where I can just sit and stab with one leg on the floor from a chair. Like, you have to go and add that to your game. No, you don't. Because now I have other things that I'm interested in. Things changed throughout my life. My health changed. My mental capability changed. All those things affect what I enjoy doing now. And it's in that spectrum, there's something for everybody. That's the thing I like about it, is there is truly something for everybody. But if you make everything for everybody, then nothing's for anybody.
I'm looking at these comments. This it's the false equivalency thing too, that somehow comparing books and video games is inappropriate.
No, I think that's bullshit. I think they're very similar.
I don't know.
And the reason I know they're very similar for a fact is because I play video games, whereas my wife is more of a mentalist and she reads books. But we both have the same goal in mind. We're both progressing a story. It's like, and sometimes my wife gets pissed and she puts the book down and doesn't finish it. Does that mean that book isn't accessible to her? Does she get a fucking refund? Because she didn't like the story and it was no longer interesting to her at a certain point, or it didn't go the way she wanted it to? I don't know. I think that this is one of those arguments where it's like people have some kind of, there's some kind of personal thing. For them to be slinging names, there's definitely some kind of personal aspect to it. Like, they've definitely got a dog in the fight from something that they're angry about, and they're not just straight out coming out with it, right? But I don't think they realize what they're asking for. I think at the end of the day, that's the biggest problem is, but if they got what they wanted, if they truly got what they wanted, then they would have nothing they enjoyed. You'd have to take the game away from wait a second, I was really good at Fortnite. Why do you got to take that away? Because not everybody can fucking play it and be good at it. So we have to take that away.
Yeah.
You know, and I feel like at the end of the day, if everybody's just playing fucking dot on the screen that bounces back and forth when you push the button, and even that's not accessible to everybody because some people can't push buttons.
I just really wish I don't understand some of the arguments that they're throwing at me. The false equivalency thing doesn't make sense to me, because like, how can you not compare books to like than movies, right? Movies,
books, games, they're all forms of entertainment.
And it's still again, it's like they're I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. I don't have any skin.
Imagine watching Memento with you have to watch Memento with like commentary that's telling you exactly what's going on in order while the story's playing out of order. It would ruin it. It would be like the ultimate disposition. Nobody would enjoy the movie at that point. It'd be the dumbest thing ever.
I love these people who are like, this false equivalency means you don't have the capabilities to hold or contribute to a conversation on either books or video games.
And
like,
yet you did contribute.
How exclusionary is that? Like, right? because I have a differing opinion, I must not be capable of actually having this conversation. And yet I've gone on now for an hour and a half.
You're very passionate about this. By the way, Vader's Luxurious Nuts gave us $2.49 or euros.
Ooh,
he said he only donates to bigots, though. So
I do love some sesame chicken, especially oddly
sesame chicken's delicious.
From Safeway. Like Safeway's sesame chicken is really good, man.
Hey,
I love their sesame chicken.
Stop being such an ableist bigot, because not everybody can eat sesame chicken, bro. Some people are allergic.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Some people are allergic. You got to fucking make everything out of protein paste.
I'm a piece of shit because I have no food allergies. I'm a horrible fuck. I'm gonna go hang myself after this. Sorry, you guys.
You can take aspirin and ibuprofen, and I can't. God damn you.
At the same time.
At the same time, even.
Sometimes I do it at the same time. I'll take a Tylenol PM and an ibuprofen.
What an ableist dick. What an ableist dick.
I'm just picking up your slack, man. You can't eat these drugs. I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
I'm helping. I don't know. All right. I'm gonna get out of here, you guys. Thanks for letting me.
No, I love the rant. I love the rant, because this is one of those things that you think is common sense, but it's really not.
Well, no, I mean, I kind of get. I don't understand the vehemence of it. That they're so adamant that I'm wrong, but their position is right. But
my counter argument would just be the opposite of them. Be like, well, I want your game of a lower difficulty to have higher difficulties. I don't feel like that game's hard enough for me. I played through that game and I beat it on the first try. It needs to have a harder level.
That's feeding into their position that games should have difficulty levels. That they should all have different difficulty levels. Like. My point is they're not going to add it. Like they shouldn't have to add it. I'm just saying, just like them. Yeah. Like if I said I wanted it, like I want a level that's so hard that only one person on planet Earth can defeat it. Why would anybody buy that if only one person on Earth can defeat it? Like the guy who developed it's the only guy who beat it because you need insider information. Like that just it wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't know.
If you want a hard game, buy a hard game. If you want an easy game, buy an easy game. That's the whole point. We have games for everything.
Yeah, and that's what kind of blew my mind.
If you don't have an Xbox, get a board game.
There was one person who said, like, hey, there are bunches of books made that are written for lower reading levels. It's like you just got to go over to the other bookshelf that are excellently written.
Yep.
There are thousands of video games that are wonderful, excellent, and easy to play. All you got to do is go buy those instead. That's when I got called a bigot.
That was uncalled
I
for.
literally pointed to them. I said, how is it okay to say that some game...
You're the furthest thing from a bigot I know, brother. They're just slinging words.
Down, again, the one-liner of it all is that it's okay for some art to be inaccessible to some people. And that is okay.
I just think it's unfair that you support them being able to have games that are accessible, but they don't support you being able to have games that you enjoy.
Yeah, they can have hard books. There are plenty of hard books out there, and that's okay for them to be written and published, and that some people aren't going to be able to read them. One person even said that, and that like it just, my brain is frying that they are okay with some books being inaccessible, but when it comes to video games, that's shitty.
And not even difficulty, subject matter too. Let's take difficulty completely out of the thing. Some people aren't going to want to play Leisure Suit Larry if they're like hardcore Christians, right? Yeah. Like, does that make the game inaccessible to them? Yes, but why would they want to fucking play it in the first place? It's Leisure Suit Larry. Why the fuck would somebody want to play fucking Elden Ring when its whole thing is supposed to be really fucking difficult? That's the thing I get. It's like, why are you targeting the thing that's designed to purposefully target a certain group of people to be really, really difficult? If you don't want a difficult game, if you don't want a difficult game, go pick a game that's not difficult.
Oh, but I wanna be able to enjoy that story and that narrative too.
Then watch YouTube. Watch somebody else play it.
But why? Like, why do you want to? It's weird. It's like
you're saying you don't want the experience that they created. You want a different experience than what they created.
I want to be able to go to that all women's gym. Right, and that's a whole different ball of wax. I am not even trying to get into that conversation, but it sounds similar to me. It's a similar sort of thing. I want this deliberately difficult thing to be accessible to me, to be made easy so that I can just absorb the narrative. Well, I want to be able to access spaces that aren't made for me. No, I don't. I don't want that because those spaces are deliberately designed not for me. Like, I don't understand it. When these shitty dudes say stuff like, "Oh, well, why is it okay for there to be an all-female gym? What if I made an all-male gym?" Which is something you can totally do.
Yeah,
there's nothing against that. Well, why can they be exclusionary toward men? Well, it's the exact same argument. Like, why are you trying to get into a space that is deliberately designed not for you? Like, these games are deliberately made for a very narrow part of the market on purpose. Why are you trying to get into that space?
I mean, there's literally gyms that only cater to bodybuilders. They can lift like 100-pound dumbbells. Like, they have nothing in there that I could lift. Nothing in there that I could do.
And it's double standards. It's a double standard. I don't understand why it's so hard to apply the rule to
it's like our car
I'm just rounding
around
now.
Inclusive?
I'm just rounding around now.
I feel
thanks,
like
y'all.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get out of here. Thanks, y'all, for letting me yammer on. Dude, I took up like an hour and 45 minutes on this, but follow. I'm AuxxZillary everywhere. It's my most recent post on Threads. If y'all want to read, I'm gonna lock it though after this. I don't want y'all harping on this stuff.
No, you'd be smart to lock it for sure. But people should go check it out just to see how harsh people can be over something like that.
I might even archive it, honestly, because but that might make me look like a coward. Because I'm not afraid of these people. I'm not going to change my mind because of these people like having a disagreement with me.
No, I just lock it.
Weird names. I just don't want any of y'all to go out there and start shit in my name or anything like that. You can read it, that kind of a thing, but don't stir the pot any more than I already have.
Anybody that does it isn't a fan.
Please don't. Just read it. Like I said, I'm gonna lock the comments and stuff on it now because I'm just even in the comments before the stream started and stuff. I was just going round and round and round saying the same shit to people, but it's just so yeah. I'm gonna lock the comments on that for a bit and yeah. So
Probably
y'all
a smart
have
move.
yourselves a good weekend here pretty soon. Because actually this is the last time. Well, you're still going to see this background, of course, because y'all don't know what my apartment ever looked like. It's just been a white wall behind me anyway. So there's going to be a different white wall behind me here.
Yeah, I was
next
gonna
time.
say you moved, brother. You moved.
Not, I haven't moved my internet yet, so I had to come back to the old place. My old place is practically empty now. I just have a bunch of clothes.
Oh, you're really
shelf,
this is the last broadcast from the new place, huh?
Yeah,
Or the old
from
place.
the old place. Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. So yeah, there'll be a different white wall behind me next time. If I can get my internet transferred over fast enough. So thanks everybody. Have yourselves a wonderful day, weekend, all that stuff. Look both ways when you cross the street, eat your vegetables, and don't take any wooden Indians. See y'all next time. Bye.
Peace out, brother. Oh my gosh. I don't have a scene set up for one person like I usually do. I haven't made it that far setting up since I'm still setting up the new computer. So you guys will just have to see me over here in the corner. I don't know. I wish I had a picture of Aux like on deck. Here, let me see if I've got one on my D drive so I can just like stick it over there as like a placeholder. That way it doesn't just look like a black vortex over there. For all of you guys that don't know, I had to completely reinstall my computer from scratch, starting from nothing a week ago. So I'm still in the process of like trying to restore everything and like put everything back that's like supposed to be there. Let's see here. Do I got one of the, where are my old AI pictures of Aux, all muscly arm man? Yeah, no, Aux and I talked a bit about that topic before we started the stream. He was definitely upset. He was really upset that that people would call him such a thing over nothing, over just having a fucking opinion. It's like that's where I think society is starting to fall apart is that nobody really understands how to like interact with other humans anymore. A lot of that I also blame on the whole COVID thing too. It's like, whether it was necessary or not, regardless of your opinion on the lockdown, it did prevent a lot of human interaction for a lot of people, and it led to just a lot of vitriol to people, It's like, yeah, and I understand why he was heated. Axler, or as AuxZillary. No, I totally understand why he'd be heated about that. I'd be pretty upset too if people were calling me a bigot over something like that. That's just absolutely uncalled for, It's it's an opinion. It's a freaking opinion, and it's not even the thing that I don't get is how somebody can't see the equivalency. And again, people just have different opinions, but I don't understand how you can't see the equivalency between a game and a book. They're both forms of entertainment. They both have different entry levels for reading comprehension and story comprehension. They both build. You have, you try to figure the things out as you go along. It's supposed to present a challenge. Like when you're reading a book or watching a movie, you don't know the whole thing in advance. You learn as you go, and you try to see what's coming and try to predict what's coming and everything like that. And that's the game of a book. That's the game of a movie, right? That's the game of the game. The only difference is with the game, instead of reading with your eyes, you're also interacting with your hands. And as far as accessibility, physical accessibility, I think a lot of that's handled externally because you have things like the Microsoft Active Accessibility Controller that you can plug in anything you could imagine. You can plug in pads that can be activated through neuromuscular movement and stuff like that you can map to buttons, and it works on Xbox and it works on PC. And I feel like that shit that the developer doesn't really have to implement into the game, adding additional cost. It can be implemented externally. And then by being implemented externally, it allows for more configuration and more options for differently abled people. And then as far as, the mental aspects, as far as is it accessible like a book versus a game, mentally, again, that's going to be highly subjective based on each and every person's capabilities, right? Like, honestly, I don't know if I'm on the spectrum or not because I haven't been tested. I'm fairly certain I am, though. But there's certain things I can't comprehend. There's certain books I've tried to read. That's why I don't read a lot of books, because I really, really struggle with reading and mentally imaging stuff while I'm reading it. So I don't really, like, when I read stuff, I lose track of stuff almost instantaneously, and I don't derive any joy from reading stories. But watching movies, absolutely. But there's a lot of movies I watch that I absolutely, at the end, I'm just left with questions and I don't know what the hell happened and I'm confused. I have a lot of movies I just turn off halfway through because I really don't understand what the fuck's going on. I don't understand what people are saying. I don't understand what people are doing. Tenet fucking threw me for a loop. Tenet was a great example AuxZillary gave, because I was like, Tenet, I've never watched Tenet all the way through. I've tried 3 times now and I haven't made it all the way through. Blade Runner, was way too slow. The new Blade Runner movie, when I watched it the first time, it took me 4 times before I finally made it through the whole movie without falling asleep. And I have to say, I actually did enjoy it. At the 4th time through, I finally did enjoy it. But it took me 4 attempts to get through it because it was too slow. It's just mentally, it could not hold my attention. Why haven't I moved over to Linux? Because as fragile as Windows is, it's not nearly as fragile as Linux is under my command. Every time I've tried to use Linux as a primary operating system, I have completely horked it up within 3 days. And the thing with Linux is there's so many different ways to install things where you can't reverse the operation cleanly that just makes it very, very difficult to like remember every change and where it's made and how it was done and how to go through and remember it and undo it without like keeping a meticulous log of everything you did. And for me, I'm incapable of doing that. I really am. But is Linux getting a lot better? Hell yeah. Linux is getting way better. Oh, I loved Project Hail Mary. Hail Mary was awesome. I went and saw that in the theater with my buddy Adam. I fucking loved it. One of my favorite movies. As a matter of fact, I enjoyed it. Before that, I think Martian was one of my favorite movies, The Martian. And after that, I would say that I enjoyed Hail Mary more. Like Hail Mary is probably one of my all-time favorite space movies now. But you could say to some people it seemed really slow. To me, I quite enjoyed it. And I loved how the story unfolded too, where it's like in the beginning, you didn't know how this guy got there. And his memory was wiped and he didn't know how he was there. And like through the whole, well, I'm not going to ruin it because I know there's a lot of people still haven't seen it. But yeah, the little twists and turns and everything, I couldn't anticipate shit. Like the whole movie surprised me all the way through and I loved it. Highly recommended. But is Hail Mary for everybody? No, obviously not. That is boring for my family. See, exactly. That's a great point. That's a great point. Something that I thought was an amazing work of art that like actually held my attention. I really enjoyed it. There's a lot of people that are going to think, man, it sucked. Oh, you loved it. Oh, okay. I misunderstood. My bad. I think it's the delay on the stream where you said that is boring for my family. Never mind. Okay. So you loved it. Yeah, I loved it. It's freaking awesome. But I'm sure there's people that didn't like it. Like anywhere you go, you're always going to find detractors that didn't like something. And are they wrong for not liking it? No. Does that mean that they're not being, they're not, being appreciative of the work? It's like, no, they just didn't enjoy it. It wasn't for them. And obviously it wasn't designed for them after they watched it. And you're not going to know until you watch it whether it was designed for you or not, right? If you were the person that was the intended audience. Why not use system snapshots on Linux? Update messes up everything, revert back to previous state. Well, first off, I didn't know what I have no idea what system snapshots on Linux are. Again, this is another example of why I use Windows, because I don't have the expertise level on Linux to be aware of all the features and which features are in which distributions or not in which distributions and, what things are affected. Like, obviously that comes with experience. That's why people that have run Linux forever run Linux. People who run Windows forever still run Windows. However, one day I would like to make the transition. However, last time I tried to make the transition to Linux, I had nonstop problems with compatibility issues between things that needed Wayland and things that needed X11 and trying to balance that act. I had compatibility problems. I couldn't run Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I couldn't run Forza Horizon. I couldn't run Forza Motorsport. Like most of the games that I play, it wasn't working. I also had compatibility issues with a bunch of programs that I installed that fucked with each other's dependencies. The way that it was handling the Python installs was something different that I wasn't used to. That was creating dependency overlap. It just wasn't for me. And I've tried it's not for lack of trying. Like so far the distribution I had the least problems with was Ubuntu. Ubuntu 22.04 LTS is probably the cleanest like Linux distro that I've played with so far as not completely fucking it up. As a matter of fact, I selected it as my WSL2 version of Linux that I run side by side with Windows. But I also tried CachyOS. I will say CachyOS is pretty fucking baller as far as looking and feeling like Windows 11 out of the box. Like if you're looking to switch from Windows 11 to Linux and you're not a power user, CachyOS is probably your best bet. But if you are a power user that needs to install tons and tons and tons of shit and different applications like OBS and video editing software and all that shit and just getting it all to magically work together and coexist together without any problems, that can be a fucking nightmare. But if you're just doing the basics, if you're just like, you just have a couple programs you use and do your email and your web and stuff like that, fucking Cachy is amazing. Yeah, it actually looks good too. It's a really good looking distribution of Linux. But yeah, I didn't even know Linux had like a snapshot thing like that, which is funny because when I was setting it up last time, I went into AI specifically and asked it. I'm like, how do I How do I make it so I can easily go back and like uninstall things if it gets corrupt or something gets made? It's like, oh, it depends on the way that you installed it. Let's see here. How do I use system snapshots in Linux? And do the snapshots require full copies or can they be incremental to save space? I'm curious now because this is something that next time I use Linux, I definitely want to play with. Okay, you can absolutely use system snapshots in Linux, and no, they do not need to be full copies. Most modern snapshot systems use a copy on write or incremental techniques. That's badass. Okay, snapshot is a point-in-time view of your file system. Think of it as a save point. You can roll back with some breaks. That's beautiful. Let's see here. Do snapshots require full copies? No. Modern Linux subsystems use incremental space-efficient methods. That's badass. Most snapshots are not full copies. That's exactly what I want. Full copies only happen if you manually create them. How snapshots work. Okay, most snapshot systems use copy on write. You take the snapshot, nothing is copied yet. When the file changes, the old data is saved. The snapshot point the old data. The live system uses the new data. That is fantastic. That's exactly how I'd want it to work. Okay, snapshot system in Linux and how it behaves. Built into the file system, extremely fast, very space efficient, used by OpenSUSE, Fedora, Silverblue, Ubuntu, and TimeShift. Oh, so it isn't Ubuntu. Okay, that's good. It's optional in TimeShift, though. And then you just run BTRFS subvolume snapshot and then the name of the snapshot. Well, that's easy enough. And then you got LVM snapshots. So works at the block level. Let's see here. Good for VMs and databases. So LV create, that does the LVM snapshot. Then you got ZFS snapshots, which is ZFS, the snapshot pool name and data set. That can also be incremental. And then you got TimeShift, which is a GUI tool that's popular on Linux Mint, Ubuntu, and Pop OS. So it looks like they all have, they all can do incremental, which is awesome. So, okay, so BTRFS doesn't do full copy, but does incremental, best for desktops. ZFS doesn't do full copy, does incremental, best for servers and NAS. LVM, full copy, no. Incremental, yes. Good for VMs and databases. TimeShift using rsync, full copy, sort of, and incremental via hard links. Uses more space, though. And TimeShift using BTRFS is very efficient. So yeah, like with Linux, there's like 100 different ways to do things. But no, that's cool. That's really fucking cool. So yeah, there's like 5 different ways depending on the file system that you're using for doing snapshots and recovery. And that's pretty cool. So let's see here. So if I want to recover, can I recover individual files to a previous state instead of restoring everything? Or if I restore an entire snapshot, do I have to reboot for it to take effect? Okay, so yes, you can okay, so with almost every snapshot system in Linux, you can recover single files from the snapshot. So you can browse the snapshots like a normal folder. That's cool. And then the ZFS snapshot exposes snapshots as read-only directories. That's badass. LVM does the same thing, but you can mount it as a file system. None of these require reboot. But obviously, if you're replacing system files, I'd imagine you'd have to have a reboot. All right, so do you need to reboot after restoring an entire snapshot? BTRFS system rollback. If you restore the entire root file system using BTRFS rollback, you must reboot. That makes sense. ZFS boot environment rollback. You must reboot. LVM full rollback also must reboot. I mean, I'd expect these all to require reboot because you're replacing system files. But yeah, no, this is badass. Like this is going to be great. Hey, Nick Holman, thank you for the comment on my haircut. First comment on my haircut I've seen today. That's badass. Axler said I tried Linux like 6 times before I finally ditched Windows. It was worth it for me. You do you though. I mean, eventually I'll get there. I'm just not there yet. I'm not there yet. You have to realize, I used Windows as a power user for most of my life, and for 15 years of my life, I used it professionally. So it's like I know the deep down inner workings. Like I've been down in Windows guts using kernel debuggers and symbols. So it's like the comfort level that I have with Windows is unmatched by anything else. The goal will be to switch to Linux though, because I have no allegiance whatsoever to Microsoft, and honestly, I don't like the direction Microsoft's going. They've done a couple things right in the last couple of months, but ultimately they're still screwing the pooch and fucking everything up. So I would like to jump ship to Linux. It's just not quite there yet. My requirement to switch to Linux is I need to have an experience that is at least as smooth as my experiences with Windows in the GUI and the shell. I need to be able to set it up quickly, know where everything is. I need to know where all the file systems is, all the scheduling stuff, all the disk partitioning stuff, all the different tools and everything. I have to be comfortable with it and know it. And I'm learning that through WSL. WSL is like a really good middle step. If you have Windows 11 installed, you can install WSL alongside, which basically loads the Windows kernel virtualized right alongside the Windows kernel. And you can install, you know, a dozen different distributions of Linux that have been modified and optimized to share hardware through the driver model in Windows. Like, for instance, I can run AI stuff, fully utilizing CUDA on my RTX 4090, sharing the hardware with Windows, which is really fucking cool, actually. I think that's a really neat feature. Hey, guys, give me a second. I gotta go take a piss really bad. I'm gonna go. I should have taken care of that before Aux left, but it hit me right now. Give me just a minute. God, this room is like a minefield. Water. Need water. All right, I'm back. I'm back, bitches. Sun Turtle Camper said, I wish I could uninstall Adobe. They wanted money to end my subscription. Never install Adobe. Wait, what? They wanted money to end your subscription? Don't you just stop paying them? That's what I'd do. I'd go to my bank and stop payment. Or with the credit card, stop payment on it if they're refusing to honor you shutting down. That's some horse shit. I haven't used Adobe in forever, though. I moved away from Adobe when Creative Cloud started charging just absolutely enormous, ridiculous prices because of their AI bullshit. Not worth it at all. Gamers Unite said I tried. Somehow I got Satan OS. That might be a sign for me. Or somebody must have been talking about Temple OS, I'm guessing. Yeah, Temple OS isn't for me. Hey, Vader's Luxurious Loins. Have yourself a good sleep, buddy. Appreciate the support, man. Thank you. Wow, Adobe's getting sued by the FTC? Shit. Well, they deserve it. Honestly, they deserve it. Yes, Adobe charges you money to cancel. That is some fucking bullshit, man. Hold on here. Does Adobe charge you to discontinue your service? I want to see if anybody's done an article on this. This is crazy. Adobe can charge you a fee to discontinue your service, but only certain types of plans and only after the first 14 days. Wait, what? If you have an annual plan paid monthly, Adobe charges an early termination fee equal to 50% of the remaining contract? What the fuck? Oh, Adobe can eat my ass with a spork. Holy shit. You know what that tells me? That tells me Adobe's desperate. Adobe's fucking circling the drain. Everybody's moving over to DaVinci Resolve now. Adobe's fucked. Their days are numbered. So now they've hit a point where it's like they know their days are numbered, so they're just trying to squeeze everybody for as much money as they possibly can before they fucking file bankruptcy and go under or sell off to somebody else. Because these aren't things that a company does when it wants to keep its customer base happy. You know, it's like this is fucked up. This is super fucked up. Wow. Shit. And I'll tell you what, this is somewhat new, and I'll tell you why. Because a couple of years ago when I canceled my Adobe contract, it's like no, please. And I had the same thing. I had the annual for a year, and it said, I said, please don't leave. Please don't leave. Please reconsider. Hey, we'll give it to you for a quarter of the price if you just stay. So you're like, no, I want to cancel. No, I want to cancel. Okay, last chance. We'll give you, 40. And that's fucked up too. So your customers that are loyal to you and enjoy your product, you don't give a discount to. But the people that fucking hate your product and trying to leave, you basically charge them a quarter of what you charge the people that actually support your company. Fuck you for that in the first place. But now they went from that, begging you to stay and offering you lower prices and then letting you go, to now charging you 50% of a total year-long contract. What the fuck is that noise? That's so stupid. So it says they have a month-to-month plan. And it says if you cancel anytime, your account simply downgrades to a free Creative Cloud membership. And then after the first 14 days on any plan, if you cancel within the first 14 days, you get a full refund and no cancellation fee applies. But after 14 days on the annual plan, you have to pay 50% of the remaining contract. So annual, paid monthly, you have to pay 50% of the remaining contract. Annual prepaid, no refund at all. So basically that's fucked up. So you can do an annual prepaid and then you get nothing back if you decide you want to leave. But if you do annual paid monthly, then they charge you 50% of the remaining contract. Month to month, there's no fee. And then so I'm guessing do they give you like a significant discount if you do the annual prepaid or annual paid monthly? That's the only thing I could do, because why would anybody do that otherwise? Like, there's no fucking way. Like, knowing that you're just going to get fucking railed in the ass if you leave early, that's so stupid. Yeah, I call bullshit on that. That's some shenanigan games, man. That's some mega shenanigan games. Let's see here. When you try canceling, here's a discount, and it's the only way to get a new customer rate at the end of the contract. Yeah, no, dude, that is so funny. That is so funny that they do that. It's like, and I told everybody about that hack when I canceled. I was like, hey guys, I canceled my membership, but if you're Adobe, and I posted screenshots, this was a couple years ago. I was like, yeah, just tell them you want to cancel and then click cancel. Yes, you're sure you want to cancel. And then you'll get a third option that's like, we'll give you half price for like 3 months or 6 months or whatever. So everybody should do that. That's literally something that everybody should do. If you were signed up with Adobe, go cancel your service. And then when they offer you the discount, take it. And then at least you're paying less, if you're still using it. But now it looks like now I don't even know if they're offering that anymore, because if they're just going to charge you 50% for canceling, I'm pretty sure they're not going to offer you any kind of discount, because they know that they can just rake you over the fucking coals and not give you any service. So basically what they're saying is if you pay for the monthly during annual, it's, by the way, you shouldn't be able to have two things. That's so stupid. Oh, pay monthly for the annual. That makes no fucking sense to me whatsoever. But anyways, I guess cable companies do it too, but whatever. So then you cancel after 2 months, and you're responsible for 10 months, five months full price, because 50% of 10 months. Even though you can't use the service, like, your account still gets canceled, so you don't even get to use that 5 extra months or whatever. Fuck Adobe, man. Man, I am so glad I left Adobe. That was the smartest fucking decision I ever made. Sun Turtle said, how do I remove the program when I haven't uninstalled it from the cloud? You should be able to remove the program through add remove programs in Windows. You should be able to go to add or remove programs. So go to search and type add or remove programs. And then inside of there, go to the search bar and type in Adobe, and it should pop up and say Adobe Creative Cloud. And you should be able to click uninstall or modify. And it should open up the Adobe installer, and you should be able to unselect the applications and have it uninstall. And if that doesn't work, they're doing something specifically to circumvent that. However, there's always a way to uninstall shit, just so you know. Even if the MSI doesn't let you, you can forcefully uninstall shit too. Here, let me see if I can get you some information. How do I forcefully uninstall Adobe Creative Cloud, since they don't give me the option if I have an active account? All right, so you can use Adobe's official Creative Cloud Cleaner tool. So it says, okay, so download the Adobe Creative Cloud Cleaner tool. It's on Adobe's official site. Let's see here. And then it says run it as administrator, choose Creative Cloud Desktop, confirm removal. This should remove Creative Cloud Desktop, all Adobe background services, stuck registry entries, and corrupt installers. And then it says that doesn't work. You can stop Adobe's background services required for a forced installation. So open up Services MSC and stop all the Adobe services. So Adobe Genuine Software Integrity Service, Adobe Genuine Monitor Service, Adobe Update Service, Adobe Acrobat Update Service, Adobe Creative Cloud Service, and AGS Service. So change them all to startup type disable after stopping them. And then kill all the Adobe processes, which is Creative Cloud XE, CCX Process, Adobe Desktop Service XE, Adobe IPC Broker, and Adobe Installer, and anything else with Adobe in the name. And then it says to manually uninstall via the Windows installer. Go to uninstall. If it refuses, then do a force uninstall using the Windows installer cleanup tool. And it says it looks like you can use this as a last resort. So that's a PowerShell command under PowerShell. What that's going to do is go through every product on the machine with Adobe in the name and then call the uninstall on each and every product. And then it says once that's done, then you remove all of the folders, all of the Adobe folders under program files and program data. Yeah, that looks like a pain in the ass. And then 7, it says optional. You can remove the Adobe Genuine Software checks. So you have to delete a couple services first to be able to do that. And then after that, reboot after you do all that. Yeah, it seems like a pain in the dick. The only one I'd really trust, though, is that Creative Cloud Cleaner tool, if it works. But my guess is if it's not allowing you to uninstall via the MSI installer, something tells me if you run their official tool, it's probably going to tell you the same thing, like, oh, you can't uninstall because you got an active account or some bullshit like that. What I recommend, rather than using Photoshop, I have GIMP currently installed. I actually found something I liked a lot more than GIMP. And you know what? I need to reinstall it because I clean installed my computer and I haven't gotten around to install it yet. It's called, what was it called? Let's see if I can find the shortcut in my backup. Vault, archive. Give me a second. Backups. Hold on here. Where was it? Backups. And then that one. And /C, and then users and desktop. There we go. Okay, let me see if I can find it here. Okay, Forza 6, no. Where is it? I swear I had more shit on my desktop. Where is it? No, StreamerBot. It started with a K. Here. Was it called Krita? I think it was called Krita, if I remember right. And it was really good. Like, it's actually what I used for the background that you see on this. That was all created in Krita by me. The learning curve on it was, like, pretty simple, too. Like, it didn't take long to, like, learn how to do things in it versus Photoshop. Like, it is a little bit different, but it's not, like, crazy. I think it's KR. Yeah, there it is. It's KRITA. This is it. And it's completely free. Have you had a dirty Dr. Pepper? I can't say that I have, Anthony. Scrub the registry of Adobe. God, that's tedious. I know, right? It's like McAfee. Dude, McAfee is a virus, dude. Do not ever install McAfee anything on your computer. If your computer ever comes with McAfee shit installed on it, reinstall Windows from scratch. And don't use the one that came with the computer. Do a clean install from a clean image. Oh, Ron Gao recommended Revo Uninstaller. I've actually used that before. Revo Uninstaller is pretty damn powerful. However, you do have to be a little bit careful with it because I have had it take shit out that I didn't want it to take out before. I think that's why I actually stopped using it a couple of years ago. Maybe they've improved it since then. But it can dig deep. It can pull shit out that the MSI installer can't. It'll actually go through and like look at, I believe it'll even go in and like look at exes and stuff like that and look at the links and dependencies and like follow them to the registry and everything and like remove all that shit. But basically it can take something without any MSI uninstaller at all and like completely trace it out and delete as much of it as possible. While I'm talking to you guys about it, I'm going to install it right now, actually. So there's a new Krita release as of Tuesday. Tuesday, the 2nd of June, 2026. Wow, they do update it a lot, too, which is something that I really like. But yeah, Krita is badass. Highly, highly recommended. Wow, it looks like they're using like a really old MSI installer harness, but it doesn't matter. MSI is MSI. That's what another thing I like about Windows, that Linux has like a million different ways to install everything. And technically in Windows, you can do the same, right? There's some things you can install with like third-party installers like Choco and, you know, other things outside of WinGet like pip and stuff like that. Although I guess I wouldn't really count pip because that's for installing like dependencies and tools within a Python environment. Usually I keep those all separated out. But I will say that I do like winget. Like with the winget installer harness, I guess it'd be similar to Linux using apt-get. It's like Windows version of apt. But I found that the library of tools has grown like immensely. Like 99% of the shit that I use on my computer can be installed via winget now, which is really, really nice. And anything installed via winget can be uninstalled cleanly using winget. Or usually through add remove programs too, but definitely through winget. The one thing I don't like is installing shit through the Microsoft Store. I don't understand why the Microsoft Store isn't dead, because one, the Microsoft Store has older versions of nearly every single application that winget has in its repository, which is absolutely stupid to me. So that tells you that none of these people who are writing this software are updating their Windows Store applications anymore. They're just using winget repository. So my guess is the store is being phased out and is going to go away at some point, because they already separated Xbox and the games out into the Xbox library. So I'm hoping that they just get rid of the MS Store at some point, because the MS Store is garbage. Plus, when you install shit via the MS Store, it often doesn't show up under add remove programs. You can only uninstall it through the MS Store app. And the MS Store app, half the apps, once you install them, there is no option to uninstall. You have to drop out to the command line and run some like fucking super voodoo magic MS Store tool to like remove the shit. And I think that's stupid. I think that's ass that they did that. It used to be that everything you installed, you could click and uninstall. Now you can't. You install it and it has open and it has nothing else. And then you have to go to add remove programs. And then in add remove programs, you have to go another layer deep to Windows apps, which are like, like the calculator and all the little apps that it downloads from the Windows Store. They're like in their own little area that you have to go into. And then you have to go down and say reset or remove, like specifically through that separate UI, not through add remove programs. So it's stupid. It's like why have an app store if everything in it is going to be treated differently than MSI installers? It's so fucking stupid. Vader's Luxurious Loin said, remember the Windows Phone? Oh, I remember the Windows Phone. As a matter of fact, I still have two of them in a drawer behind me. Two HTC phones from those days. I mean, they don't work anymore, but the batteries are long dead, but I have them. But yeah, I would be curious what you guys think of Krita. If any of you guys install Krita, let me know what you think. I have to say I was actually pretty amazed with it. Like it's actually a really, really decent piece of software. God, it's crazy how much shit I've installed over this last week. Like my computer, it's like I probably have 30 plus icons on my desktop right now of all the shit I've installed. I probably have 20 plus icons down on my task tray. I've been trying to experiment around with using WinGuard or WireGuard to use my NordVPN proxy server, so I don't have to install NordVPN software. Don't get me wrong, NordVPN software has some really good features and stuff in it, but it also has a tendency to fuck with Tailscale, and they kind of have a tendency to fight with each other over who wants to be on top. So I tried using, NordVPN allows you to break out a lot of the servers into WireGuard config files and then just run it through WireGuard. But for some reason, it works on my computer in my bedroom, but I use the exact same profiles up here on this computer, and it doesn't work. So I don't know if when you're creating the profiles, there's like an element of the computer that has to be put into the API key or whatever, but whatever keys I'm using to authenticate the VPN servers through WireGuard config files that I created using a tool for my computer downstairs do not work upstairs. It says it connects to the server, it says everything's good, and I can't connect or resolve DNS or even ping an IP address directly. Super fucked up. However, chances are I'm probably going to have to install the NordVPN software anyways, because NordVPN has a feature that the WireGuard software does not have. And that is the split tunneling. And split tunneling is really important because that allows me to ensure that my local area network is still accessible while connected to NordVPN. It isn't trying to route all my fucking LAN traffic through the VPN. And so that split tunneling feature is actually pretty valuable. The only thing I don't like is like NordVPN, they keep adding more and more shit to their software that I don't use. Like I don't use their credential manager. I don't use their extended protection. I don't use their other thing for storing files, their meshnet for storing files. I don't use any of that stuff. Like I like the stuff that I have set up with other existing tools. I don't want to put it all under one thing with Nord. And so it's like, I just don't want that stuff. I wish there was a way to just like disable it and just not even have it installed. It's like, I just want the VPN and nothing else. But Nord's trying to create this like all-in-one huge solution for everything. And so they just keep packing everything in there but the kitchen sink. But damn it, I can't find a better, I can't find a better option for the stuff that I'm doing. And I have to admit that I do like the plugin, the browser plugin for NordVPN, because you can open up, I've had 8 different browsers instances open, each one of them connected with a different IP address at the same time, while the main computer is not connected to the VPN. So everything else on the main computer is still using the LAN, still going out through my normal internet connection, but every single one of the browsers is on a different IP address. I fucking love that. I think that's awesome. LL said, I use Proton. Nord hasn't tempted me back as of late. I've heard some people enjoy Proton. Last time I used Proton, though, they didn't have the double VPN feature that I liked, and they also didn't have a server close enough to me that I got my full ping and my full bandwidth. So one thing I like about Nord is Nord has servers in Seattle that I get the exact same speed. I don't lose any speed through speed test, and my ping only goes up by 1 ms. So I basically get between a 2 and a 3 ms round trip to everything local. So it's like basically when I turn on the VPN, there's no noticeable increase in lag. There's no perceivable increase in like bandwidth or anything like that, which I think is cool as shit. Like, because I have not had that kind of luck with any other VPN that I've tried. But you do pay a premium for Nord. Nord does end up costing more. But like I said, I guess I could still use WireGuard with NordVPN once I recreate the profiles for the system. I could use it and then just use the inbox routing tool to route my internal network around Nord and do the same thing as split tunneling, essentially. But it's like, do I really want to go maintain all that and do all that when the NordVPN app just fucking does it for me? The answer is probably no. I'm probably just going to install the NordVPN app in the end. Because the truth is, it works really good. like it really does work good. Proton now has a Seattle server. Well, I might have to check it out. Let me see. What does Proton VPN cost? protonvpn.com. And does Proton also give like full bandwidth? Like they give you the full gigabit if you have it? Let's see here. Proton. Also need to make sure that they're based in a country that doesn't have extradition with the United States. Let's see here. Let me go check. Let me double check and make sure Proton is based in Puerto Rico or another country equivalent that doesn't have extradition. Because if you're going to use a VPN, you might as well use one that can't be subpoenaed, so they can't pull your information. Let's see here. Where is Proton VPN headquartered? Let's see. Oh, hello. Okay, Geneva, Switzerland. That's a good sign. Oh, all right. All right. That I like. Okay. And they don't keep logs and they're audited. Okay, I'm kind of digging this. All right, hold on here. Let's see here. Oh shit. Do I already have? I think I already have one. Do I already have a Proton account? Oh, that's right. I did use it once before. Never mind. So I do have one. Okay, so I got to do some human verification shit. Let me move my little puzzle piece. Dude, these captchas are getting fucking insane. God damn. All right, so. Dude, you know what? I fucking love the Windows Phone Link app. It's buggy as shit, and half the time it doesn't connect to the phone. I don't know what the deal is. Sometimes I have to disable Bluetooth or able to get it connect. But man, when it connects, it's awesome because anytime you do any SMS 2-factor authentication or anything, it automatically extracts the code and puts it into the browser. So if you're in the browser and you go into 2FA or whatever and it sends the 2FA code to your phone, it automatically relays to the phone app via Bluetooth to the computer, and then the computer picks it up, copies it, just puts it in, and just fucking soldiers on. I love it. Okay, so Proton. Oh, now if I wanted to upgrade my service, hold on here. I am logged in, so let's go to VPN. I might have to play around with this. Okay, so it is okay. So if you do a year, it's only $3.99 a month. That's not bad at all. Let's see, lightning fast speeds. Oh, they do have double VPN. That's one of the big features I like, the double VPN. Let's see, Net Shield ad blocker. Don't really care about that. I have my own ad blocker. Secure streaming. Okay, so the AdNet Nord also has that. Let's see, what else do we got here? Servers in 148 countries. How many instances? Okay, so I can have up to 10 devices connected at once. Oh, but you gotta have VPN Plus. How much is VPN Plus? Oh, it's all that is the $399. Okay, so $399 is the VPN plus. You know what? I might have to give this another shot. This is this actually looks pretty good. And they also give you free mail. And then Proton Drive. You know what? I'm gonna look into this. Okay, so increase VPN speeds up to 400% with VPN Accelerator. Uses a combination of advanced VPN technology to improve connection stability and increase your connection speed. Let's see here. No log policy confirmed by an external audit. That's good. I mean, the fact that they're in Geneva, Switzerland, that's really good. So fuck, I'm gonna look into this, guys. I might have to do a little switcheroo. I'm gonna see what speeds I get first, though. I'm gonna test the free plan, and if they can cap out my gigabit for one instance, then I'm willing to sign up and give it a try. Because yeah, I mean, this is interesting. This is definitely interesting. And it looks like they straight up allow you to use the WireGuard app like directly. They even have like all the configuration stuff in here to create all the profiles and everything. This is actually way nicer than the Nord experience if you don't use their app. Never had an issue with their servers on this side, but that's the thing with VPNs is it all comes down to the nodes, right? It all comes down to the nodes and their proximity to you. What if you just set up your Ubiquity router with NordVPN? Kylek, I actually don't like my network routed directly through the whole network routed through a VPN. Because if there's VPN instability with the node, it creates 2 points of failure. Most of the stuff that I do, I don't mind if it goes through my VPN because it's already all HTTPS encrypted anyways. So I don't really like running a VPN at the whole house level. But I do like being able to run a VPN at the browser level. Oh, that's the other thing I need is I'm guessing they have a browser plugin, right? Do they have a browser plugin so you can do a different IP per browser instance? Because that's pretty important to me, actually. Let's see here. Upgrade to VPN Plus to connect up to 10 devices, the VPN at once. Proton for Android, iOS, Windows. They do have a Windows app. But the question is, do they have a browser plugin? Hold on here. Let me do a search. Browser plugin. Hello. Searchy. Well, you guys would know. Do they actually have a browser plugin? They do. Haha, they do. Hell yeah. They got one for Firefox and Chrome, which is perfect. That's exactly what I need because all the browsers I use, with the exception of 2, are Firefox or Chrome based. So that's perfect. God damn. You know what? It looks like Proton VPN has come a long way. So as long as I can't do it right now while I'm streaming, but as long as it meets my speed requirement, I might be willing to give this a try. I mean, $4 a month ain't that bad. That's a decent deal if you get your full pipe bandwidth, and they've got all the features that I want. And they're out of Geneva, so I'm not worried about the extradition stuff. As a matter of fact, they have an external audit to prove that they don't log anything. That's really cool. I don't believe Nord has an external audit, so that's pretty damn cool. Let's see here. PS Switzerland does require to store data, though. Well, that's a conflict, Gaming Matty Rocks, because they specifically say they do not store data, and they have a third-party audit to prove that they don't store data. So if Switzerland requires them to store data, then that's a conflict, and now I got to wonder if they're lying. So let me double check. Let's see here. So Proton claims they don't log, and they have external audits to prove they don't log. But does Switzerland require them to log? All right, let's see if we can find anything online for this. Okay, so Switzerland does not require Proton VPN to log user activities, but a proposed surveillance law could change that in the future. Here's the clear evidence-based breakdown of the latest reporting. Okay, so the current law in Switzerland does not require VPNs to log. Swiss law, as it stands today, does not force VPN providers to retain connection logs or identify users. This is why Proton and other privacy-focused companies base themselves here in this country. Proton publicly states that the Swiss law does not allow the government to compel them to start logging, and this is consistent with current legal analysis. But there is a proposed Swiss VUPF SPTA change that would require logging. Multiple independent reports show that Switzerland has proposed amendments to its surveillance ordinance that would force VPN providers to log IP addresses and retain them for 6 months if they exceed roughly 5,000 users. Key points of the proposal. VPN's encrypted email and messaging services would be classified as derived service providers. They would be required to log IP addresses and connection metadata. Logs would need to be kept for 6 months, and this would apply to any service with above 5,000 user threshold. This proposal has triggered major pushback from Proton, NimVPN, and Bravado VPN, and many civil rights groups. Status: the law is not enacted yet. The Swiss Parliament has paused the amendment pending an independent impact study. So as of now, Proton VPN is not required to log. Okay, so yeah, so it's a log that is on the this is a law that's on the table that could happen, but until it happens, Nord is officially not logging right now. So that's good to know. Let's see here. P.S. They do work with some federal agencies. I don't remember which ones. I think it was the IRS or something. There was a recent controversy about it. Well, that's not good. Shit. Okay, well, okay, hold on here. So, has NordVPN cooperated with law enforcement on anything in the past? Because if the answer to that is yes, then that's a no-go for me. All right, so... Okay, so NordVPN has cooperated with law enforcement in the past, but only in extremely limited ways and never with activity logs, because independent audits confirm they do not keep them in the first place. What they have handed over in rare cases is basic account or payment information when legally compelled under Panamanian law. Oh, so are they also incorporated in Panama too? NordVPN says it's never given law enforcement any browsing or traffic logs. Okay, NordVPN will comply with law binding orders, but only within Panama's jurisdiction. So that's weird. So they're based in Switzerland, but they're headquartered in no. Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. I'm looking at Nord. So NordVPN has complied. Oh, that's not good. Fuck that shit. NordVPN complied with a Panamanian warrant in October 2024. This is the only publicly confirmed instance of NordVPN ever providing user data to law enforcement. They issued a binding warrant for criminal investigation. NordVPN was legally required to comply. The only data they could provide was payment-related information and confirmation that an account existed. They couldn't provide any browsing history, IP logs, or traffic data. Well, that's good. Transparency reports confirm 0 cases of user activity disclosure. Okay, well, that's good, but let me check Proton. Same question for Proton VPN. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know in 2024 that Nord actually complied on any level with law enforcement. That's actually concerning as fuck, honestly. But they said the only thing that they provided was like the payment information, the name on the account, no browsing information, no IP, no packets, nothing like that, because they don't log it in the first place. All right, so so yes, Proton has cooperated with law enforcement in the past, but only through Swiss authorities and only very limited data they actually possess. They have never provided VPN activity logs because Swiss law does not provide them to keep them. Proton VPN has received law enforcement requests, but has never provided activity logs. So in 2025, they denied 59 orders. In 2024, they denied 53. And in 2023, they denied 60. So let's see what it says. Proton must comply with the Swiss court orders, but only with the data they actually have. Swiss law requires Proton to cooperate with Swiss authorities when a valid Swiss court order is present. However, Proton VPN is not required to save activity logs under Swiss law. Therefore, even if legally compelled, Proton can only hand over a tiny amount of account data that it actually stores, including payment info for paid accounts, and that's it. That's not bad. Okay, so documented case. Proton Mail provided payment data in a criminal investigation. Okay. Proton VPN stance on law enforcement requests. According to Proton's own law enforcement guidance and transparency reporting, they reject all foreign requests unless routed through Swiss authorities. They cannot provide VPN logs because they do not exist, and they respond to valid Swiss requests, but only the disclosure of limited account data. Actually, you know what's important is I need to ask, does Switzerland cooperate with U.S. law enforcement? That's a big one. Let's see here. Oh, that's not good. Okay, yes, Switzerland does cooperate with U.S. law enforcement, but only through formal legal channels and only when requests meet strict Swiss legal standards. Switzerland is not a safe haven for U.S. investigations, but cooperation is structured, slow, and highly regulated. Okay, well, I mean, that's better than nothing. Let's see here. Does Panama cooperate with U.S. law enforcement? The answer used to be no, but I'm going to check it now because if Switzerland has limited cooperation, I wonder if Panama does now too. Holy shit. Okay, so Panama does cooperate with U.S. law enforcement. And this cooperation is formalized, structured, and legally binding under mutual legal assistance treaty and an extradition relationship between the two countries. Are you shitting me? U.S. Panama have full mutual legal assistance treaty. Okay, well, I'm out. See you, Nord. Wow. So the U.S. DOJ Office of Internal Affairs sends a formal request. Panama designates central authority, receives and reviews it. Panama executes the request if it complies with Panamanian law and treaty. Panama also cooperates on extraditions. Bottom line, yes, Panama cooperates extensively with U.S. law enforcement. That used to not be the case. Proton's looking better and better by the fucking minute, honestly. Oh my God, dude. I mean, I don't care if they have my name and my payment information and everything like that. It's just the whole point of using a VPN is to not have your IP tracked and not have your data tracked, right? That's the whole fucking purpose. Oh man. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna have to reconsider now because this is weird though. So Proton VPN is $10 a month if you pay monthly, but it's only $4 a month if you do a 12-month plan. And it's $3 a month if you do a 2-year plan. So, it optimally gets 60% cheaper if you do it by the year. So doing a year would be what? $4 a month, 12 times 4, $48 for the year. That's a little rich for my blood right now. Because I don't really need another VPN because I still have a year of NordVPN. But that still sucks that NordVPN is like fucking like they're in a country that cooperates. The whole point of being in Panama was to not cooperate with U.S. extradition. And now it says here that they even have a stronger extradition and cooperation with the United States than fucking Switzerland does. That's crazy. That's the opposite. I wonder what crime the people were investigating when Nord gave the info out. I think it said something about like a financial crime. I do believe I saw something there that said it was something about a financial crime. Payment information is probably some like crypto scams or something like that, or fucking running like dark web stores selling drugs or something. Who knows? I mean, that's usually like the crimes that are committed with VPNs, honestly, is like fucking dark web stuff, trafficking and drugs and stuff like that, and fucking illegal pornography and all senses of horrible shit. But hopefully those people are too dumb to use a VPN that doesn't extradite, because I want all those fuckers to burn. I normally, my biggest use for a VPN that I use right now isn't even for DDoS. I used to use it for DDoS protection. That was why I originally got a VPN. What I use it for now is being able to roll my IP instantly. So for like sites that only allow you to download so much per IP and stuff like that, you can actually just log in, roll the IP, download more, roll the IP, download more. And it's just a matter of going to the plugin. You can have like 6 browsers or 6 different IPs all going to the same site. I like being able to roll my IP. However, there's a way to do that for free without any VPN, and that is you can use, but it's slower and shit. That's the problem, is if you're downloading, which is what I primarily use it for, you have to use, if you use Tor, for instance, Tor, you can switch IPs anytime you want. Tor, you just go, oh, give me a new identity, boom, new IP, but it'll be, you don't really get to pick where it is, though. It could be halfway across the world, and they're usually slow as shit. Like, Tor nodes are the slowest thing possible. Like, you're lucky if you can get like 1 or 2 megabit during a speed test. But if you need to roll your IP to do something, Tor is free and you can use that. But that's what I like about VPNs. VPNs are really fast and you can roll your IP really quick. Plus, it also prevents the people on the other side from having your actual IP from your ISP, which is also nice. Especially if somebody wants to attack, or somebody wants to do some kind of, somebody wants to try to like attack your computer, attack the IP to try to scan ports and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about any of that shit when you're using a VPN. Let's hear. What I don't understand is if Proton VPN has a server in the US, doesn't it have to comply with US law or not? No, here's the interesting thing. So the server itself has to comply. So like if I connect to a server in Seattle that server, they can go in and you know, if they have an extradition or what, not extradition, what is it? If they have a legal order, they can go in and pull the server and they can open it up and they can look at the stuff in it. But the thing with the VPNs is the VPN server, they don't keep any logs because they're not required to. Not even here, they don't keep the logs. And then the way the IP logs work and the way that it's like routed and it's encrypted, like from like the headquarters of the machine, they do it in such a way that even if they get a hold of the server, there's no useful data there. So it's even difficult for them to tell which IP belonged to what, and it's like intentionally built that way. But yes, if they want the server, they can get it. But what you don't want is because there's no ID associated with it. If they pull the server, all they have is at best some IP information. If they caught it in situ real time, something happening, and they could extract it because they didn't need the logs, it was happening in real time, right? If they sniffed the ports or they could put some kind of listening device to check, like, you know, where this IP is connected and where it is from and where it's to. But that's why double VPNs are awesome. Like double VPNs, you can go through one VPN then through another VPN, and you can have one VPN like go through Canada and then come back into Seattle if you wanted to. And then if they pulled the Seattle server, they would only get the IP back to the other VPN. And then if they went back to the headquarters to the company to request, they'd be in a country that doesn't have any legal authority to do that, and they wouldn't have to cooperate. So that's why the headquarters of these companies are usually in highly privacy focused countries. Is specifically because the headquarters is where your ID is, where your payment information is, where everything is that links back to you being the person. Whereas the nodes themselves, the entry and exit nodes or whatever, they're just literally IP addresses and a rough amount of data in situ, and they're not logging anything. Lost in Space Thing said I quad my VPNs. I mean, you technically could. I mean, a lot of VPNs, you can just VPN on top of VPN on top of VPN if you really want to. Depending on your ISP is doing DHCP, you could also use your router's MAC address cloning option. Oh yeah, no, that's what I used to do before I had. So Kylek is right. If you ever want to change your IP address with your ISP, like let's say you're getting DDoS attacked or somebody's like attacking your computer and you're like, okay, I'm sick of this fucking IP. All you got to do is go to your router, clone your MAC address and change it by 1. So you just go into your MAC address and you just keep changing the last, like, I think it's the last 4 groups you can change. Just keep incrementing it by 1, and each time you increment it by 1 and reboot your modem and your router, sometimes you don't even have to reboot. Sometimes you just reboot the router itself or the, what do they call it, the fiber uplink thing. You basically just force it to go to DHCP again, and DHCP goes, oh, you got a new MAC address. Here's a new IP address. So that's a way that you can roll your actual physical IP address. It works, and it works with everything as long as you have a DHCP and not a statically assigned IP address. That's why I don't like static IP addresses. Once somebody finds your static IP address, they can just sit there and bang on it and waste the bandwidth and fucking scan your ports and get set off your fucking ubiquity alerts all the time. I like having an IP address that I can change whenever I want. So all you do is just log into your router. It doesn't even have to be ubiquity. Pretty much every router that I've ever used has supported MAC address cloning. So you just go into the deep configuration. There's usually an option that says clone MAC address. You click that, and then it'll take the MAC address from your computer and stick it there. And then from there on out, you just edit it manually. And just instead of hitting the clone button, you just add, you increment the last digit by 1, but it's hexadecimal, so it's not 1 through 9, or it's 1 through F. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. And then you just do that across, first you got the first row, second row, third row, fourth row, so on. I mean, you literally have like thousands of MAC addresses that you can roll through. And then each time you get a new MAC address, their DHCP table will leash you a new IP address. Oh, your ISP locks the router? That sucks. That sucks, dude. Yeah, if your router's locked, you're not going to be able to do much. However, I know some routers will also assign, like instead of having like local IPs, some routers will assign IP addresses through their DHCP to each computer that's connected to the router. So your computers basically are getting IPs from your internet provider as your local area network also. And in those cases, you can also, for each machine, roll your MAC address and get another IP address too. But if you're behind some kind of translation layer, what's it called? NAT, network address translation, where it's like, you have like a 192 or a 10 dot IP address locally, but then your internet address is something different, and they lock the router, then you're not going to be able to do anything to change the IP address. You're going to get whatever they give you, and then you just got to wait for it to expire. But yeah, in most cases, you can change your IP address as long as you can change the router's MAC address. And the cool thing, I need to do this again. I used to have it set up to where I could change the IP address with one button. So all you had to do is push one button, because Ubiquiti has API for controlling everything remotely. I don't know if it uses like the SNMP protocol or whatever it is. I didn't really look. It was written by AI, but I had to write a script that authenticates with the Ubiquiti router, and then it sends a command to it, and all the command does is change the MAC address by 1, and then just force DHCP to release an IP address. So basically force releases the IP address and tells it to pick up a new one, and it just gives you a new IP address. The only problem that I ran into is before, when I had a cable modem, you had to physically reboot the modem. So I also had to send it. Once I did that, I'd also have to send a signal to reboot the modem by pulling power from it using a Belkin Wemo switch that was controlled remotely. So I'd roll the IP and then Belkin Wemo. Actually, that was before I had Ubiquiti. Back then I was using a TP link, but same difference. So it was like running DDWRT on it or whatever, and you could just remotely say, hey, new MAC address, increment by 1, power cycle the modem, and then it'd give you a new IP address. But with my ONT for my fiber network, I no longer have to reboot that. All I have to do is just change the MAC address, do a release, and it'll automatically give me a new IP, and I don't have to reboot anything. It's pretty awesome. But the truth is, I don't ever have to really do it anymore, because my ISP has full DDoS protection. And I mean, they use like full hardcore Cloudflare DDoS protection. So I've yet to have my stream stopped by a DDoS attack since I moved to this ISP. So that wasn't so VPNs weren't really required for that anymore. I didn't have to roll the IP address because it was under attack, and I had to go tell the router, oh, go get a new IP address because this one's compromised. There's no reason to really change my IP locally anymore. So I really don't. The only time I change it now is if there's like some weird thing going on where the network's like dropping packets or something like that, and I suspect it's on their side. Then sometimes I'll roll the IP address to see if I can get put on a different node or put on a different subnet, and then sometimes it cleans things up. But that's the only time I really do it now. Hey guys, it's 3:47, and my voice is starting to get hoarse, so I think I'm gonna start wrapping things up. This was fun today. Man, it was nice to see Aux so passionate about something, but at the same time, I feel bad that it had to be about something where people were attacking him and calling him a bigot and being assholes like that. That's fucking uncalled for. I'm glad that you guys don't act that way. Seriously, you guys are awesome. Even when you disagree, you guys are awesome, and I love it. I absolutely love it. Let's see here. Craig Wilson said my old ISP had an option on the connection to switch between static and DHCP. You could switch DHCP and drop attacks. Then return later on your static. Oh, interesting. So they'd let you get dynamic IP addresses, and you had a static that you could use. That's interesting. I mean, there are benefits to having a static IP address, but you really don't need one anymore, because you can use dynamic DNS now. So, and that's been a thing forever. So now, like, if your IP address changes, dynamic DNS just instantly updates the DNS record, and it cascades really fast across the network. So, as a matter of fact, I don't even know if it cascades across the network. I think you hit the dynamic DNS resolver, and so whatever DNS you go to points you at the resolver, and then the resolver points you at the new IP address. So it's almost instant, because I've had it before where it's like the dynamic DNS updates, and now I've got a host name that points like directly. Same thing with like Tailscale. Like Tailscale, you can set it up that no matter what IP address you get through your internet provider, Tailscale automatically re-resolves it throughout the entire network, so that the Tailscale node can always be reached by host name. However, I usually disable that because I don't like any external attack vectors. So all incoming connections and everything are all disabled and blocked. I don't connect to my computer remotely outside of my LAN for doing any like work or anything like that. So I don't see any need to open up any external holes in the network. So I like to just keep everything tight as a drum. It is funny though, because Ubiquiti, anytime some random attack, because there's people that just scan every IP address on the internet trying to attack. So Unify by default sets up a couple honeypots that are like, basically anytime somebody tries to connect to a port, it allows them to do it, but it allows them to connect to a fake endpoint so that they'll send their traffic so that it can analyze it and see what their intentions were. And it's funny, every day I get at least 5 or 6 hack attempts, compromised attacks where something external is banging on my IP address at random, trying to use some fucking buffer overflow or some open port, or looking for like some kind of exploit that's known. And it's cool to see the honeypot fucking bait them in and record it. And then, of course, that information gets sent to Ubiquiti so they can like create better defenses and stuff like that. But it's just neat to see that, you know, Unify, instead of just blocking the connection entirely, where the only thing you'd be able to see is there was an attempted connection on that port, they allow the connection to happen in this isolated honeypot, let it send its payload, even send a payload back to it to trick it into sending more, so they can see what the intention was and what the data was that was sent back and forth and analyze it. It's pretty fucking cool. I have to say I'm sold on Ubiquiti stuff, man. Ubiquiti makes really, really good shit. I used to not be a fan of like a closed network like that because they are kind of like the Apple of networking, but man, their shit just works and it's really, really good. Really high quality stuff. Hey, thank you, LJA Luke. Glad to hear it, man. I'm hoping to make a formal comeback at some point. Right now, I'm just live streaming off and on, but I'd like to come back on a more regular basis. But you know, trying to get some shit together first. Like life's been a little bit of hell, but I'm not going to go too deep into that right now. But I'm working through it. Thankfully, I'm here today. That's what matters. I'm here today on my 2.5 hours of sleep. That wasn't really sleep. All right, guys. I do have to wrap up though, because I am just spent and my voice is getting hoarse, and I don't want to push my vocal cords too hard. This is what happens when I don't stream for a while. I got to ease myself back into it. But I am gonna go play around with Proton. I'm gonna give Proton a try because I haven't installed NordVPN yet since I clean installed the computer. I'm going to uninstall the WireGuard client that I have locally. I'm going to install the free Proton thing and play around with it. I'll let you guys know on the other stream what I think. I'll do a little apples to apples between Nord and Proton because I haven't tried a new VPN in probably about 3 years. So it's been a while. So, I mean, other than the occasional like free, like Unify has a free VPN called Teleport that you can use. Tailscale, you can actually like route through that to the internet, which is like their little form of VPN. But they don't give you your full 1 gig or better bandwidth. So I'm gonna play around with it and see what I get. But if it ends up working out good, then I may switch. Because technically I'm an affiliate for NordVPN, but you guys know that don't mean jack shit to me. Like, first of all, by affiliate, I mean I maybe make $50 a year from the few people that still sign up for it using my affiliate link. But I am beholden to nobody. Like, if I find a better service, I'm going to use the better service. You were using that Cloudflare Warp. That's true. I was using Cloudflare Warp. The only thing, and Warp is good, like for free, it's great. But I think the best I got was 300 megabit. I mean, for free, you can't really be mad, right? I mean, 300 megabits still really, really decent for a free VPN. But yeah, Cloudflare Warp actually worked really well. I mean, there's no shortage of VPN solutions. Even some browsers like what is it, Brave or whatever. I don't like Brave personally. But Brave browser apparently has a free VPN built into it that you can just use. I don't know how fast it is, but it's there. There's a couple other browsers that you can install too that also give you a VPN. It's probably the same one Brave uses for all I know. But there's quite a few VPN options out there that are just absolutely free. The only reason you need to pay for it is to get options. More servers and more locations, higher bandwidth, less ping. Those are the things you're paying for. Actually getting a new IP address or whatever, that's the easy part. That's pretty much free if you don't care about the bandwidth and the lag. Oh. Yeah, Alex, I'm going to ease myself in, brother. It's called Cloudflare 1 now. Oh, and you can't get it to work anymore? It fails to connect? Oh, that sucks. Hey, Ron Gal, thank you, man. I appreciate it. You know, I might have to go through and like fuck with all these VPNs again now that I'm starting from like a clean backed up install. I should go fart around with all of them and see which one I like best. You switch from GitHub Copilot to Claude Code and it's like 10x better. Dude, GitHub Copilot sucks balls. GitHub Copilot is like fun for the free credits they give you on the free account every month to fart around with. But no, like for serious shit, Claude Code, Open Code, using Opus. I will say, hey, I've been using a Kimi. I've been playing around with Kimi K27. So Kimi K27 code, and it actually works really good. It's not quite as good as Opus, but it's almost there, and it's way cheaper. So if you're looking for like a cheaper cloud-based option that's an alternative to Opus where you don't have to spend a gajillion dollars on tokens, check out Kimi. Kimi K27 is actually pretty good. All right, guys. I'm going to get out of here. I love your faces. You guys are amazing. Next week, I'll try to have this better set up to where I can switch back to a single streamer when Aux takes off at 2 p.m. And I'll try to fix a couple of other things and like fart around with automation. But yeah, I'm still going through and setting everything up on my computer. I'm still finding all the shit that I'm missing, all the configuration stuff I forgot about that I had on the old one. It's been a little bit of a slow process, but I'm getting there, man. I'm getting there one way or another, and I'm backing up all along the way. So if anything happens, anything shits the bed or whatever, I can just fucking boot off of the higher end CD or higher end's boot disk off my USB thumb drive I have literally sitting right here on my desk, and drop right on my NAS, authenticate, grab the latest backup, incremental backup, have it collapse the thing together, deploy it to the system, and I'm good to go. In theory, I probably should test that at some point just to make goddamn sure it works. But yeah, in theory, it should all work just fine. Hey, thank you, George Blakely. It's always good to see you, man. All right, peace out, guys. Later.